After this, the Kumigakure advisor and Country of Lightning's 3 staff officers barely managed to set up a grill beside them. Those wet logs. It was extremely difficult to light them up and took a lot of effort. Only then did they light a fire and dry their clothes while they wrapped themselves with a towel. But Bray didn't even wait for him to rest for a while. Advisor-sama. Bray quickly ran in front of Kumigakure advisor, his tone full of respect. From the details of his actions, Aoba could feel that this Kumigakure advisor's status was very high. We found 2 Konohagakure Anbu hanging on the trees near the outpost. The next memory. It was Bray who reported to Kumigakure advisor that he found the 2 root ninjas. Aoba was looking at this memory while thinking quickly. This feeling is very magical. When Aoba was arranging these things, he was completely standing in his own perspective. He had no idea what kind of reaction the other party would make when they saw it and what kind of result it would bring. Now that he had read this Kumigakure advisor's memories, he was looking at these things from another angle. This was a completely different feeling. This reminded him of the time when he was watching the live broadcast of a computer game competition. At that time, he was an audience. Standing in God's perspective, he could see everyone's actions, thus discovering the different rhythm and tactics of each team. But if he was in it, the area of view was blocked by the black fog. He had no idea what the other party was doing when he was planning. After seeing the trap he had designed, what kind of reaction would they have? Right now, he was flipping through the Kumigakure advisor's memories. It was like watching the replay after the match from the other party's perspective. It was a completely different feeling. Wait. Aoba silently thought in his heart. In addition to Kumigakure advisor's memory, he also read the 3rd Kazekage's memory. He didn't have time to look at this memory. When there was time, he would also check it out. Of course. There was also Hari's memory. Aoba suddenly found that he could read other people's memories and understand their history, as well as their responses when they encountered such a scheme, so as to find the problem of his own layout. This was the switch between a hunter and prey. It could completely allow him to show a more perfect state in this kind of matter. All of a sudden, a feeling of joy rose in Aoba's heart. He then immersed himself in the Kumigakure advisor's memories. He continued to flip through the pages. They made a decision to cut down the trunk where the 2 root ninjas were and bring it to Konohagakure. It was this decision. It helped Aoba see the operation of taking the bomb away. Gradually, it was nighttime. The scenes in his memory became dim. This Kumigakure advisor's body had been deeply occupied by fatigue. However, this temporary base was not particularly comfortable to rest in. The clothes on his body were not completely dry, which made him very uncomfortable. After the Kumigakure advisor comforted all the staff officers who had followed him, he returned to the tent and fell asleep. He did not know how long he had slept. Suddenly, there was a sudden explosion in the forest. Immediately after, a thick fog appeared, blocking his vision. It could be said that he could not see a single person. What's going on? This advisor widened his eyes. He had not fully woken up yet. The feeling of exhaustion kept eroding his body, which made him extremely confused. However, there wasn't much time left for him to react. A sound of metal clashing against metal and continuous screams can be heard. Even if he hadn't experienced many battles, he knew they were being attacked. Enemy attack. This word immediately appeared in Kumigakure advisor's mind. Swish. Right at this moment, a tall and sturdy figure instantly appeared in front of Kumigakure advisor, protecting him. Advisor-sama, are you all right? This person was the leader of Kumigakure's outpost, Bray. The moment he encountered danger, he chose to save this advisor who was the most important to Kumigakure. Ah, yes, Kumigakure advisor was already dumbfounded. Advisor-sama, I will take you out first and then come back to save them. Believe in me, it will definitely be fine. Bray said in a deep voice. Bray said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, Bray picked up the Kumigakure advisor and suddenly charged out of Kumigakure's outpost, directly running into the forest nearby. Bray was very fast. He forcefully carried this Kumigakure advisor out of the range of the fog. Advisor-sama. The opponent is Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsmen. I will try my best to restrain them in the next period of time. I won't let them approach. If I die, remember to tell Third Raikage about this matter and let him take revenge for me. Bray said to Kumigakure advisor. After he said this, he wrapped his whole body with lightning chakra and rushed toward the place shrouded in fog. At this point, Kumigakure advisor left the core area of the battle. In addition, he was on a branch. For the time being, there was not in danger. Who? Kumigakure advisor gasped for breath, showing a state of shock. The successive changes were too sudden for him, making him deeply aware of the dangers of the ninja world. After seeing this memory, Aoba could not help but slowly nodded his head. So that's how it is. Aoba immediately had an answer in his heart. He still didn't know why Kumigakure had come so late. It turned out that they had been attacked. He hadn't expected it at all. The Kumigakure's envoy group was actually attacked. And the attacker? It was actually the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. Chapter 274. Aoba did not expect that the 7 ninja swordsmen would attack Kumigakure. This matter was beyond his plan. It was also beyond his expectations. However, he thought about it carefully. It was still something that was not particularly out of the line. After all, he imitated Satsuma Rentaro's identity and showed great talent in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This made the 7 ninja swordsmen very concerned about him. There was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, he did not appear again after that. Finally, it led to the 7 ninja swordsmen attacking Kumigakure. If he thought about it according to this line of thought, Aoba felt that it was still acceptable. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen became an X-factor in his plan. It was something other than the initial plan, which directly affected the direction of the plan and helped him to a certain extent. When Aoba saw this, he roughly understood why Kumigakure's envoy group did not come to Konohagakure in time. After experiencing such a sneak attack, it was already very difficult for them to come. Aoba continued to look at this Kumigakure advisor's memories. The entire night, this Kumigakure advisor spent the night in his slightly damp clothes, completely terrified. Aoba could only read the memories they saw or experienced. He could not read what they thought. In other words, what he saw was only an objective behavior. He could only infer some thoughts through actions, but he would not get the other party's detailed psychological activities at this time. Aoba could probably feel it. On this long night, this Kumigakure advisor's inner thoughts were struggling and very frightened. He was like rootless duckweed that was temporarily hanging on this tree. He had no idea where the future was. He didn't even know if it were a darker night or rare dawn waiting for him. After a long wait, a ray of sunlight broke through the sky. It dispelled the cold night. Swish! Right at this moment, a figure quickly ran in his direction. This action immediately made this Kumigakure advisor's heart jump again. At that time, he did not know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Only after he saw this person's appearance clearly did he calm down. It was the leader of Kumigakure's outpost, Bray. Advisor-sama, we can go back now. Bray jumped up and landed on a tree branch. He carried the Kumigakure advisor, who had been sitting on the tree for the entire night. In the process of doing this, he could feel that Bray's arms were trembling. Bray, you have dealt with them all? The Kumigakure advisor asked in surprise. When he saw Bray walking over, he instinctively thought that Bray had won. How is this possible? A bitter smile appeared on Bray's face. Then, he shook his head and said, "I was only lucky enough to survive. The 7 ninja swordsmen are quite afraid of me. I can only hold a few people, but I can't completely stop them from attacking others." "How are the people of the envoy group?" The Kumigakure advisor immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. After all, there were 3 other staff officers besides him. They were Country of Lightning's staff officers, which represented Country of Lightning's daimyo. They had a crucial role in this negotiation with Konohagakure. "Advisor Sama, the entire envoy group except for you, I didn't save a single one," Bray said helplessly. There was nothing he could do. It was already an incredible thing for him to face the 7 ninja swordsmen by himself and survive, so it was impossible to save the other staff officer. Damn it! The Kumigakure advisor clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with anger. Before coming here, he had thought that it would be a difficult mission. However, he had not expected it to be so difficult. Before he officially met with Konohagakure's people, the envoys were all gone. As the 2 of them spoke, Bray brought the Kumigakure advisor back to Kumigakure's outpost. The scene in front of them was a mess. There were corpses everywhere. The number of Kumigakure ninjas who were still alive was not much. Everyone had a depressed look on their faces, and there was a slight unwillingness in their eyes. Even they did not expect that they did not die on the battlefield where they fought with Konohagakure but died in the plot of Kirigakure ninjas. This was a great humiliation for Kumigakure, who especially liked to do barbaric things. Their heart was filled with intense unwillingness and anger. Kirigakure. When the Kumigakure advisor saw this scene, his heart surged with extreme dissatisfaction. He wanted to tear Kirigakure's people to pieces, but he did not have the ability. However, he had the right. After all, he was the Kumigakure advisor. "When I return to Kumigakure, we must attack Kirigakure," the Kumigakure advisor said coldly. In fact, Kumigakure was not afraid of Kirigakure. It was just that they had been using Kirigakure to help them achieve their goals. In their knowledge, Kirigakure was just like a small force that was dependent on them. After all, they, the Country of Lightning, were a powerful country in the ninja world, and the Country of Water only had a few small islands. The island country was a vassal of a powerful country. It wasn't that there hadn't been such an example. But now, the little brother, who had been serving them all this time, suddenly stood up and ruthlessly poked his big brother and wanting to have a head-on confrontation with his big brother. The key was that if it were a head-on confrontation, it would be fine. However, it was still a plot behind his back. As a result, how could Kumigakure, who had always regarded himself as a big brother, bear it? "Advisor Sama, the problem now is that the envoy group is gone, and the meeting time is already up. Do we still go to Konohagakure?" In fact, he already had an idea in his heart, which was to return to Kumigakure directly. Now it seemed, if Bray and the others had gone back at that time, in other words, they would have gone back safely. At this time, the 7 ninja swordsmen had consumed a lot of energy. They had gone to replenish their supplies and could not intercept them on their way home. The matter of intercepting them. That was what happened after. As Bray said this, the survivors at Kumigakure's outpost all looked at the Kumigakure advisor. At this time, everyone knew. The Kumigakure advisor was the one with the most authority. What he said was what they would do. The Kumigakure advisor thought for a moment, then raised his head to meet the expectant eyes of the Kumigakure ninjas, and then directly shook his head. "No. We can't go back yet. If we go back to Kumigakure now, then it is the same as giving up the opportunity to negotiate with Konohagakure. This will put us, Kumigakure, into a passive situation. We can't face the war between Konohagakure and Kirigakure at the same time." At this time, the Kumigakure advisor gave an answer in an instant. As soon as his words came out, all the Kumigakure ninjas present were silent. They were not members of the envoy group. They were not in charge of negotiating. They did not have so many twists and turns in their minds. The most original idea was to fight. It was they who wanted to start a battle with Kirigakure to avenge the death of their companion. But now, if they continued to stay here, it was very likely that they would die in the country of fire in the end. There was no way to realize their current thoughts. Advisor Sama, I think we should go back first. We can discuss this matter again when we go back. I can see that Konohagakure does not really want to fight. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not agree to the peace talk so easily. Moreover, Hari-sama is in Konohagakure, so there should be no problem. After thinking for a while, Bray said his opinion. What he said was also what the Kumigakure ninjas wanted to say. After all, they belonged to the same standpoint. They were all ninjas of Kumigakure's outpost. There was still some difference from the perspective of Kumigakure advisor, who came here later. At this time, whether we can save Hari or not is secondary. We must first stabilize Konohagakure. The Kumigakure advisor shook his head and rejected Bray's opinion. He continued, we were able to fight Konohagakure for the opportunity to have a peace talk because Konohagakure's third Hokage did not want to start a war. However, the hatred accumulated earlier was too great. Even if the third Hokage did not want to, Konohagakure's ninjas still wanted to. If we miss this opportunity, I think it would be difficult for the third Hokage to convince Konohagakure's ninjas to have a peace talk with us for the third time. But, Advisor Sama, the envoy group is gone. Bray understood what the Kumigakure advisor said, but he was still a little unwilling in his heart. He simply began to talk about his meaning from another angle. Don't you still have me? The Kumigakure advisor directly took a step forward. He did not care about the devastation on his body that night. He patted his chest and said, as long as I am still here, the envoy group is still alive. It's just that I can't go to Konohagakure alone. I hope that you will form a new envoy group with me. We will stabilize Konohagakure for the village and then return to the village together. We will then concentrate on discussing how to launch a fierce attack on Kirigakure. When Kumigakure advisor said this, the Kumigakure ninjas on the scene became silent. It had to be said. It was still very bewitching. For a moment, everyone fell silent. No one spoke. They didn't know if this was asking for their opinion or giving them orders. Regardless of which one it was, it made their hearts complicated. I understand. At this time, Bray immediately spoke. He looked at the Kumigakure advisor and slowly nodded. Then, Bray looked toward the other ninjas. His gaze swept across the ninjas present, and he exchanged a glance with each of them. Brothers, we will become part of the envoy group together. We will complete this important mission and return to the village together. Then we will join with the village to avenge our dead brothers. What do you think? Bray suddenly roared out, trying his best to infect these people with his emotions. What he needed now was to let these Kumigakure ninjas accept this matter from the bottom of their hearts. Not just act because of orders. Now they were all survivors who had just survived the life and death crisis. Even if they were ninjas, they still cherished their lives. No one wanted to die so easily. Yes. The Kumigakure ninjas present immediately roared out, agreeing with Bray. At this point, Aoba withdrew from reading this part. Through observing what happened to Kumigakure advisor before he came to Konohagakure, he could be considered to have fulfilled the doubts in his heart. After all, according to his plan, he transformed into Kirigakure's ninja and harassed them using water release. There were only two goals he wanted to achieve. The first was to destroy the mental state of some of Kumigakure's envoy group by soaking their entire bodies and making them feel agitated, then pointing the spearhead at Kirigakure. The second was to send the two root ninjas, whose bodies were covered with special paper tags, to them so that they could take away this ticking time bomb. It would be best if they could bring it to Konohagakure. Aoba only had these two goals. Although they all came true in the end, there was a small interlude in the process of coming true. This made him want to see what exactly happened in this memory. What made his plan go wrong? After reading it, he understood. So it was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This was not too surprising. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen were also the existences that he had lied to when he was setting up Kirigakure. It could also be considered a part of his plan. However, he did not expect that the result would be so soon. Suddenly, Aoba opened his eyes. Just now, he was seriously looking at Kumigakure advisor's memories. It could be said that he was immersed in his memories. Therefore, he did not deliberately accelerate it. He only jumped on the parts that he already knew and the parts of the long night. As a result, a period of time had passed. The moment Aoba opened his eyes, he saw a white smiling mask. This sudden scene directly gave him a fright. He knew that there were people nearby, but he did not expect that the other party was sitting not far away from him, staring at him. "What are you doing?" He then recognized this person. This person was the other ninja who had formed a team by himself just like him. However, Aoba did not know who this person was. It was not that this ninja was not famous enough, but that Aoba did not pay attention to the other trash of Yamanaka at all. "You slept very well." When Kaze saw the surprise that flashed in Aoba's eyes after he opened his eyes, he rolled his eyes at Aoba, but he still maintained his current posture. "What does it have to do with you?" Aoba said in a bad mood. Originally, he was too lazy to argue with this person. The two of them were in the same area. It was fine as long as they did their own things. Now, they were acting like teammates. This made him feel very annoyed. This broken corpse has no way to read the memory at all. The other teams won't change with us. I'm bored. Kaze stared straight at Aoba and told him what he was thinking. "What does it have to do with me?" Aoba said coldly. He didn't want to have any contact with this person at all. It would only add unnecessary trouble. His tone directly revealed a sense of rejection. When Kaze heard Aoba's words, a lot of question marks popped up in his head. "What's with your tone? You are the most useless person in the Yamanaka clan, how can you still have the nerve to dislike me? I haven't even said anything about you." Kaze instantly lost his composure and rolled his eyes at Aoba again, ignoring him. Such a phenomenon. It was the effect that Aoba wanted. Then, Aoba stood up and wanted to leave. He did not want to be stared at by this person again when he was flipping through memories. Just thinking about it made him feel strange. Other than Kaze, no one else noticed Aoba's movement of getting up and leaving the place. After all, he and Kaze could be said to be famous in Yamanaka clan, and because the grouping was related to their future, no one was willing to be grouped with the two of them. Moreover, everyone was immersed in reading the memories of the corpses in front of them. No one cared about other people's affairs, let alone the matter of Aoba's reputation and weak body. After Aoba got up, he changed to another position. Although it was still in the corner of the room, it was in another corner. He looked toward the rest of the groups and found that everyone was either reading memories in a hurry or that no one stopped in the process of reading memories. There were 3 people in a group. Usually, one person was reading memories, and the remaining 2 were resting or recording the contents of their work. After that, they switched shifts. The person who had just read the memories recorded the contents. After that, they rested. The efficiency of the group was directly increased to the maximum. Aoba looked at each team. On the surface, he looked at the team members, but in fact, he was staring at the corpses in their hands. These corpses were all the corpses of Kumigakure ninjas. None of them were Country of Lightning's staff officers. The Country of Lightning's staff officers had been killed by the 7 ninja swordsmen that night. As for how Bray dealt with the corpses, he did not know about this matter because he could see it from the Kumigakure advisor's memories. The next morning, Only Bray and the survivors were left in Kumagakure's outpost. All the corpses and wreckage on the ground had been dealt with by Kumagakure ninjas. After all, they were at war. During the war, dispose of the corpses of your own camp, and protect the ninjutsu information and intelligence information from being leaked. This can be said to be a basic operation, and any forcer knows it. Aoba was not looking for a staff officer among these corpses because there was no staff officer at all. Others did not know, but he still knew. He just wanted to see if Bray's corpse was here. After a simple look around, Aoba could confirm it. Bray was not here. Bray's physique is sturdy, tall, and extremely strong. He could be said to be one size smaller than the third Raikage. If he were placed among these corpses, he would be able to recognize him at a glance. Even if he was burned by an explosive tag's explosion, it was still a corpse bigger than a normal person. It was obviously not here. In this regard, Aoba had two judgments in his heart. One was that the explosive tag had no way to hurt Bray at all and escape. The other was that Bray was dead, but the body was in Danzo's hands and was not placed here. Aoba came to this conclusion through a simple judgment. However, he did not think too deeply about it. Because he was very clear. This kind of thing. There was no need for him to think too much about it. Whether Bray escaped or not, anyone at the scene yesterday should know. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Soon, it would spread among the people. Therefore, there was no need to think too much about it. He just wanted to confirm if Bray was here. If there was, he could think of a way to read his memories. Now that there was no result, the other corpses here had no value in reading the memories. After all, for the current Aoba, the rewards obtained by reading the memories of these less powerful ninjas were no longer particularly useful. In terms of intelligence, the people in Kumagakure's camp, the one who had the most control was this Kumagakure advisor. The rest of the people were only ninjas who participated in the battle. They knew nothing about the contents of the second negotiation, but they were passively involved. Strictly speaking, they were not members of Kumagakure's envoy group. Through their memories, it was difficult to obtain any valuable information. At most, he could only find Kirigakure's attack on Kumagakure. The rest. There was nothing. Seeing this scene, the corner of Aoba's mouth behind the mask curled up slightly. Even he did not expect that the most valuable one among these corpses would appear in front of him in such a strange way. Since there was no other target that was worth taking the risk to read his memories, then he might as well not pay any attention to the other corpses. In any case, no one would be willing to exchange with this charred corpse, no matter how valuable it was. This is something that cannot be read. No wonder. Aoba suddenly understood why Danzo had summoned them to read the memories of these corpses. Only with this would there be a chance to discover more clues. Aoba had already realized that what Danzo wanted to find was not a simple clue but to know who was controlling all of this behind the scenes. If so many people were to read their memories together, who knows who might find some clues on these Kumagakure ninjas. However, obviously, this was impossible. Aoba retracted his gaze and felt that it was a pity. The reason was very simple. If the corpse in his hand had an exchange value, then he could implant a little bit of memory clue into the other corpses he had obtained and guide the other team that was going to read the memory. Of course, it had to be other corpses. But this skull, even if Sage of the Six Paths came, he wouldn't be able to implant memories into it. This charred skull was hollow inside, and there wasn't even a single brain left. I'm afraid that only the mind-reading system can read and retrieve its memories. Then, Aoba slowly closed his eyes again. He placed his hands on his temples and gently rubbed them. He relaxed his mind and once again flipped through the Kumagakure advisor's memories. He quickly entered the scene where the Kumagakure advisor and Bray brought his ticking time bomb to Konohagakure. After the Kumagakure advisor carefully emphasized the origin of the ticking time bomb to Hiruzen, The explosive tags, which were densely packed on the tree trunk, suddenly exploded. The Kumagakure advisor was instantly engulfed by the flames and died on the spot. As expected, Aoba suddenly understood. Through this Kumagakure advisor's memory, he was sure that this person did not know how Bray was in the end. According to the position at that time, this Kumagakure advisor was the closest to the pile of explosive tags and the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Those densely packed explosive tags exploded together. Not to mention this advisor, who was just an ordinary person, even a Jonin would not be able to bear the damage it caused. If I want to know if Bray is still alive, I still need to rely on Konohagakure ninja, who was watching this incident at that time. Aoba immediately made a judgment and no longer continued to check this Kumagakure advisor's memories. After that, Aoba adjusted the memory more than 10 days ago. As the bridge connecting the country of lightning and Kumagakure, this Kumagakure advisor was summoned by the country of lightning to the daimyo mansion. At that time, this Kumagakure advisor still didn't know what was going on. He walked down from Kumagakure and arrived at the country of lightning's capital and entered the country of lightning's daimyo mansion, which was surrounded by 3 mountains. After that, this Kumagakure advisor saw the country of lightning daimyo, who was also dark-skinned, wearing a daimyo dress, and with a fan-like decoration on his head. I called you here this time to hope that you will become the leader of Kumagakure's envoy group and go to Konohagakure for negotiation. The country of lightning daimyo said straightforwardly. In addition to the daimyo himself, there were 3 staff members at the scene. They were the staff officers who would form the Kumagakure envoy group with this Kumagakure advisor. Kumagakure's envoy group. This Kumagakure advisor obviously did not expect they would find him because of this matter. That's right. The country of lightning daimyo nodded. There was no change in expression on his face. His whole body exuded the dignity of a high-position person. I hope you can complete the task of negotiating with Konohagakure. At this time, the country of iron is eyeing us along with the country of earth. We cannot provoke the country of fire right now. Country of lightning daimyo's voice slowly sounded. His words clearly entered the Kumagakure advisor's ears. When this matter was in the eyes of the daimyo, it rose to another height. It was not a personal gain or loss, nor was it a dispute between villages, but the interests of the whole country. But the country of lightning daimyo changed the topic and stared at the Kumagakure advisor with a particularly sharp gaze. I need you to complete a few extra secret missions for me on top of completing the peace talks. Well, actually, it can't be said that it's for me. To be precise, for the country of lightning. With just a few words from the daimyo, he raises these secret missions to a higher level. I understand. This Kumagakure advisor nodded heavily. He was in charge of communicating with country of lightning and Kumagakure. In name, he was Kumagakure advisor, but in reality, he belonged to the country of lightning. Very good. A smile appeared on the daimyo's face. He was very satisfied with the Kumagakure advisor's reaction. Then, he took out a scroll from the table and threw the scroll directly at the Kumagakure advisor. All the secret missions you will do are written on this. Chapter 275. Yes. The advisor immediately took the scroll handed over by the daimyo and carefully put it away. He did not open it at this time. He had known the daimyo for a long time. He was very clear about the daimyo's habits. If it were a mission that allows others to know, then he would not have given you a sealed scroll. Instead, he would have directly given you the mission and explained the contents of the mission to you. However, when the daimyo gave you a sealed scroll, it meant that it was a secret mission that he did not want others to see. That was, he did not want you to see it read in front of him, nor did he want others to know about it. This time, the envoy group is nominally the messenger of Kumagakure, but in reality, they are all country of lightning's people. You have to be clear on this point. I will send 3 staff officers to follow you as the main force of this negotiation. We will strive to stabilize the situation in the country of fire and strive to maximize our benefits. The daimyo said in a deep voice. His tone was unquestionable and dignified. What he said was completely a command. Understood. The Kumigakure advisor immediately nodded. He had already realized the seriousness of this matter. The entire Kumigakure envoy group was composed of daimyo people, and there was no Kumigakure at all. This could be said to be. The country of Lightning daimyo took over this matter. To a certain extent, it was not only to achieve a deeper goal but because he was disappointed with the Kumigakure envoy group's failure last time. Go back and communicate with the Reikage, and then go prepare. I will send someone to find you in a while. As the Kumigakure envoy group leader, go to Konohagakure and negotiate with Konohagakure's third Hokage. The daimyo directly ordered. Yes. The Kumigakure advisor immediately responded. Then, he bowed and left the meeting room in the country of Lightning's mansion. Then, he returned to Kumigakure and told the third Reikage about this matter. The memory of this matter. Aoba quickly skipped over this memory. He accurately found the time when Kumigakure advisor opened the sealed scroll. The surrounding scenery was in a room surrounded by mist. This was Kumigakure advisor's room. The Kumigakure advisor stretched out his hands and began to open the sealed scroll. Line after line of text was reflected in Aoba's eyes. Mission 1. Complete the most basic negotiation mission and ensure that you can negotiate with Konohagakure in peace. Mission 2. Try to save Harry as much as possible. There is no problem in giving up a portion of the price. Mission 3. Find the whereabouts of Kumigakure's traitor, Gasui. Mission 4. Record the specific location of the Hyuga clan in Konohagakure in detail, and draw an easy-to-understand map. Mission 5. Confirm the state of Konohagakure's Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Mission 6. Observe the military situation of the country of fire and Konohagakure along the way. There were a total of 6 missions. They were clearly listed on the scroll. It was the secret mission that Kumigakure advisor was going to carry out in Konohagakure this time. After Aoba finished reading it, he suddenly felt bored. It was just a few missions to check the location of the Hyuga clan and see the state of Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Even if it were a temporary armistice, there was still no change in their goal. In the future, they would still find Konohagakure if there was a chance. Although these were secret missions written on the scroll, Aoba was actually very clear about it. Of course. This was on the premise that he was someone who had transmigrated over. He had seen Naruto anime before. Moreover, Aoba still understood why the country of Lightning Daimyo wrote this mission on a scroll. The mission on this scroll, whether it was observing the Hyuga clan and preparing to steal Byakugan or staring at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, these things was not something that the country of Lightning Daimyo could get on the table. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. From Kumigakure advisor's memories, he had already understood the most direct and simple content. As for the rest of the things, that was no longer something he needed to look at now urgently. As he opened his eyes this time, Aoba saw that some of the ninjas around were starting to get excited. One by one, they began to look at the corpses in the hands of the other teams, trying to settle some exchange matters. After all, those corpses were all ordinary Kumigakure ninjas and didn't know anything important. Aoba simply looked at these people and did not say anything. He silently waited for this mission to end. As Aoba had predicted. Right now, the hearts of these ninjas were burning with anxiety. As time went on, every team had already read the corpse memories in their hand for a very long time. Now, no one knew exactly which group would suddenly appear and say that they had discovered something, thus obtaining the opportunity to be promoted. The more no one stood out, the more it made everyone nervous. All of a sudden, the entire room was filled with an anxious aura. Of course, there were still exceptions. Aoba was an exception. Whether it was Aoba or Kaze, who was not far away from him. Both of them seemed to have no sense of participation, as if the mission here had nothing to do with them. Another period of time passed. Kaze saw that Aoba had woken up. After a little hesitation, he slowly moved toward Aoba and came to his side. "Aoba, who do you think will get the chance to be promoted?" Kaze walked to Aoba's side and asked. As soon as this was said, Aoba was stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. He ignored Kaze's question. When Kaze saw this scene, he couldn't help but blink his eyes. At first, he was waiting for Aoba to give him an answer. After confirming that he had been ignored by Aoba, he was immediately extremely dissatisfied. No matter what was said. In the Anbu. In the Yamanaka clan. He was only the second-ranked trash. He was not the most useless person in the clan. But the most useless person in the clan actually ignored him. It looked as if he hadn't seen him. This made his heart unable to bear it at all. "Aoba, who do you think will be promoted?" Kaze asked Aoba again. He didn't want to know the answer. He didn't even want to chat with Aoba. He just wanted to see if Aoba would answer him. This time, Aoba turned his face slightly. The pair of pitch-black eyes looked through the peephole of the cat face mask and directly focused on Kaze's body. "What does this have to do with me?" Aoba said indifferently. "You." When Kaze heard Aoba say such words again, he was extremely unhappy and wanted to say something unpleasant. However, right at this time, he suddenly thought of what Yamanaka clan senior, Akira, had told him not far away. There can be no disputes and so on here. Right now, he really did not intend to read memories, nor did he intend to take this opportunity to be promoted. However, he really could not disturb others. After all, others still wanted this opportunity. Who? Kaze immediately adjusted his breathing and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Aoba, actually, I am a little confused. Don't you want to be promoted?" Kaze was too bored waiting here and wanted to chat with Aoba. After all, the only person who could chat with him was Aoba. "What does it have to do with you?" Aoba once again used these kinds of words to retort back at Kaze, and then he did not even look at Kaze, completely like a stranger who did not want to get close. These two sentences were learned by Aoba in the modern world. It could be said that it was something that could be used to deal with others. One was "What does it have to do with you?" and the other was "What does it have to do with me?" which could be used in any place that could trigger a verbal attack. No matter what the other party said. As long as he did not want to continue talking to him, he could say that. After Aoba said this, he did not pay any more attention to Kaze. Gradually, a few hours passed. Almost all the ninjas in the room stopped reading memories and began to exchange corpses with each other. Now they had no harvest. They wanted to exchange for other people's corpses to see if there were any other discoveries. Of course. The entire process. There wasn't a single team that came to exchange Aoba's corpse. Aoba also did not say a word to Kaze. During this period of time, Aoba sat in the corner of the room, and Kaze sat next to the corner of the room. The two of them were incompatible with the surrounding environment. Aoba sat in the corner. There was no problem when it was early. But now, it made him feel more and more bored. If he had known this earlier, he would have set up a shadow clone in advance before coming out. When he thought about it, Aoba suddenly took out a book from his ninja pouch. It was the book that Fugaku had given him. He quickly opened the book to the middle part. He had already finished half of the book, and the content of the book had reached an extremely wonderful part. Aoba looked at this book. It was currently recording the story of Teacher Bai in the ninja school. Now that there was nothing to do, he was free and idle. He could write a little more. He had a faint premonition. Eden would surely find and urge him to update when he returned from this matter. Then, Aoba took out a pen and started writing on the book under the faint candle light. Kaze had been observing Aoba from the side. When he saw that Aoba was writing, his eyes flashed with doubt. What was Aoba writing? A question popped up in Kaze's head. His instinctive reaction was that Aoba was writing something clues he obtained. But this black skull? Can you really read and retrieve memories from it? It can't be. When Kaze saw Aoba's appearance, suspicion rose in his heart again. He wanted to go over and see what Aoba was writing. However, he was afraid that Aoba would scold him again. He was still not that shameless. It was fine if he was scolded by others, but if even a famous sickly person like Aoba scolded him, he really could not accept it. Kaze hesitated for a moment, but he still did not do anything. He chose to continue his salted fish state. Gradually, another hour passed. Aoba had completely entered the state of writing. The pen in his hand continued to brush across the book. Under the candlelight, the tip of the pen shone with rays of light. It looked like an elf jumping on paper. In this hour, Kaze kept staring at Aoba and became a little sleepy. At this moment, Kaze shook his head fiercely. Could it be that Aoba discovered something on this skull? That's why he ignored me and didn't answer my question about the promotion? Could it be? Kaze had a flash of inspiration in his mind at this moment, and this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. As this thought appeared, the feeling in his heart became more and more obvious. It can't be. It can't be. Could there really be some secret in this black skull? Thinking of this, Kaze could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart. He glanced at Aoba from the corner of his eye and took advantage of the time when Aoba was not paying attention to walk directly toward the corpse on the iron shelf platform. Soon, he came to the edge of the iron shelf. He stood there. He looked at Aoba again. After making sure that Aoba did not notice him, he slowly stretched out his hands. This time, he discarded all his prejudices. The face behind the mask suddenly became serious. The thumbs of both hands pressed on the temples of this black skull. This was not the end. He placed the remaining 4 fingers on the skull's cheek. He put on a different posture compared to the conventional mind-reading secret technique. This was the key to Kaze being able to enter the Anbu. He was a member of the Yamanaka clan. Other than the most basic ninjutsu, he could not learn any other ninjutsu. Moreover, in the secret techniques of the entire Yamanaka clan, he could only learn the mind-reading secret technique. He did not even know any other secret technique. Although he was called trash like Aoba in the clan, his name was still above Aoba. The most important thing was that he had achieved some mastery in the mind-reading secret technique. For mind-reading secret technique, it was the skill that Kaze was best at. He could very accurately control the chakra to pour into the brain of the other party, find some parts that others could not find, and then read some key information. Such a thing, Kaze had never told anyone about it. In the past, he thought everyone was like this. He was just the most ordinary one among them. There was even a period of time when he was unable to learn even the easier ninjutsu, causing him to doubt himself. He even thought that he was inferior to the others when it came to reading memories. Until one day, Kaze suddenly discovered, not everyone was like this. It turned out that he also had strong points. He could read the memories to the greatest extent under extremely harsh conditions. Let me try. Kaze immediately closed his eyes and began to draw extremely detailed chakra from his 10 fingers. He began to try to find the contents of the skull carefully. Originally, he didn't have any expectations. But when he saw that Aoba was writing non-stop, he couldn't help but think. Could it be that Aoba was not a complete piece of trash but was hiding some other outstanding ability under his weak body? It was precisely because of this, Kaze decided to give it a try. If there really was some important information on this black skull, he couldn't let Aoba enjoy this promotion. Moreover, Kaze thought he was different from Aoba. Just now, when they were forming a team, he had already taken in everyone's actions. Who was the one who was eager to strive for a promotion opportunity? Who had a deeper desire in their eyes? Who was betting on their luck just to try? He looked at every ninja present. He had been trying to get a chance to enter any team. But no team chose him at all. After the last team formed, he had wondered if he should form a team with the remaining one. However, when he saw that the remaining person was Aoba, who was completely salted and didn't go to any team at all, he immediately gave up on this idea. Forming a team with Aoba. It was better to be on a team by himself. There might even be a chance of success. However, all of his fantasies, all of them were broken after seeing the black skull. Boring. This mission was boring. There was no way to be promoted at all. In fact, Kaze cherished this opportunity to be promoted. He wanted to get some help from it. He had a relatively special ability to read minds. He needed a bigger space to display his talent. But after some time, he slowly found that things did not seem to be so desperate. Right now, none of the people who formed the team in the room had obtained any critical information. They had already begun to exchange corpses with each other. You have to know. Each team decided to exchange the corpse after digging deep into the corpse's brain. In that case, now that it had come to the step of exchanging corpses, it meant that there was no more valuable information in those corpses. But Danzo gathered them here. It couldn't be that there was no problem at all. If there weren't anything they wanted to discover, it would be impossible to make such a big fuss. In addition, it was unknown what Aoba was writing over there. After these things were stacked together, Kaze was immediately tempted. He suddenly realized. Was the opportunity coming? He absolutely could not let Aoba take this opportunity away from him. Otherwise, he would be very upset. He also thought that Aoba was very bad and must have discovered something, but he did not say anything. He absolutely could not let Aoba succeed. With such a feeling in his heart, Kaze began to pour his chakra into this black skull bit by bit. He immediately used the mind-reading secret technique. He carefully searched for parts of the skull that might have memories. Gradually, Kaze began to enter a state of exploration. This black skull was empty. The hot flames that erupted from the explosive tags directly evaporated Kumigakure advisor's brain, leaving only a hollowed skull. Even so, Kaze still hadn't given up. Bit by bit, he searched the upper edge of the skull for possible traces. After all, even if the brain was evaporated, maybe there was a trace of neurons left in some place. This way, he could find some of his memory. From there, he could obtain a bit of information. Gradually, Kaze was immersed in the state of reading memories. His forehead began to be covered with fine beads of sweat. The sweat soaked the mask and dripped down the bottom of the mask. At this moment, Kaze's state attracted Aoba, who was writing a book in the corner. Hey! Aoba's gaze fell on Kaze. When he saw that Kaze was trying his best to read Kumigakure advisor's memories, the corner of his mouth behind the mask curled up slightly. It's a little interesting. It seemed that this person could still be used. Aoba had been waiting for this moment. Now it was finally here. He was very sure that the black skull could not provide any memories at all because the brain tissue was completely gone. However, he could lend Kaze a hand. After all, there was still a need for someone to discover some information and provide it to Danzo before the mission here could be completed. Instantly, Aoba's wrist shook. He still maintained the posture of writing, but a black piece of paper floated down from his fingertips. In fact, this was not a colored piece of paper. Instead, it was a piece of paper covered in black seals. This was a special sealing technique that was able to transmit chakra between the two seals to complete a special communication. However, this kind of technique had to be closer. The principle was just like how the voice was transmitted to a certain person's head during the Fourth Ninja World War. It was just that Aoba's seal was a little crude. This black piece of paper did not only have this one sealing technique, but there were also a bunch of useless seals that covered the entire piece of paper. The purpose was very simple. That was to hide the color of this piece of paper. It was so that people would not notice. After the black paper floated out, it immediately began to change shape and turned into a small paper crane. The moment the paper crane took shape, it flew toward the iron shelf in an extremely fast manner and stuck to the bottom of the iron shelf. After that, the paper crane began to adjust its position. It continued to move under the iron frame until it stopped at the edge of the charred skull. At the same time, the paper crane began to break down. It changed back to the appearance of paper again, sticking to the bottom of the iron frame, waiting silently. Time ticked by. Unconsciously, Kaze had been entangled with the skull for more than half an hour. His sweat had soaked his clothes. There was no discovery at all. The skull's head was completely empty, without even the slightest bit of neurons. No matter how profound his mind-reading secret technique was, there was no way to make any breakthroughs on it. Damn it! Kaze cursed in his heart. He had gradually begun to realize that this skull could not provide memories. This opportunity was going to be missed by him. However, at this time, because of the fluctuation in his mood, the chakra on his fingertips also fluctuated. He couldn't help but probe the bottom of the black skull. In a split second, Kaze's mind-reading technique's chakra in the black skull collides with the iron frame's surface, just enough for the paper below to receive it. Such a scene! This made Aoba's eyes brighten. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Suddenly, Aoba raised his hands and pressed them on his temples. He controlled the chakra on his fingertips to completely protect his brain, leaving only a nerve. Then, he communicated with the seal under the iron frame. He drew out Kaze's chakra. In an instant, Kaze's chakra attacked the only nerve he had revealed. Ding dong! The system has detected the invasion of external forces. The automatic protection program has been activated. Part of the host's memory fragments has entered a state of isolation. A crisp electronic prompt immediately sounded in Aoba's mind. At the same time, his brain entered a special state. It could display any memory fragment to the person who reads his memories. That was Kaze, who was about to fall into a state of self-doubt. So it could really be done like this. A hint of excitement appeared on Aoba's face behind the mask. When he saw this sealing technique, he had thought of this kind of operation. However, it was only at the stage of theory. He was not sure if he could really do it. Now, it was a good time to try it out. It was a success based on the system notification. It proved his previous assumption. Then, Aoba suddenly had an even more exciting idea. Could he read other people's memories using reverse operation? For example, putting a piece of paper in someone else's hat. Aoba decided to find an opportunity in the future to try this method, connecting the chakra in the right hand to the paper on the opposite head. If the memory reading can be completed, then there was no need to repeat the action of him raising his hand and slapping a person's head in the future. However, this was something that he would slowly try in the future. As for now, Aoba directly played a wonderful memory fragment of Kumagakure Advisor to Kaze. Of course, this was not the original complete memory. It was the memory that had been edited and processed by Aoba. The purpose was to reveal what he wanted to reveal to Kaze and then use Kaze's mouth to tell Danzo. Chapter 276. At this time, Kaze was in a state of disappointment. After searching, he found that there was no brain in this charred skull. Nothing. It didn't even have a single neuron. There was no place where there was even the slightest fragment of memory. It was not that his ability to read minds was not good, but that there was no way to read this corpse. Thinking of this, Kaze was ready to withdraw his chakra and stop searching for memories. Although he did not find neurons and did not read memories, he was already deeply tired after continuously using chakra for half an hour. But just as he was about to withdraw his chakra, a change suddenly occurred. He felt the existence of a neuron. Kaze's mood suddenly tightened, and a strong sense of joy emerged in his heart. However, this feeling had just appeared, and he still could not believe it was true. Suddenly, Kaze began to exert more chakra. It surged toward the bottom of the skull. From the feeling of chakra, he didn't find anything. It was still that empty skull. But from the feeling, he was very sure that he had detected a little neuron. He did not have the leisure to think about what was going on. One had to know that this opportunity was fleeting. He had to seize any opportunity to read its memories quickly. Kaze immediately used the Yamanaka clan mind-reading secret technique. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He was afraid that if he hesitated a little, this feeling would disappear, and he would not be able to find it again. Obviously, this skull was in an unconventional phase. Maybe after reading it once, there would be no second chance. Along with the increase in chakra in Kaze's hand, this skull violently trembled. At this moment, he saw fragmented memories from its neuron. This person was Kumagaku's advisor, the leader of Kumagaku's envoy group. His main purpose was to come here to have a peace talk with Konoha. Kaze instantly sensed this bit of information. This discovery made every cell in his body feel strong excitement. The opportunity came. The opportunity to be promoted came. After that, the broken picture changed. In Kumagaku's advisor's eyes, there was a sealed scroll. This was a secret mission given to him by the country of Lightning Daimyo. Mission 1, go to Konoha and have a peace talk with them. After completing the peace talk, cooperate with Bray to complete the assassination of the third Hokage. Mission 2, contact Kumagaku Jonin, Gasui. Let Gasui save Harry on the surface, but in fact, kill Harry. This person is too much of a threat to the village. Mission 3. Kaze had just seen the first two missions, and the memory fragments suddenly became blurred, and the contents of the latter could not be seen at all. Then, the last fragment appeared. Kumagaku's advisor looked at the wood that Bray brought over. It was covered with an explosive tag. Then, Bray said something to Kumagaku's advisor. It was vague. One could vaguely hear the words Konoha, Third Hokage, Seal, and so on. In an instant, the memory fragments stopped abruptly. The entire scene disappeared. Phew! Kaze suddenly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He tried to calm his mood as much as possible. Then, he controlled his chakra again and sent it to the neurons. Hey! Behind the mask, Kaze frowned slightly. He felt a very strange feeling. There was nothing. The neurons were gone. It was as if they were utterly destroyed after encountering his chakra. There was no more reaction. No. Not enough. It's not enough at all. Kaze suddenly felt anxious in his heart. He seemed to have gone crazy and crazily poured chakra into this charred skull, trying to find other neurons as much as possible. However, this was simply a brainless skull. It was impossible to read any more memories. Or, without Aoba's help, Kaze would not even be able to grasp this bit of memory. In the room, the Yamanaka clan ninjas gradually put down their task of reading memories. Their faces began to calm down. Unlike Aoba and Kaze, they had taken off their masks to facilitate communication. Almost everyone experienced the same emotional ups and downs. From the excitement at the beginning, they gradually became confused and anxious, then finally became calm. Most of them had already resigned themselves to their fate. Looks like the blessing of fate this time was not on them. They had already searched for memories to the extreme, but there was no luck. None of these corpses seemed to have important memories. Even if some corpses were exchanged, they already know it. These corpses were all Kumigakure ninjas. They were not members of the envoy group at all. According to their memories, they had a rough idea of what had happened before they came to Konoha. However, there was not much substantial information. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Just at this time, they saw Kaze crazily injecting chakra into the skull. Each of them had a very wonderful expression on their face. Another crazy one. They could not help but shake their heads. They were all people who had chosen corpses in turn. From the first team to the last team, everyone had experienced the process of picking corpses. Everyone had seen this skull. There was no brain in this skull. It was impossible to get memories. It was completely placed here to fill in the numbers. When they were picking the corpses, they had already discovered the problem with this skull. It was precisely because of this. No one had chosen this corpse just now. When everyone saw Kaze's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. To use a mind-reading secret technique on a brainless corpse, this Kaze is really interesting. Is he still thinking of finding any information? Don't joke around, there is no information at all. This place is full of Kumigakure ninjas. Their experiences are almost the same, there is nothing. That's right. They were all killed by explosive tags. The broken limbs may not even belong to the same person. They discussed among themselves. They had been reading memories for a long time, and everyone was tired. Now, they had gradually accepted reality. They knew that they could not get any important information, so they simply stopped struggling. Silence. Akira, who was overseeing the place, saw the state of everyone and roughly understood what it meant. He was also a member of the Yamanaka clan. What he usually did at root was to read memories. Now that he saw the other clansmen in such a loose state, they no longer had the excitement they had when they first came here. It was obvious that they had already suffered a setback. This meant that there was no useful information among these corpses. Even if it were a cake. It was just an empty cake. You can't eat it at all. As a sensor ninja at root, it was normal for Akira not to be able to get effective information after the memory reading. As soon as Akira said this, the scene fell into silence again. At this time, everyone knew that they could not seize this opportunity to be promoted. But they were not uncomfortable. After all, they could not grasp it, and others could not. Everyone was still the same. This way, there would be no problem. As long as everyone does not get this opportunity for promotion and everyone maintains a rare consistency, they can all achieve spiritual comfort. Do you all still want to continue completing the mission? Akira's gaze swept over everyone, and his eyes flickered with a questioning light. He wanted to know the true thoughts of these clansmen and determine if it were time to look for Danzo. As soon as these words came out, complete silence. No one chose to answer Akira's question. After all, no one had any way to obtain any useful information. Even if they continued to stay in this place, it was completely useless. It was better to give up on the mission and leave. But these kinds of words, no one dared to say it. After all, it was a mission issued by Danzo. I understand. When Akira saw everyone's attitude, he already understood what they meant. Then, he looked at Yamanaka Midori, who was beside him. Inform Danzo-sama. Akira nodded at Midori. Yes. Midori immediately responded. He turned around and walked toward the stone door, and disappeared. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. They knew that no one had read any effective information. Logically speaking, they would not receive any punishment. However, the person who issued was Shimura Danzo. This made their hearts filled with fear. Gradually, time slowly passed. In this state, these ninjas were all in a relatively nervous state. No one dared to make a sound. They silently waited for Danzo to arrive. Every second passed. It was like a year had passed. Even though they didn't know how long they had been waiting, they felt that a very, very long time had passed. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the stone door. Everyone was extremely nervous. Rumble. At this moment, the stone door was opened. A man wearing a dark green robe with a bandage on his head walked in. It was the boss of Root, Shimura Danzo. Everyone's heart was in a nervous state. No one dared to speak, not even daring to look up at Danzo's eyes. There was only one thing they were thinking about now, and that was to finish this mission quickly and return safely. At this moment, their mood was completely different from when they first came in. At that time, they were in high spirits and wanted to go all out. Now they just felt physically and mentally exhausted and wanted to escape this place quickly. How is the mission going? After Danzo entered the room, his gaze swept over the bodies of the Yamanaka clan's ninjas. His tone was indifferent, and there was no emotion in it, but it made people feel pressured. Suddenly, the room became even quieter. This kind of extremely quiet state allowed everyone to hear their own heartbeat. No one dared to speak, because they did not have any valuable information. As for the experiences of Kumigakure ninjas, they were attacked by Kirigakure ninjas and were killed by explosive tags explosions at Konohagakure's main entrance. This kind of information, it was definitely not something that could be revealed. They knew with their toes that Danzo definitely knew all of this. When Danzo first issued the mission, they already knew that the goal of this mission was to dig deep into the memories of these people. Didn't you find anything? Danzo felt the state of these people and immediately had a rough guess in his heart. It could be seen very clearly through their expressions. Everyone lowered their heads. If there were any discoveries, it was likely that they would immediately report to him the moment he entered. It doesn't matter. This is the mission. It's good that you did your best. Danzo did not blame them, nor did he say any harsh words. He could see that the ninjas here had already gone all out. These people now, they were like warriors who bravely rushed into the battlefield. Even if the battle failed. But it should not all be their responsibility. During this period of time, Danzo would communicate with Harry if he had little time. Harry, who has cursed tongue eradication seal implanted, had already become a member of Root. Because his body was paralyzed and he could not move, he no longer had any ambitions. He completely became Danzo's advisor and helped Danzo plan. Harry only had one final request. That was to find the person who had harmed him. And to use Konohagakure's power to get rid of the person who had harmed him. Danzo shook his head. It seemed that this group of people did not know anything. There was nothing in their memories. After such a deep digging, they did not find anything. Then they definitely did not know anything. Then, let the mission end. Danzo let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. From the beginning, he only had the attitude of trying. He wanted to see if he could find some clues through this method. Compared to Danzo, these Yamanaka clan ninjas were even more disappointed. They all felt that they had lost a precious opportunity to be promoted. At this moment, Kaze, who was standing next to the iron shelf where the charred skull was located, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. Not long ago, he clearly felt that these Yamanaka ninjas in the room were looking at him with disdain and ridicule. They even started to mock him without any disguise. The reason for the mockery? Because he poured a large amount of chakra into this charred skull. In the eyes of those people, it was impossible for him to get memories from this charred skull. Indeed, he had not been able to find any more traces after using a large amount of chakra. But he had previously read a few pieces of memories. Although he did not know that those memories were something that Aoba wanted to show him, he clearly knew that he had gotten something. As Danzo walked into the room, he understood that his opportunity had come. However, he did not stand out from the beginning. Instead, he waited here. He needed an excellent opportunity to show off his talents that no one appreciated. He saw the anticipation in Danzo's left eye that was exposed outside. As everyone fell silent, it gradually turned into helplessness. Finally, there was a faint sense of disappointment. Sure enough, none of these people had discovered anything. Kaze felt that his gamble had succeeded. The moment he was waiting for had arrived. Now was the best moment. Everyone present did not have any information. Even Danzo was about to leave in disappointment. Only he could bring out crucial information. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Kaze immediately realized he had overlooked someone. Instantly, he quickly looked at Aoba, who was in the corner from the corner of his eye. He saw that Aoba had already stood up. His dark eyes were staring at Danzo, and his eyes were shining with pride. That's right. It was pride. It was as if something very satisfying had happened. This was completely different from the depression of the others. Did he discover something? Kaze suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He understood that the current competition could only be between the two of them. Then he had to take a step forward and seize the initiative. Whoever speaks first will be the first to reap the best opportunity to suppress Danzo's emotions. This way, he could win the attention of more people and become the focus of the entire room. Of course, Kaze had no idea. Aoba did not want to be the center of attention at all. It was precisely because Aoba did not want to be the center of attention that he pushed him out to be at the center of attention. Danzo-sama. At this moment, Kaze immediately raised his right hand and shouted at Danzo. As he spoke, his left hand grabbed at the mask and directly took it off, revealing an extremely delicate face. Swish! All of a sudden, everyone's eyes focused on Kaze. Everyone was attracted by Kaze's words, and their eyes were full of confusion as they looked at Kaze. What is this kid trying to do? A big question mark popped up in everyone's heads. None of them thought that Kaze would be able to get some key information. After all, Kaze had only obtained a charred skull. Have you found anything? Danzo looked over, and his gaze stopped on Kaze's face. He instantly learned of Kaze's information through his face. This was not to say that Danzo had some special ability. Rather, as the boss of Root, Danzo had some understanding of the intelligence of every ninja in the village. Who is what? He knew better than anyone else. After all, he had to be responsible for Konohagakure's safety. He had to bear the darkness of Konoha. To stifle a possible crisis in the cradle, he must not threaten the status of him and the third Hokage. Yamanaka Kaze. Other than some extremely simple ninjutsu, he could not learn any other techniques. As a ninja of the Yamanaka clan, he only knew the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Besides that, he could not learn any of the other secret techniques. For the Yamanaka clan, he could be considered half a piece of trash. It wasn't of much use. Could it be? Did such a person discover any information? Danzo's left eye, which was exposed to the outside, stared closely at Kaze. Hope once again appeared in the depths of his eyes. The change in Danzo's eyes. It fell into the eyes of the ninjas present. Immediately, the corners of their mouths began to rise, and they couldn't help but reveal mocking expressions. This Kaze was simply a retard. This was the most direct thought of everyone. This mission had already failed. Everyone had failed. Then he might as well just admit it. Danzo-sama had already given up on pursuing this matter, but you had to jump out on your own. Now, it had already attracted Danzo-sama's anticipation. If he could not satisfy Danzo-sama, then it won't end so well. At this moment, Kaze felt everyone's gaze. This made him fully feel the gaze he had never felt before. This feeling made him intoxicated. This made his entire body surged with electricity, making him feel especially excited. That's right. Kaze immediately nodded. His voice was very loud and clear, and it could clearly echo throughout the entire room, allowing every ninja present to hear it clearly. Danzo-sama. Kaze stared at Danzo. His slightly immature face was filled with determination, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented confidence. I found an important piece of information. Kaze immediately shouted. Oh! As Kaze said this, all the Yamanaka clan's ninjas present were stunned. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Wasn't this an exaggeration? That's not true, right? With that charred skull. Everyone was all dumbfounded. But none of them spoke. After all, Danzo was here. No one dared to do anything sarcastic in front of Danzo. Did you really find something? Danzo's eyes, which were exposed to the outside, suddenly lit up. Even he felt a sense of reversal. Originally, he no longer had any expectations. Now, after hearing Kaze's words, his expectation was instantly filled. That's right. Kaze directly picked up the charred skull on the iron shelf in front of him. Under the gaze of countless people, he raised his hand and pointed at the skull. The entire action looked extremely confident. It did not seem like he was lying at all. Instead, he was really confident. This is the corpse that I read. Kaze's voice slowly sounded. His tone was sonorous and forceful, as if he was venting the dissatisfaction that he had been looked down upon for so many years. No one dared to choose this corpse because he was in the center of the explosion when he was alive. It could be said that he was swallowed by the flames in an instant. His brain was completely melted and then evaporated by the high temperature, leaving only a skull. Kaze did not directly say his results but first laid down how harsh its conditions were. Since the opportunity was so difficult, he had to grasp it firmly. Suddenly, Danzo's eyes lit up. He saw the skull in Kaze's hand. His heart was filled with anticipation. No one knew better than him who this skull was. After all, he was there at the time. Moreover, he sent people to collect the corpses. This was the leader of Kumagakura's envoy group, that Kumagakura advisor. It was just that. Just as Kaze had said. The skull's brain had been completely melted and then evaporated, and there was no way to read its memories. Even Akira couldn't do anything about it. However, he still placed the skull here. He hoped that someone would be able to pry out Kumagakura advisor's memories. He was very clear. The memories inside were the most important among these people. Kaze, can you read the memory of this skull? Danzo immediately asked Kaze. I did it. Kaze nodded firmly. When he heard Danzo directly call out his name, a warm feeling immediately surged in his heart. It should be known that not many of his Anbu colleagues knew his name, and they did not even look him in the eye. The dignified Danzo-sama actually directly called out his name. This made him feel like he was being valued. Immediately, the feeling of a scholar dying for a confidant arose. I found a neuron that still had memories in this skull. That neuron was instantly destroyed, but before the neuron was destroyed, I read several important memory fragments. Kaze immediately said loudly. He said this because he wanted to get everyone's approval. This was also what he always wanted. Oh! This time, including Akira. All of the Yamanaka clan's ninjas present were puzzled. Kaze, you can't be making up a false memory, right? How can a person who has been burnt to such a state have neurons in his head? Yes. You are making it up, right? According to what you said, you are the only one who can read it. Others can't read it. There is no way to prove that what you said is true. You don't have to lie to Danzo-sama for the promotion, do you? Voices of doubt sounded in the room. These Yamanaka clan ninjas had no time to care whether Danzo was here or not. They were not bickering. Instead, they were making a judgment based on their knowledge of reading memories. This skull did not even have skin. It was impossible for it to have a single neuron left. It just so happened that there were also memories inside. How could there be such a coincidence? After hearing what everyone said, Danzo's face started to turn ugly. Kaze, I hope you can tell the truth. If you can't read the memory, don't make it up. This is the basic quality of a ninja. Danzo said in a low voice, and there was a hint of disapproval in his tone. I didn't make up the memory and didn't lie. I really read it. Kaze's voice raised a few decibels again, and his tender face showed some anxiety. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene that was questioned by so many people. He had no experience and was a little flustered. I have been different from a normal person since I was young. I can't learn complicated ninjutsu. I can't even learn the complicated secret technique of my clan. But I also have my own strong points. Kaze's mood instantly reached its highest point. He had been waiting for this opportunity to vent his suppressed emotions. I can read more and more detailed memories. In the field of the mind-reading secret technique, even the senior of the clan may not be my match. This is my confidence. At this point, Kaze raised the charred skull in his hands and said something that shocked everyone. According to the memories I read, this person is the leader of Kumagakure's envoy group, and he is also the Kumagakure advisor. Chapter 277. Everyone was shocked by what Kaze said. Everyone present was from the Yamanaka clan. Although they did not find any key clues, they all read the memories of the corpses here. In everyone's mind, there was at least a memory of that person. They also knew. The most important person among them was that Kumagakure advisor. Only. None of them knew where Kumagakure advisor was. They even wondered if the Kumagakure advisor was among these corpses. However, the Kaze that they thought was unremarkable now. He actually directly stood out and said that the skull they completely ignored was the Kumagakure advisor's skull. They could not accept such a thing. They originally thought that Kaze was lying, but now this feeling became even more obvious. Please. Can you tell a more reliable lie? How could this skull be the Kumagakure advisor? It's not good for you to trick Danzo-sama like this. Crazy. Kaze has gone crazy. How could this be the Kumagakure advisor? The Yamanaka ninjas at the scene began to discuss. They did not believe Kaze's words at all. They all saw the Kumagakure advisor in the memories of these Kumagakure ninjas, but they did not think that the skull was the Kumagakure advisor. The sound of the discussion gradually became more and more. It made the originally quiet environment become slightly noisy. Silence. Danzo's low voice rang out and instantly echoed in this room, directly making the ninjas who had felt anger because of Kaze's words all wither. Almost in an instant, the room returned to silence. After all, this was Danzo's place. Just now, because they heard Kaze's extremely funny words, they couldn't hold themselves back and formed the situation just now. After the room quieted down, Danzo's left eye that was exposed outside stared at Kaze, who was holding a skull beside the iron shelf. Kaze, I will give you one last chance. If you are lying, I won't blame you. But if you insist that what you said is true, you know what consequences you have to bear. Danzo said coldly. From his words, it seemed that he did not believe Kaze's words. Such a scene. It completely fell into Aoba's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. With just a few words from Danzo, he had firmly grasped Kaze. Just now, Aoba keenly caught the hidden anticipation that suddenly burst out from the depths of Danzo's eyes. It was definitely not a coincidence that this skull was placed in the corner here. This was the matter that Danzo had designed. No one knew better than Danzo what the identity of this skull was. Danzo was just provoking Kaze. As soon as Danzo said this, every Yamanaka clan ninja looked at Kaze with a playful expression. They all felt that Kaze was using a lie to attract Danzo attention. Not only that, these people also had a special mentality. The reward for this mission was too heavy. So much so that every one of them wanted it. But if none of them have the ability to receive this reward, it is not unacceptable. No one received it. This way, everyone will feel comforted. And when suddenly someone goes out and grabs it, that person will become the public enemy of everyone. Now, Kaze was the public enemy of these people. They were not only laughing at Kaze, but they also did not want to see Kaze succeed in stepping on them. This was a very serious thing for them. I'm sure. Kaze nodded heavily, but when he saw the look in Danzo's eyes, he was still a little scared. Suddenly, he thought of Aoba next to him. According to the feeling when Aoba had been writing in his book, he must have found something. At this time, he couldn't be bothered to compete with Aoba anymore. After all, both of them were considered a team because they have the same corpse. According to the three-man team that Danzo had requested, there should be quite a few places in the promotion. In just an instant, Kaze thought of this. According to his inherent knowledge, he felt that Aoba must have noticed the Kumigakure advisor's memory. Now, Aoba did not speak. It was just waiting for him to speak first. This way, he could make a preemptive strike. He could not give him this chance. Now, he had to drag him into the water. Only then would he be able to take the initiative. Danzo-sama, I'm not the only one who found Kumigakure advisor's memories. Aoba also found Kumigakure advisor's memories. Kaze used his right hand to hold the skull, so he used his left hand to point Aoba in the corner. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Everyone's mentality began to change. Some of them still thought that Kaze was making up these things, but now he just pulled another person in. The key was that the person who was pulled in was not very convincing. Yamanaka Aoba. This person was even more useless than Kaze. Many of the people present had seen Aoba read memories before. It could be said that he did not do anything for a long time after he finished. Of course, there were some people whose eyes slightly changed. They faintly felt that Kaze might not be misspoken. After all, Kaze's tone was so certain. If only one person finds out, there may be a suspicion of lying, but if two people find out, then the possibility that this is true is even greater. In addition, some of them had seen with their own eyes that the Kumigakure advisor had been swallowed by the flames and died in the sea of flames with Kumigakure's ninjas. For a moment, everyone's minds began to change. However, there was one similarity. Including Shimura Danzo, everyone's eyes were focused on Aoba. This made Aoba, who had been hiding in the dark, suddenly become the focus of attention. Ah! Aoba opened his eyes wide. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a stupefied expression. He had completely displayed that silly feeling to the extreme. There was no way. He never thought of it. He originally wanted to give Kaze a chance. However, he was thrown onto him by the other party. In terms of the ability to play dumb, now, he could be said to have reached perfection. What do I know? Aoba seemed to have just woken up from sleep. He looked at Kaze in a daze, and when he felt the gazes of the crowd, he clearly showed an uncomfortable feeling. All the details of Aoba's eyes and movements were seen by everyone, including Danzo. This scene made every Yamanaka ninja feel very good. That's right. This was Aoba. It was impossible to read any memories. Forget about giving him a skull, even if you gave him a complete corpse, he would still be unable to hold on. Act. Continue acting. At this time, what Aoba was performing was actually treated as the most real reaction, and what Kaze said was treated as acting. Aoba, have you found any memories? Danzo's gaze fell on Aoba. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. His originally expectant mood suddenly became a little hesitant. These two people could be called the most useless people in the Yamanaka clan. Now you were telling him that these two people had read some memories from this skull? Danzo was originally willing to believe in Kaze, but Kaze's actions just now made his heart filled with confusion. What memory? Aoba's eyes were filled with confusion. It felt as if the topic suddenly shifted to him for no reason and was a little dumbfounded. What exactly do you mean? Danzo's tone suddenly became fierce. He glared at Aoba and wanted to make Aoba reveal his true form through the sudden fierce tone. Just as Aoba was speaking just now, he had a faint feeling that Aoba was hiding something. There was a feeling that he did not dare to tell the truth. Danzo believed in his own feelings. He had always been very sure about this. As long as he suspects, he will either collect evidence and be killed by him, or he will still kill him without evidence. Ah! Aoba was stunned once again. He looked flustered on the surface, but his heart was extremely calm, and he even wanted to laugh. Interesting, interesting. This Kaze had even created a small interlude here. He suddenly felt that his experience in this room was not so dull, but now was not the time for him to be exposed in front of Danzo. At this moment, Aoba seemed to have reacted. Suddenly, he looked at Kaze, who was not far away. His eyes were still full of confusion, but more of it revealed strong anger and dissatisfaction. Kaze, what do you mean? We are not on the same team. If you find anything, just tell Danzo-sama. Why did you bring me out? I don't know anything. Aoba's dissatisfied voice echoed in the room and clearly reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, it resonated with many people at the scene. That's right. In their opinion, Kaze was just making up a story. If you want to make up a story, then make it up. You even dragged others into it. This is a bit too much. All of a sudden, the Yamanaka ninjas began to lean toward Aoba. They already understood. Aoba did not even team up with Kaze. Instead, he was splashed with a basin of dirty water by Kaze. If this matter were not handled properly, he would probably be punished by Danzo. This was truly an undeserved calamity. Thinking of this, everyone began to feel sorry for Aoba. No one had chosen him as a teammate in the first place, and he could not find anything in the skull. It could be said that the person who had given up on this mission, was dragged out by Kaze to whip the corpse. Such a scene. Even Akira, who was in charge of this place, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He couldn't help but take a step forward. Kaze, if you find anything, report it to Danzo-sama quickly. Don't involve others. Akira said coldly. After he finished speaking, he walked to Danzo's side and explained to him in a low voice. The two of them were the last to be left out. Each of them is on their own. They are not teammates of the same team, Akira explained to Danzo. After hearing Akira's words, Danzo's eyes were still focused on Aoba, but they did not look as sharp as before. Aoba, didn't you find anything? Danzo asked in a low voice. He stared at Aoba. He always felt that Aoba was hiding something. This feeling was very strong. It was not entirely because Kaze pointed out Aoba. Danzo-sama, you think too highly of me. This charred skull doesn't even have a brain in it. How can I read its memory? Aoba spread his hands helplessly. Then, he looked in the direction of Kaze and said, since Kaze is so powerful that he can read memories from a skull without a brain, but I don't have that ability. When Aoba said this, everyone nodded. Even Akira and the rest of the root ninjas felt that it was true. Anyone was from the Yamanaka clan. They all knew the rules of using the mind-reading secret technique. The premise of reading the memory was that the person had to have a brain structure. Even if the brain was slightly damaged, it was very difficult to read the memory, let alone without a brain. The Yamanaka clan ninjas who formed a team at the scene also nodded repeatedly. Every one of them had seen this skull, and almost all of them felt that it was impossible to get some memory. When Kaze stood up and said those words just now, their hearts were filled with disbelief. Now, Aoba's words directly hit the nail on the head. Indeed. It is indeed like this. People without brains have no way to read memories. Kaze, if you have something to say, just say it. What do you mean by pulling Aoba? I also find it very strange. You are not from the same team. How do you know if Aoba obtained some memory? Can't you make it up something else? There is no need to do this. The Yamanaka clan ninjas all stood on Aoba's side and spoke. Actually, strictly speaking. It could be considered as standing on Aoba's side. Because Kaze said that he had discovered information and wanted to change his fate through this promotion method, it caused everyone to be hostile, so no one wanted to see him like this. At this time, Danzo looked at Aoba deeply. He still felt that Aoba was hiding something from him. It seemed weird, but he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what Aoba said. At this point in time, the person with the problem was obviously Kaze. After that, Danzo shifted his gaze to Kaze. Kaze, you said that Aoba also found memories. Is there any basis? I asked Aoba just now, but he said that he did not know anything. It is not a good thing for you to accuse others like this. Danzo's face became ugly. He was not angry. Instead, it was an act for Kaze to see. Danzo could tell that the reason why Kaze was acting like this was that he lacked experience and confidence. He only had to question him, and Kaze had already thrown Aoba out. Since there was no reason for him to make a breakthrough on Aoba, then he would put this doubt on Kaze. Because of this, Danzo questioned Kaze again and added an angry expression. He wanted Kaze to tell him the reason why he threw out Aoba. If there was a basis. It just so happened that he has some suspicion on Aoba. But if there is no basis, then Kaze was lying to him. No matter how he answers, one of these two people will be exposed. This was Danzo's ability. All of a sudden, countless eyes were focused on Kaze, but their eyes were no longer filled with doubt. Instead, they were filled with intense mockery and ridicule. If Aoba and Kaze were in the same team, and the two of them had discussed acting together, then perhaps this matter would still go on for a while. Bring out the people who were not on the same team. Wasn't this a joke? You were not a roundworm in their stomach. How can you know whether they got some memories or not? Moreover, the person who dared to say that he could read memories from that brainless skull. I'm afraid that it's only you, Kaze. Danzo-sama, this is the case. I am not guessing Aoba for no reason. Although the two of us are not on the same team, we are responsible for reading the memories of this skull. Kaze quickly explained. Now he realized that he had said the wrong thing. That moment of uncertainty had made him pull Aoba out. At this moment, he had to solve this matter. Otherwise, he would have no chance to tell what the intelligence he had obtained was. When Kaze said this, everyone's curiosity was once again aroused. Under the gazes of everyone, Kaze continued. At first, I also felt that I could not read the memories, but I saw what Aoba wrote in his book. Then, I thought of how he had just used a mind-reading secret technique on the skull not long ago. I guessed that he had read the memory of the skull and recorded it in the book. As Kaze said this, everyone took a deep breath. This was not a simple matter. If Aoba could also read the memories, then the road of promotion for these two could be said to be solid. For a moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. After Aoba wrote down the memory, I tried to read the memory of the skull again. Then I found that there was a little bit of neuron in the skull. I then read the memory fragments and obtained some important information. Kaze's voice sounded again. This content could already be called decisive evidence. Just after he finished speaking, he raised his hand again and pointed at Aoba. His tender face was filled with determination. Now, he was willing to give up everything for the promotion. Even if he had no choice but to bring Aoba to be promoted, he would not hesitate. No matter what. He had to seize this opportunity. Just as he said this, everyone's eyes followed the direction of his finger and focused on Aoba. As long as Aoba takes out the book that records the memory and then tells the memory fragments that he has read, the content that he would say is not much different from what he wrote. Doesn't this prove that I am not lying? Kaze took a long detour and finally wanted to point out this matter. He had to make Danzo believe that he was telling the truth. Therefore, he had no choice but to drag Aoba down with him. I have no communication with Aoba in this area. Everyone has seen this. Moreover, there is important information in the memory fragments that I have read. There is no need for me to make up this kind of information. Kaze's mouth was still dealing damage, constantly throwing out arguments that he felt were logical and correct. In fact, these were not entirely tenable. But whether it was Danzo or some of the Yamanaka ninja, they all faintly believed Kaze's words. Things had come to this point, and he was still so persistent. Either there was something wrong with his brain, and want to die, or they might have really discovered some important information. But what everyone didn't understand was, Kaze, why didn't you just say it when Danzo-sama came in? But they didn't know what Kaze had thought about before Danzo came. From childhood to adulthood, Kaze lacked attention. He longed for everyone's attention. He hoped to become the focus of the audience. He wanted to wait until no one had found any information before saying that he had found some information. He wanted to wait until everyone suspected that he was lying and then tell the truth of the matter and slap these people in the face. After Kaze said that, everyone's eyes fell on Aoba again. Danzo's left eye, which was exposed outside, stared at the cat face mask that Aoba was still wearing. His eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Aoba, take out the book that you recorded the memory. Since you have found information, you should report it truthfully. Hiding it is not normal professional conduct of a censor ninja. Danzo said in a deep voice. There was an unquestionable dignity in his tone. It was obvious that he felt that Aoba was deliberately hiding these things. It just happened that he felt that something was wrong with Aoba just now. All the Yamanaka clan ninjas were holding their breath. Everyone looked at Aoba with strange eyes. Could it be that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this room? The two people that the Yamanaka clan thought were useless, could it be that they suddenly jumped up? This sudden change made everyone feel a little unprepared. Ah! Aoba was stunned for a moment. In fact, he was not only acting but also surprised in his heart. However, he showed this feeling a little more exaggerated. Even he himself did not expect this to be the reason. That book. Was he really going to take it out? Aoba pursed his lips behind the mask. Every cell in his body was filled with rejection. That. Aoba's hesitant appearance aroused the suspicion of everyone. If he had taken it out from the beginning, perhaps everyone would think that there was nothing in this book. With that action, they felt that what Kaze said might be true. Take out your book and let me have a look. Danzo ordered again. He raised his left hand and made a gesture of asking for the book. This, it's not good, it's not suitable. Aoba said helplessly. He was no longer pretending. It was the most real expression. The last person he did not want to give this book to was Danzo. Not only because it contains the story of Teacher Bai but also because of social death. More importantly, the signature on the title page of this book was Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 278. Hey! Danzo's face, expressionless for tens of thousands of years, suddenly frowned. He looked at Aoba even more fiercely. Now he was even more certain. There was something wrong with this Aoba. It was very likely that the memory that Aoba discovered. Perhaps. It was a very important memory. It was just that Aoba had no intention of telling him. Could it be that Hiruzen's previous screening of spies did not find Aoba? Danzo merely glanced at Aoba, and many things came to his mind. He had already identified Aoba as a very dangerous existence. Aoba, I order you to take off your mask and hand over the book. Danzo's voice became even more serious, as if Aoba didn't listen, he would attack Aoba. This tone instantly made the ninja present more serious. On the other side, Izumi and Shinichi looked at each other. The two of them could see the meaning in each other's eyes. They had cooperated with Aoba last time. They understood Aoba's character. It was a typical example of not wanting to appear. They were not surprised if Aoba found something and did not say it. That was what Aoba could do. It was too normal of him. When the two of them formed a team with Aoba to do the mission last time, they had found a little information, but there was no follow-up discovery, so they could only put it away and did not report it. These two people more or less understood Aoba's character, which made them understand that if Aoba found some important information, he did not say it because of his personality problem. Except for these two people. The Yamanaka clan ninja present all looked at Aoba. No one dared to say anything easily. If that memory was recorded in the book. Perhaps. This Kaze was right. In a moment. Everyone's expression when they look at Aoba changes. All right. Aoba felt Danzo's determined gaze and understood that the other party might attack him if he did not follow Danzo's instructions. Now was not the time to lay his cards on the table with Danzo. There was no other way. He could only bite the bullet and go. After Aoba responded, he helplessly took off the cat face mask on his face, revealing his appearance. They then could see a strange expression on his face. Then, he put his hand into his ninja pouch and took out a red book. At this time, almost all the eyes in the room were focused on Aoba. Even if the candlelight here was weak, they could see the cover of the red book. This. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The cover made them speechless, which was really, young and energetic. Even the book used to record memories was like this. When Danzo's left eye, which was exposed to the outside, saw the front and back of the book in Aoba's hand. His eyelids twitched violently. He felt his blood move. Phew! Aoba sighed a long sigh of relief and helplessly handed the book to Danzo. The content of the book was completely unimportant. What he was most worried about was the signature on the book. Fugaku personally wrote this signature. This meant that he had a relationship with Fugaku. As a result, Danzo would treat him as someone from the Uchiha clan. It was too dangerous. Danzo might target him in the future, but there was nothing he could do. If he did not take it out, he would be targeted now. Is this the book you recorded memory? Danzo's expression changed slightly. It became a little strange. He poured all the inexplicable feelings in his heart into this book. He suddenly understood why Aoba was a little strange. It was because of this book. This is not a book to record memories. Aoba felt that his face was a little red. He was born with thin skin and could not stand such a scene. He immediately felt extremely embarrassed. It's this book. Kaze, who was standing beside him, suddenly said loudly. He was confident that he had not seen wrongly. At that time, Aoba had written something in this book. For him to be able to be promoted smoothly, he had already given it his all. Following Kaze's words, everyone's eyes were focused on the red book. Their eyes were solemn. This book also decided their fate. If Kaze got promoted smoothly, they would look at Kaze's face in the future. This book. After Danzo took the red book from Aoba, he took it and looked at it. His eyes fell on the cover. This cover was the front of Fierce Beauty, which seems to give people a feeling of breathing difficulties. especially the deep gully that caught people's eyes. It was enough to arouse people's endless imagination. Danzo lived in the dark underground all day long and became the root of Konoha. He dedicated his life to Konohagakure, and his mind was full of how to eliminate the existence that could threaten him in Konohagakure. He had even forgotten how long he had not seen such a book. This made the throbbing he had been hiding in the depths of his heart for several decades suddenly beat like a renewed heart. This force was a bit strong. Danzo hurriedly flipped the book over, not daring to continue looking straight at it. But after flipping it, it was even more exciting than the other one. Danzo only flipped the book over, but it looks like he flipped the fierce beauty on the cover. The scenery behind her. It was even more exciting. Pfft! Danzo's body shook slightly. He felt that his nose was moving a little. Like a dead tree that had not changed all year round, his body began to rise in temperature. This book of yours? Danzo shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to look at it anymore. He immediately opened the book. From the degree of wear of the paper, he could tell that this book was often used. It might be opened several times a day. There was no need to look through it deliberately. He just flipped it gently. He turned to the last page recorded in the book. This happens to be a whole chapter. Well, there was no problem with that. The chapter was complete. But the story was not complete. It just happened to stop at a perfect point, making it difficult for people to control themselves. After summarizing the experience of modern society, Aoba came to the ninja world to write stories and became a cliffhanger dog. This. Danzo suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at the words on the paper, and his breathing became rapid. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with this book. Why did these words form with such magical power, as if they could appear before him? Suddenly, Danzo flipped to the front page. After finding the entry point of a plot, he looked down at the latest page. At this time, Danzo felt that he had been dragged into the ninja school. He became the headmaster of the ninja school. He was instantly immersed in the plot. All of a sudden, everyone at the scene saw Danzo's shocking appearance. No one dared to make a sound. They were all afraid of disturbing Danzo. Only, everyone's mood fell to the bottom at this moment. They all realized that there was information in Aoba's book. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Danzo to look at it with such relish. The crowd did not know how to accommodate their feelings. They were completely dumbfounded. It was very uncomfortable for them to reverse the situation. Kaze looked at Danzo's immersed posture. He felt that the content that Danzo saw was the memory he read. He could not help but smile, and his face showed a proud look. If not for the fact that Danzo was still immersed in that state. He wanted to laugh out loud. He won. He succeeded. Everything would be different in the future. Under everyone's gaze, Danzo looked at the latest page of the book seriously. Then, he said nothing. He immediately turned back to the first page of the book. Suddenly, he saw the words Uchiha Fugaku on the title page. His heart skipped a beat. But he didn't care too much about it. He immediately turned to the next page. He saw the first chapter of the Teacher Bai of Ninja School. He immediately began to read from the first chapter. He also knew that it was not the time to read these things. Maybe Kaze had some key clues. But, he just couldn't control himself. He didn't want to stop just like this. We can talk about the clues later. But if he returned this book to Aoba, then it might be very difficult for him to see the book's contents in his life. Gradually, time ticked by. Danzo looked at it for more than half an hour. Until he saw the latest page in the red book. No one dared to disturb Danzo during the whole process. However, everyone began to believe more that some important secret was recorded in Aoba's book. Otherwise, it would not have been able to make Danzo stare at it for so long. This kind of thing was simply impossible to happen in the past. Phew! After reading it, Danzo let out a long sigh of relief. When he read the book's contents, he felt the long-lost youth again. Danzo originally wanted to hand the book directly to Aoba, but he suddenly discovered that there was something strange about his body. There seemed to be a small tent on his dark green robe. Fortunately, this place was relatively dark. He turned his back to the crowd. No one had discovered it. Except Aoba, who was not far in front of him. Danzo held the book in his hand and slightly bent his body to hide his embarrassment. Then, he turned his left eye to look at Kaze. Kaze, I will give you one last chance. Have you thought it through? Have you read the memory? Danzo asked coldly. Although the content of this book had given him an unexpected harvest, it was not what he wanted. I'm sure. At this time, Kaze did not hesitate at all. His eyes were determined, and his face was full of excitement. He seemed confident of victory as if he had already been promoted. Come with me for a moment. Danzo did not return the book in his hand to Aoba. Instead, he took the book and walked toward the stone door. At this time, after his words just now and the loss of the excitement of Teacher Bai's plot, Danzo had returned to his normal state. He strode out of the room, leaving everyone with a mysterious back view. Yes. Kaze immediately responded. He quickly followed. Every cell in his body was filled with pride. Instantly, the two of them left the room one after another. The stone door closed. It sealed the room again. Whoosh! The moment the stone door closed, it felt like the class teacher in the classroom had left. In an instant, the previously quiet environment became noisy. The Yamanaka clan ninjas could not help but discuss among themselves. The topics they talked about were all related to Aoba. Could Aoba and Kaze be the big hidden shots? It can't be. Can they read the memories of that skull? This is too scary. Guess how many things are recorded in Aoba's book? The Yamanaka clan ninjas all began to discuss. They were all convinced by Danzo that there was something very important in Aoba's book. At this time, everyone looked at Aoba differently. No one dared to say anything too exaggerated. In their eyes, half of Aoba's foot had already stepped into the level of promotion. It was not a wise choice to provoke Aoba now. Because of this, an extremely strange scene appeared. The room was very noisy. Everyone was discussing Aoba, but the corner where Aoba was unusually quiet. Aoba looked at the people talking about him and felt he was incompatible with this scene. Really? When Aoba saw them, he felt like laughing. He does know a lot of information. It was so much that it made one's hair stand on end. It was even comparable to Black Zetsu. But the information was in Aoba's head, and no one could read it. It was not recorded in the Red Book. As for the content of the book, it was the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Aoba never thought that Danzo would like Teacher Bai's story so much. He read the last chapter from the first chapter on the spot and even took his book away. However, he was too lazy to explain. It didn't matter how these people looked at him. As long as they didn't disturb him, it was fine. The most important now was Danzo. He still had doubts about what Danzo was thinking, and he was not clear about it, especially about the signature in the book. This made Aoba more cautious. Outside the stone door, Danzo stood in the corridor with his back to Kaze. He instantly gave Kaze a very dignified feeling. Tell me what memories you have seen. Danzo got straight to the point. He called Kaze out to hear what Kaze had obtained. In his heart, he was still inclined to believe that what Kaze said was true. It was just that there might be more people in the room who might hear it. Yes. Kaze's expression immediately became serious. He knew very well that he was at the most crucial time in his life. This was his most important moment, deciding what his future would be like. Danzo-sama, when I read Kumigakure Advisor's memories, What I got was about a secret mission. Kaze immediately began to tell Danzo. When he said this, all his essence, energy, and spirit directly reached their peak state, and his entire person seemed to be burning. I saw a scroll in Kumigakure advisor's hand. The scroll was filled with missions, but unfortunately, the memory was fleeting. I only saw 2 missions. Kaze's eyes flashed with light, and he was extremely serious. What mission? Danzo immediately asked. The first mission is to go to Konoha and have a peace talk. After completing the peace talk, cooperate with Bray to complete the assassination of the 3rd Hokage. Kaze tried to make the memory fragments he had read reappear in front of his eyes. The words modified by Aoba appeared in front of his eyes. It looked like there was no problem at all. The second mission is to contact Kumigakure Jonin Gasui. On the surface, Gasui will save Harry, but he will kill Harry. This person is too much of a threat to the village. Kaze said the second mission. After he finished speaking, he stared at Danzo's back. There are still a few more missions behind, but they are too blurry. I can't see them clearly at all. Kaze hurriedly explained. After explaining, he did not wait for Danzo to speak. He quickly continued to say what he saw to prevent Danzo from thinking that the memories he said were fabricated. In the end, I saw a picture. It was a Kumigakure ninja. His body was very muscular. He held a tree trunk in his hand covered with explosive tags. Then he said something about Konohagakure and 3rd Hokage. I didn't hear the specific words. Kaze still had the most basic professional conduct, he only said the memories he read and did not make up any memories. So you read the memories? Danzo turned around. The left eye exposed outside looked deeply at Kaze. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the skull could be read and retrieve the memories even when it was like that? However, the content that Kaze mentioned, it was just what he wanted to know. Gasui was secretly harming Harry. Only Harry knew about this. Even other ninjas would think that Gasui was saving Harry. Just this point alone, it could almost prove that what Kaze said was true. In addition, Bray wanted to assassinate the 3rd Hokage. Although Bray had already escaped, it was not hard to tell that this was a possible mission. The only problem now was, who arranged the tree trunk that was filled with explosive tags? Kaze did not say it clearly. However, according to the memories obtained from the other Kumigakure ninjas, they were indeed left behind by Kirigakure ninjas. Then are there those 2 root ninjas? No one has found such a memory fragment. Is it difficult to read these corpses to such an extent after they were blown up and mutilated? After thinking for a while, Danzo stared at Kaze with his left eye exposed. I read it. Everything I just said is true. Kaze said with certainty. After that, he pointed at the book in Danzo's hand and said, the content I said should be similar to the contents written in Aoba's book. Okay. I believe in you. Danzo nodded at Kaze. When he first heard Kaze speak, he felt the determination in this person's eyes. It did not seem like he was lying at all. Thank you, Danzo-sama. After hearing this, Kaze almost burst into tears. He had never been recognized like this ever since he was young. Now, he was directly told by Danzo that he believed in him. And under the premise that so many people said he was lying. This made Kaze suddenly feel that he had found a confidant in his heart. He felt that Danzo was his confidant. Kaze, take a rest. When we get back, I still need you to help me look at the remaining bodies. I believe you have the ability to find the details that they can't find. Danzo directly raised Kaze's height. His superior immediately encouraged Kaze to feel like he was full of chicken blood. Yes. Don't worry, Danzo-sama. I will find more details. Kaze immediately stood up straight and guaranteed. At this time, his confidence in his ability had reached an unprecedented peak. He even felt that those people could not get some key clues because of their lack of strength, and it was not that there was special about those Kumigakure ninjas. Ha ha ha, good. When Danzo saw Kaze's appearance, he laughed heartily. He was very satisfied. Then, he picked up the red book and waved it in front of Kaze. He asked, "Do you want to know what is written in this book?" "Yes." Kaze nodded repeatedly. He was very curious about the book. He wanted to know if Aoba was like him, who had the special ability to read memories and could find the most intricate parts in the book. If not for Aoba's red book, which gave him a lot of inspiration, he wouldn't have been motivated, and he couldn't stand here right now. "Take this and take a look." Danzo directly handed the red book in his hand to Kaze. This was the reason why he took the red book out. During this period, he had learned a lot of ways from Harry, including what he was doing now. According to the prior agreement, this person named Kaze would become Danzo's subordinate. Danzo still liked this kind of talented ninja who could even dig out a charred skull's memories. Then, he had to increase his confidence. Kaze took the book from Danzo. He carefully read the contents of the book. In a split second, the words reflected in his eyes. His face turned red. He didn't know what to say. He was dumbfounded. This is... The corners of Kaze's mouth twitched. He never thought that Aoba was writing about such a thing. His face immediately became even redder. Not only because he saw these things but also because he felt he had made a big deal. He was extremely embarrassed. "Now, let me ask you another question. You saw Aoba holding this book. Is he looking at it or writing?" Danzo raised his eyes and stared at Kaze. This question was quite important to him. He wanted to know whether it was the content that Aoba wrote in this book or the content that Fugaku wrote in this book. This. I can't explain it clearly. Kaze immediately recalled the scene at that time. He seemed to have seen Aoba writing with a pen, but when Danzo asked, he felt it was not like this. After all, he was unsure if it was something he had imagined in his anxiety. It was dark at that time. He was not sure if Aoba was holding a pen or if he was just reading. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. "It's okay." Danzo walked over to Kaze. He raised his left hand and gently patted Kaze on the shoulder. He nodded at Kaze. When he retracted his hand, he took back the red book in Kaze's hand and held it in his hand. "You performed very well. Go in and call Aoba out. I have some questions to ask him, and then you will report to Akira. When this is over, you will go with me," Danzo said to Kaze. "Yes." Kaze shouted excitedly. His face was filled with intense excitement. Every cell in his body was screaming happily. He was extremely excited. Success! He had succeeded. Now, he had obtained the opportunity to be promoted. Moreover, he had confirmed that Aoba was no match for him. He was the only one who had succeeded. This feeling made his heart burst into a strong sense of satisfaction, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Suddenly, Kaze walked toward the stone door. Now he wanted to call Aoba over. In his opinion, the problem with Aoba was not small. After all, it was a mission period. Whether it was writing or reading such things, there would not be any good results. Rumble. The stone door opened. Kaze walked in under the gazes of the people in the room. Chapter 279. As Danzo watched Kaze walk into the room, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible complex look. He believed that what Kaze said was true. After all, if he did not really see Kumigakure advisor's memory, it was impossible for Kaze to know something. Now it seemed. This Kaze was not the same as in the rumors. He had some ability and could be reused. In the future, he might bring a different contribution to Root. Danzo silently watched Kaze leave. The latter was still very young and was very happy to be able to enter route. However, he was even more interested in Aoba at this time. He was actually looking at this kind of thing while carrying out a mission. Is this what I think is wrong with him? Danzo thought silently in his heart. After Kaze returned to the room, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. They all wanted to know if Kaze had successfully become Danzo's subordinate and embarked on this path of promotion. He. After feeling everyone's gaze, Kaze immediately revealed an evil smile. The pride on his face was overflowing. There was no need to say anything. Just this expression and smile. It made the people at the scene immediately understand that Kaze had succeeded, and now he had completed the task that Danzo-sama had entrusted to him. Damn it! Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This Kaze, who they regarded as trash, could actually really retrieve memories from the charred skull. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? After the Yamanaka clan ninjas understood that Kaze had won the final victory, the jealousy in their hearts quietly faded away. The rest was deep admiration. After all, the opportunity was in front of everyone. Everyone present had seen the skull and given up on the skull. This was no longer a matter of fate. Even if the skull were given to them now, they would not be able to read and retrieve the memories within. This was a matter of ability. Now they all understood that in the field of memory reading, no one was Kaze's match. That was it. Kaze was under everyone's gaze. He walked straight toward Aoba. This scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The way they looked at Aoba became even more strange. Kaze walked until he was in front of Aoba. His young and confident face revealed a smile. Aoba, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. It turns out that what you wrote in your book is not the information. I'm really sorry. Kaze said with a smile. After saying these words, he even bowed slightly to Aoba. He looked like he was apologizing, but in fact, he was a bit black and white. When Kaze said this, the scene became lively again. Everyone was keenly aware of the very useful information in Kaze's words. So, Aoba did not read any information at all. This was all Kaze's misunderstanding. Now, Kaze stood out to clarify this misunderstanding. But why did it feel like Kaze was immensely proud of himself? It was more like he was showing off. It doesn't matter. Aoba said indifferently. He didn't care about Kaze's pride at all. On the contrary, because Kaze helped him clarify this matter, he didn't need to explain himself. It was quite good. Aoba did not care about people's gazes around him at all. What he cared more about was that no one would come looking for trouble with him. For a moment, everyone present knew what Kaze meant from his words. It was obvious that Kaze had read Aoba's book. Then, it could be said that Kaze was the only person to be promoted this time. This result made everyone feel much easier to accept. For them, it was a blessing in misfortune. Go, Danzo-sama is looking for you. You have to explain what is going on with that book. I wish you good luck, ha 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 ha. Kaze couldn't help but laugh out loud at the end of his sentence. Now that he was in a good mood, this was the beginning of his new life. From the beginning, no group wanted to accept him. Later, the corpse he was assigned to was the skull that no one was willing to exchange with. In the end, he became the only one who completed the mission and got the chance to be promoted. The whole process was amazing. Kaze was very glad that he chose to read the skull's memory at that time. Otherwise, he might be the same as everyone else. They were all waiting for the mission to fail. Okay. After hearing Kaze's words, Aoba immediately took a step forward and walked outside. He did not know what Danzo would say to him, but what should come still came, and what should be faced still had to be faced. Just as Aoba walked to Kaze's side, Kaze gently turned his head and looked at Aoba, his eyes flashing with provocation. Thank you for your book. It seems that I thought too highly of you. It turns out that you don't have this ability. Kaze said in a low voice. He deliberately lowered his voice because he didn't want others to hear it and just wanted to sneer at Aoba silently. But the attention on the scene was all on the two of them. Even if the voice was very low, but because the space was not that big and it was very quiet, it still allowed everyone to hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone felt that Kaze's behavior was a little inappropriate, giving people a feeling of a villain achieving success. However, Aoba did not feel anything at all. He walked directly toward the door, ready to see Danzo outside. Now, he no longer cared about Kaze. To him, Kaze was just a tool. The task he was responsible for was to pass on the memories he wanted to pass to Danzo. As for the other things, he didn't care at all. Aoba did not care about Kaze's ridicule. He did not care if others looked down on him, but he was afraid that others would look up on him. If he was careless and acted too conspicuous, that would make him worry instead. Now, Kaze's actions could be said to have directly eliminated all the worries in his heart, allowing Yamanaka clan ninjas present to know that he did not have any outstanding aspects. This was already good. It was enough. Under everyone's gaze, Aoba walked to the stone door, then opened it and walked out of the room. Everyone looked at Aoba in a different way, but they were all very complicated. Many people felt sorry for Aoba's encounter. This person did nothing. However, Danzo wants to meet him alone for no reason. Perhaps it was not a good thing. At the same time, everyone began to worry. They felt that Kaze was a little scary. Whether it was the twisted mentality that a villain could have after achieving success or the mysterious operation that could bring misfortune to the people around him. After all, Aoba seemed to have nothing to do with Kaze throughout the whole process. He just quietly wrote something on the book in the corner. Then he was suspected by Kaze to be writing intelligence. Finally, it was reported to Danzo. Such a person had no status and was still like this. If they get some status, they will definitely make people feel scared. Aoba walked out of the room and came to the corridor. Just as he came out, he saw Danzo holding a red book. At this time, Danzo did not flip through the book again. He just clenched it with his left hand and quietly stood where he was. Danzo-sama, are you looking for me? After Aoba walked to the door, he respectfully bowed to Danzo. Right now, he was like this in front of you. He could be submissive to you, but he will dare to punch you in the next second after putting on a vest. What's going on with this book? Danzo looked at Aoba with his left eye. He looked at Aoba up and down. At this time, the strange feeling was gone. Looks like that feeling was all in the book. Danzo still believed in this feeling of his, and his doubts about Aoba immediately decreased a little. This is, a little, personal hobby, Aoba stammered. He had exaggerated a little and appeared a little shy, but in essence, he was still a little shy. After all, it was fine to share this kind of thing with LSP, but to share it with strangers would more or less be a little awkward. After all, his skin was very thin, and it was not thick to the extent that it did not matter at all. Hobby. After hearing Aoba's explanation, Danzo could not help but twitch his eyelids. However, he still felt that this explanation was quite reasonable, and there was not much of a problem. This book is Uchiha Fugaku's? Danzo asked again. When he asked this question, he raised his hand, and his gaze stopped on the book's title page. He could clearly see Uchiha Fugaku's signature. Yes, yes. When Aoba saw Danzo's action, he knew that Danzo had already seen the signature. The signature was Uchiha Fugaku, and there was no way to hide or circle it. In that case, he might as well just admit it directly. I didn't know that Fugaku's writing was not bad. Danzo slowly nodded. There was a little bit of praise in his calm tone. Ah! Aoba was stunned for a moment. Good fellow. He actually mistook it for Fugaku's novel. This was completely beyond his expectations. The most important thing was, Danzo actually praised an Uchiha. In Aoba's impression, Danzo did not seem to have praised the people of the Uchiha clan. If there were, it might be Shisui or Itaki, but the purpose was to use them. As for whether there was any praise, he could no longer remember clearly. In short, this was a rare opportunity for Danzo to praise an Uchiha, and it was heard clearly by Aoba. Only, this answer made it difficult for Aoba to reply. It can't be said that it was written by Uchiha Fugaku, right? However, forcefully saying that it was written by himself at this time? Will there be any trouble? At the moment when Aoba was in a daze, Danzo placed the red book in his hand back into Aoba's hand. The left eye that was exposed outside stared at Aoba seriously, making Aoba feel a little scared. He was afraid that Danzo would do something abnormal to him. Did you copy the contents of this book? Danzo's voice sounded again. Before Aoba could answer, this matter was rounded up. You have a good relationship with Fugaku? Danzo continued to ask. For a moment, Aoba didn't know which one to answer these continuous questions. But he knew that had to answer the last question. He first shook his head. He felt that it would be very disadvantageous for him to maintain a good relationship with the Uchiha clan. Then he quickly nodded, showing that there seemed to be a relationship between the two. Through this action, he passed on the image of a person who had a little relationship with Fugaku, but not much. I am his book fan. Aoba said directly. Just a moment ago, when he shook his head and nodded, he thought a lot in his heart. First of all, Danzo would definitely not investigate the contents of this book with great fanfare. That was simply unnecessary. The dignified big boss of Root would not go as far as to make everyone know who the author of the Red Book was. Secondly, the relationship between Danzo and Uchiha was very tense, which made it so that Danzo would never go to Fugaku to verify this matter. In the end, the people who had seen this Red Book, other than Aoba and Danzo, there were only Eden and Tuki. In the case of Tuki, he wouldn't talk nonsense at all. Moreover, Tuki had never seen the content of this book. Only the person who had seen the content and knew the identity of the author was Eden. After this matter was over, just tell Brother Eden. This way, he could temporarily stall this matter. After Aoba figured this out, he pushed the identity of the author of this book onto Fugaku. This happened to explain the relationship between him and Fugaku. Otherwise, if he said that the content of this book was written by himself, but the book was given by Fugaku. If he took the book given by Fugaku to write such content, it would not be easy to explain. It was not as simple as it is now. Book fan. Danzo was stunned. He had never heard of such a term before, so he was a little confused. Well, this is a special title. It refers to me being his avid reader, Aoba immediately explained. That's the principle. Danzo nodded. Based on this layer of relationship, everything made sense. As the boss of Root, he understood that Konohagakure Intelligence Division's people all had some special hobbies. After all, the ninjas who worked at Konohagakure Intelligence Division felt a lot of pressure in their hearts. It was not a bad thing to be able to find some solace in their spirits. It was not a problem at all. Then this book. Danzo stared at the book in Aoba's hand. He did not finish asking the rest of the questions, waiting for Aoba to say these things himself. It's like this. Aoba immediately entered his own rhythm and activated his great tricking technique. He raised the book and aimed the cover of the book at Danzo. The cover of the book was so fierce that Danzo did not dare to focus his eyes on it. When I first went to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, I was lucky to borrow a book from Captain Eden. That book was Jiraiya Samazika Ika Paradise. From then on, it opened the door to my new world. From then on, I understood that there were such novels in the world. Aoba began to flicker from the place where he first came into contact with the novel. He understood that the earlier this kind of story starts, the more likely it is to be trusted. Especially when he talked about some important people and things. Jiraiya. Ika Ika Paradise. These two were real things, and with just a little investigation, it could be found. This was a method that Aoba had learned to lie in the real world. That was to say a part of the real thing first. After the other party believes it, then talk about some fake things. The other party might believe it because of inertia and trust in you. The Jiraiya and Ika Ika Paradise that Aoba was talking about at this time were to give Danzo a point that he could investigate. Then, what he wanted to say next was to make Danzo believe it. Danzo-sama believes that after you read it just now, you will have a feeling of wanting more. Just as Aoba said this, he was interrupted by Danzo. I didn't. Danzo said without hesitation, but his slightly flashing eyes deceived his true thoughts. Oh, okay. I know. I won't say anything. Aoba immediately nodded and skipped this part. He continued, after I finished reading the Ika Ika Paradise, I wanted to read other books of the same type, so I went to the bookstore to look for them. Coincidentally, I met Fugaku. He told me that he was planning to write a novel, so he wanted to take a look at it. Aoba began to make up stories. After all, this kind of thing can't be investigated at all. It was impossible for the owner of the bookstore to remember such things. It was impossible for Danzo to ask Fugaku about these things too. Now, he could only believe Aoba's words. At that time, Fugaku didn't show it to me. Later, when I went to Ramen Ichiraku to eat ramen, I met him again. Then, I mentioned that I wanted to see it, but he still didn't show it to me. Aoba began to embed some of his meetings with Fugaku into the book he wanted to borrow. He was very clear. After this incident, Danzo was bound to investigate the relationship between him and Fugaku. He might find out that he had been close to Fugaku before. In order to avoid Danzo's excessive suspicion of connecting him with the Uchiha clan, he hurriedly paved the way between himself and Fugaku. As a result, all of Aoba's actions of searching for Fugaku would become him looking for Fugaku for his manuscript. Even if he could find out that he had contact with Fugaku, that was all. As for how they came into contact with, no one could find out. Unless they could read Fugaku's memories or the memories of the people who had seen Aoba and Fugaku before. But this was not something particularly important, and there was no need for that at all. Later, Aoba continued. Now, he had completely grasped the initiative of this story. As long as he wanted to, he could make this story up in the most reasonable way. Finally, under my urging, Fugaku promised to show me his manuscript. After I read it, I was shocked. I wanted him to publish it, and then I went to buy a book to read. When Aoba said this, his tone paused slightly. Then he changed the topic, directly making a big turn. But how should I put it? Fugaku has been very busy recently, and he doesn't intend to publish the book at all. Now, in the whole ninja world, only a few people have seen the things in this book. Aoba raised his right hand and stroked the cover of the book. The place where his fingers stopped was just right on the key position of the cover. One day, when I went to Ramen Ichiraku, I ran into Fugaku and Sekai. At that time, Fugaku thought that I was his loyal reader. He decided to give this book to me and left an autograph on the title page. I also successfully obtained a book. After explaining to Danzo how he obtained such a book, Aoba lifted the book in his hand and slowly opened it. At that time, I felt that it would be a pity that this book was not used. I wrote the manuscript that Fugaku showed me and finally presented it here. In just a few words, Aoba explained to Danzo how he got this book and where the contents of the book came from. Throughout the entire process, Danzo was very quiet. He listened to everything that Aoba had said. It was unknown whether he believed it or not. However, Aoba did not care whether Danzo believed it or not. He was only giving an excuse for this matter. Aoba, do you mean that the story in this book is an orderly chapter, and there is more of it? Danzo asked after a moment of silence. There are stories after that. Aoba quickly nodded and agreed. He had a faint feeling that Danzo wanted the follow-up plot of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, but Danzo did not say it directly. Then all he had to say was that there would be a follow-up, and the author did not cut it. This will preserve as much expectation as possible. After saying this, Aoba hurriedly shook his head and spread his hands in a helpless posture. This is all I read. I don't know if Fugaku has written the following story or not. Last time, after he showed it to me, he went to the battlefield. I have never seen him again, and I don't know what the later story is. Aoba quickly explained. This matter was very important. He vaguely sensed a sense of crisis. It seemed, if he said, he had seen it, Danzo might even send someone to read his memories, and it was very likely that it was that Kaze. When that time came, he still needed to edit a new chapter quickly, and that would be too troublesome. It would be better for him to write the chapter directly. Because of this, Aoba simply admitted that he did not know what the new chapter was and wanted to become a little reader like Danzo, looking forward to Fugaku's update. I see. Danzo nodded. Just as Aoba had guessed, he did not try to guess whether Aoba's words were true or false. This was not an important matter at all. It was the question of who wrote the novel. Moreover, based on the preconceived concept, Danzo already felt that the story in this book was written by Fugaku, and then Aoba wrote down the manuscript that he had read. Aoba, I'll give you a secret mission. Listen carefully. Danzo's expression immediately became serious. Yes. Aoba assumed a shocked posture and stood up straight, listening to Danzo's arrangements. After he explained so much, in his heart, he had already guessed what kind of mission Danzo would give him. Go buy a dark book later. Make a copy of the content on this red book and write it all on that dark book. Danzo lowered his voice very low. Although there was no one in the corridor and the stone door was soundproof, he was still afraid that others would hear it. Oh, okay. Aoba nodded in a daze and put on a confused posture, but he was already happy in his heart. After you copy all these into the black book, put the book away. When Fugaku's manuscript is updated, write it in the red book and black book. Danzo said again. His voice was lower, but he still slowed down to let Aoba hear every word he said clearly. Okay. Aoba nodded mechanically. He had already understood Danzo's meaning from his words, but he pretended not to know and gave Danzo exclusive space to play. Aren't you curious why I asked you to do this? Danzo asked curiously when he saw that Aoba had completely agreed. Danzo-sama said that this is a secret mission. I only need to complete the mission. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Aoba immediately said. He knew that Danzo didn't like to ask too much. Root was the best example. When the people there were nurtured from the beginning, they needed to have no name, no dreams, and just be a machine that only had missions in their hearts. Very good. Danzo nodded his head in satisfaction. He suddenly discovered that although this Aoba did not have a strong performance in terms of strength, he still had some special points. Aoba, we talk so much. In the end, I want to ask you, do you want to follow me? Danzo immediately threw an olive branch to Aoba. As soon as these words came out, Aoba immediately fell silent. There was no suspense in this question at all. He definitely did not want to. Looking at the entire Konoha, the person he did not want to be involved in the least was Danzo. Even if he had little contact with the people of the Uchiha clan, he was not willing to have any contact with Danzo. This was a very important matter. Following Danzo was equivalent to entering Root, and entering Root was to be branded with Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal on the tongue. Aoba flipped through all the books related to seals and grasped many seals. However, there was no cursed tongue eradication seal inside. He had no idea how this was created and did not know how to undo this seal. This was something that he did not want to be involved in at all. But Aoba was very clear. If he directly refused Danzo, it might cause Danzo to be dissatisfied, and he had to find a better solution. Well. Aoba frowned slightly, then pursed his lips and said, Danzo-sama, I know what kind of ability I have. I think I am quite good in Konohagakure Intelligence Division now. If I follow Danzo-sama, I think I will delay Danzo-sama's task. For a moment, Aoba could not think of a solution that was too appropriate, so he directly used this euphemistic excuse to blame everything on his lack of ability. I think you are quite suitable. Danzo still looked at Aoba and said. I don't have any dreams. I just think it is good to live like this, Aoba once again tactfully refused. I understand. Danzo immediately stopped inviting him. He was not such an inflexible person. He would not repeat it again and again. His favor for Aoba was completely due to the latter's attitude toward the task and had nothing to do with ability. In Danzo's opinion, Aoba's ability was not qualified at all. He only opened a green passage for Aoba because of this teacher by story. Since Aoba was unwilling to enter, then forget it. Opportunities were often so fleeting. Danzo would no longer mention this kind of invitation, and Aoba had completely missed it. Even if he went back on his word now, it would be too late. Aoba, I haven't finished telling you the mission just now. In fact, there is still one last task. That is, when the dark book has 3 additional chapters, you come to me with the book. Danzo said to Aoba in a low voice. Although there was no expression on his face, he was already very expectant in his heart. Actually, as far as he was concerned, it was good that Aoba was not at root. This way, it would be easier to get close to the Uchiha clan that was opposing the root. He could follow behind Fugaku to get more manuscript content. He might even bring some unexpected information. One had to know, the Uchiha clan was a very xenophobic clan. Outsiders were not allowed to pass through the entire territory of the Uchiha clan easily. Even if he and Hiruzen wanted to enter the Uchiha clan territory, they had to inform the higher UPS of the Uchiha clan beforehand. Not to mention keeping a pair of eyes on Uchiha clan. That would simply be extremely difficult. Unless you develop a person from the Uchiha clan, let that person serve as their eyeliner, and monitor the Uchiha clan by betraying the clan. However, it was not that easy to find such a fool. Now, there was a reader of Fugaku. Coincidentally, Fugaku might be the future clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Then, this novel could complete the task of observing the Uchiha clan. This was a very rare opportunity, and it was precisely because of this. Danzo wanted to ask Aoba if this book was written by Fugaku. If not, then this secret mission would be impossible to talk about. Yes. Aoba nodded. He faintly felt that Danzo was not as simple as just wanting to read novels. Otherwise, he would not need to hoard 3 chapters and read them together. There might be some other purpose. However, Danzo did not reveal this purpose. Before Danzo said it out loud, he also did not want to speculate. As long as Danzo continued to let him live a normal life and sent him a few chapters of novels every time, this was not a big problem at all. Other than that, Danzo suddenly raised his voice a little. In the process of your contact with Fugaku, if you find any problems with Fugaku, record the problem in a dark book and give it to me as you write the chapter. Danzo said what he cared more about. No matter what time it was, even if Danzo recognized Uchiha, it could not prevent Danzo from attaching great importance to the danger of the Uchiha clan in his heart. The Uchiha clan. We must be on guard. If there was a chance, we must eradicate them. This was something that Danzo had been trying his best to do. He did not believe in the Uchiha clan at all. There were still many things that he had not figured out yet. The clues of many things that had happened in the past were all pointed toward the Uchiha clan. Yes. Aoba immediately responded. Now that he had completely understood Danzo's plan, the burden in his heart was lifted. At the same time, he found that his identity suddenly became more convenient. He could completely change the angle of everything related to Uchiha and pass it to Danzo through the dark book that contains Teacher Bai's story. What was the content? This was not entirely up to him alone, and this was much more convenient than entering route. At this time, Aoba suddenly realized that he had successfully stood between Danzo and Uchiha because of the Red Book. Moreover, his identity was very hidden. He will not be retaliated against by Danzo, nor will he be retaliated by Uchiha. Every message he transmits determines the relationship between Danzo and Uchiha. This could be said to be. Whether Konoha was chaotic or not, Aoba has the final say. Well, there is one last question. If someone else finds out about you giving me that dark book, or if Fugaku finds out, do you know how to answer it? Danzo asked. This was also a question he needed to consider. After all, once it was exposed, he would try his best to monitor the Uchiha clan. I know. Aoba nodded without hesitation. He was best at this ability to adapt to the situation. Oh? What would you say? Danzo had not thought of an excuse yet. He did not see Aoba directly nod and just say that he knew. This made a big question mark appear in Danzo's head. He stared at Aoba with rapt attention, waiting for Aoba's answer. This is just Danzo-sama's hobby. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, and he said something that stunned Danzo. This. Danzo suddenly felt awkward. He just felt that there was something in Aoba's words, but he could not refute it because what Aoba said was the truth. However, if he hadn't given Aoba such an excuse, maybe Aoba wouldn't have said that. All right. Danzo nodded helplessly. If that happened, it wouldn't be a big deal to sacrifice his own reputation. Moreover, this was indeed a hobby. It was just that he had never had such a deep understanding of it before. Even Danzo had to admit that this Teacher Bai of the ninja school story was too wonderful. It made his old body, which had been silent for many years, involuntarily throb. Now, when he thinks back to those plots, he still feels that it was particularly exciting. Chapter 280. After Danzo said the last sentence, he suddenly felt like he had opened a door again. In the past, he did not have any special hobbies. Every day, he stared at Konohagakure to see if there was any commotion. Should there be someone who needed assassination, or does logistics work for Hiruzen? Now, he suddenly realized. In the ninja world, there was not only fighting and killing but there were also outstanding female teachers in the ninja school. Thinking about it, Danzo was looking forward to the follow-up plot in this book. Cough cough. Danzo cleared his throat to relieve the awkwardness. Then he looked at Aoba and said, "Don't let anyone know about this." Understood. Aoba nodded. This was not a problem at all. Even if Danzo did not explain, he would not go around talking about it. In fact, no one understood Konohagakure's current situation better than him. Danzo did not understand Uchiha so well. Uchiha also did not know Danzo very well. The two sides were faintly opposing each other, and both sides knew that the other party did not like them. However, no one was able to know oneself and know one's enemy. They were both in this state of mutual deception. At this time, as a person who knows the past and the future, it was simply a big bug in intelligence. You can go back. Danzo nodded. He looked at Aoba with a hint of praise in his eyes. After a short contact with him, he felt that Aoba was the kind of person who had the will of the root. He could completely adapt to the work of the root without any gaps. However, Aoba expressed his unwillingness. He could not force it. After all, if Root's work was forced, then the effect may not be so good. Danzo thought that he was a person with personal charm. He felt that he could slowly let Aoba try to enter the Root through the long contact in the future. Yes. Aoba responded without saying anything. He did not know that Danzo thought of him like this, but he could not show too much in front of Danzo. He could not take the initiative to attract Danzo's attention. Because of this, Aoba's calm personality. On the contrary, it left a deep impression on Danzo. This made Danzo pay more attention to him. Aoba took the lead and walked into the room. When he passed through the stone door, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Those people of the Yamanaka clan all stared at Aoba with complicated expressions. Now that things had come to this, they already knew. Aoba was completely met with an undeserved calamity. That Kaze was indeed capable. But to be able to rise to the top, he stomped on Aoba. Finally, because of such a thing, Aoba was very angry. This sort of thing, even the people of the Yamanaka clan present couldn't bear to watch any longer. Aoba didn't say anything. He only took steady steps and walked back to his previous position. The entire process was very silent. The people of the Yamanaka clan wanted to ask Aoba, but they were not familiar with him. In addition, Danzo might follow behind him and come in. They immediately suppressed this thought. Step, step, step. All of a sudden, a series of footsteps sounded. Then, Danzo walked through the stone door and appeared in the room, falling into everyone's line of sight. Instantly, the noise that almost stirred up was suppressed again, causing the scene to be completely silent, and no one spoke again. Danzo walked all the way to the middle of the room. He was completely in everyone's line of sight. His face was indifferent, and his eyelids were lowered. Just by standing like this, he could bring great deterrence to people. For a moment, the entire room was extremely silent, and even a sound of a needle falling could be heard. The Yamanaka ninjas present could even hear their own breathing and heartbeat. Cough, cough, cough. Danzo cleared his throat and directly attracted everyone's attention to him, making the scene become even more serious. At this time, everyone knew that it was the most important moment. In fact, in their hearts, they all knew that Kaze was going to be the one to be promoted successfully. But before the announcement was made, everyone still has a fluke mentality. They hoped that Kaze couldn't read the memories successfully and be still in the same position as them. Right now, your mission has already ended. Danzo's voice slowly rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. It directly made everyone's faces darken, knowing that the next important point was coming. I believe you all already know that one of you has finally completed this mission. He is Yamanaka Kaze. Danzo's voice sounded again. This time, Danzo clearly said Kaze's name. In an instant, a satisfied and excited expression appeared on Kaze's face. He was extremely excited. This feeling was like standing on the podium and receiving the gold medal after getting first place in the Olympic Games. Even if he knew the result beforehand and there was no surprise, it still made him feel extremely excited and felt that his life had a breakthrough. It was today. Right at this moment. Everything that had happened in the past had all passed away with the wind. He felt that he had stood up. It wasn't just Kaze who had this strange feeling. Even the surrounding Yamanaka clan ninjas felt an indescribable feeling. They all knew that Kaze had found some memories. However, before Danzo officially announced it, they still felt that it was unlikely. After all, it's a fact that the skull had lost its brain. He could even read its memories like this. That was simply too amazing. Because of this, in their hearts, everyone was still willing to believe that the memories Kaze spoke of were all fabricated. But now, Danzo had officially announced it. In that case, it could be confirmed that Kaze had really obtained the memories, and everything had changed along with it. Kaze has obtained extremely crucial information from Kumigakure advisor's skull through an extremely powerful mind-reading secret technique. It has provided me with great help in the future. I declare that Kaze will be working for me in the future. Danzo's voice was low and cold. There was not much excitement in it, but it made everyone feel shocked. What opportunities were reserved for those who were prepared? Luck was also a part of strength. These words, all of them became nonsense. At this time, everyone actually admired Kaze. After all, this person had completed the counterattack under such harsh conditions. He was alone in a group. No one came to find him. In addition, there was no way to choose. He obtained a skull that seemed impossible to read its memories. In the end, he made a comeback. Now, it seemed. It was quite inspiring. All of a sudden, admiration rose in everyone's hearts instead. Everyone's gazes focused on Kaze. Their gazes were complicated, and they revealed looks of envy. Everyone at the scene had once fantasized that they would also get such an opportunity to stand here and be valued by Danzo, thus breaking the original promotion path and then following Danzo's side. However, they did not grasp the opportunity in front of them, and it could even be said that they had no ability to grasp it. This was nothing. They had already begun to think in their hearts that when they returned, they had to work hard to improve their strength, and when they had an opportunity again in the future, they would strive to grasp the next opportunity. This time, I have something to explain to everyone. Danzo's voice sounded again, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Everyone focused their attention on Danzo. Regarding the book in Aoba's hand, what is recorded on it is not the memories he has read. This is a misunderstanding. Just pretend that nothing happened, Danzo said in a low voice. If he wasn't interested in the contents of that book, Danzo wouldn't have said these words. Now that he had given Aoba a special task, he had to help Aoba clarify it so as to avoid any inconveniences in the future. As Danzo finished speaking, everyone present nodded. They all understood the meaning of Danzo's words. There was no need to pay special attention to Aoba, or rather, some strange ideas and targeting. Finally, thank you for your contribution to this mission. Akira, take everyone away from here. Danzo said the last sentence indifferently and nodded to Akira, who was standing not far away. Yes. Akira immediately agreed. Then, he looked at the crowd. There was no emotion in his eyes that were exposed outside. After that, Akira walked toward the Yamanaka clan ninjas and nodded at them. Everyone, come with me. Akira's gaze swept past all of the Yamanaka clan ninjas. When he was on Aoba, he paused for a moment and nodded at Aoba, indicating that Aoba should not be too sad. Then, his gaze fell on the biggest winner, Kaze. Kaze, you stay here, Akira said. Akira then took the lead and walked toward the stone door. Including Aoba, the Yamanaka clan ninjas followed behind Akira and walked out of the room one after another. Aoba walked at the back of the crowd. There was no expression on his face. He looked as if nothing had happened. Just as he walked out of the room, he raised his left hand and put on the cat mask he was holding on his face again, completely covering his appearance. It was finally over. Aoba could not help but let out a sigh of relief. When he was brought over by the white-robed Anbu, he had been looking forward to how it would end. Now he can see some rhythm. As long as there were any large-scale incidents in the village, it was very likely that Danzo would gather the Yamanaka clan ninjas again. After all, there is so much intelligence that could be lurking in those memories. Aoba followed everyone back to the dark corridor, and the way back gave people a feeling that it had become faster. After a while, Aoba followed everyone back to the first floor of the Hokage building. Akira, who was walking at the front, stopped. Then, he turned around and looked at everyone present. I can only lead you here, Akira said slowly. Then, he directly returned to the secret passage. In fact, his mission was not to send these people out. Rather, it was to ensure that everyone left the secret passage. This secret passage was to be sealed from the inside. It belonged to Root and was forbidden for anyone to move around freely. If not for a character like him who led these people out, it was very likely they would not know where to go and see something they should not see. Yes. Everyone responded one after another and watched Akira leave. After Akira disappeared from everyone's line of sight, everyone instantly focused their eyes on Aoba, and their expressions changed. Aoba, you are good. You are actually writing a book. Quickly take it out for us to see. This kind of good stuff should be shared. Why don't you publish it? We are all very interested. That kid, Kaze, finally did a good thing. These people instantly gathered around Aoba. Their faces were filled with meaningful expressions as if they were begging for resources. When Aoba saw these people, he was instantly speechless. Good fellow. Could it be that Kaze also saw the contents of the book? It seemed like this was the case, and it should be when Danzo brought Kaze out. After he went out, Kaze told these people, which really made people speechless. Aoba suddenly felt a headache. It had to be known that he personally sent Kaze up, but he missed out on Kaze's character. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also suffered a backlash like this. You can read it when it is published in the future. Aoba hurriedly retreated. He had already seen the fanaticism on the faces of these Yamanaka clan ninjas. He suddenly understood why Jiraiya's books could be sold. The people here had spiritual needs. Not to mention these Yamanaka clan ninjas, even Konoha Intelligence Division Captain Marino Eden, and even Root Boss Shimura Danzo, these people all took on a different form in front of the red book in his hand. Just let us see. Don't be so stingy. I don't know how long it will take to publish it. Kaze said that the content inside is very wonderful. Just let us take a look. Everyone once again urges him. Now they all wanted to see the book in Aoba's hand. The state that was presented was exactly the same as the old brothers that Aoba had met on the internet before he transmigrated. Aoba hesitated for a moment. He was not hesitating whether to show them or not, but thinking about how to get rid of these people. It's like this. Aoba's brain worked quickly. Right now, he couldn't let anyone see this book. There were only 3 people who knew the contents of the book. Eden, Shimura Danzo, and Yamanaka Kaze. That was to say. At present, only these 3 people know that the title page has Uchiha Fugaku's signature. It was still under control. If all these people saw Fugaku's name, then the matter would become completely irreparable. It was not something that could be made up with a few excuses. Aoba could make up the plot with Danzo, and he can also cheat with the Uchiha clan in the future by relying on the asymmetry of intelligence between the 2 sides. The content in the book is not my original creation. Without authorization, I cannot easily show it to you. But I can promise you that when this book is published, I will give each of you a book. Aoba said with a serious face. The way he spoke now was the habitual method of modern merchants. He transferred the original concept to a new concept and then used the new concept as a benefit, which made people feel that the original concept could be ignored. This. All right. We must be the first batch. We are all from the Yamanaka clan. Even if we don't get the insider resources, we have to be faster than others. That's right. That's right. We want the first batch. After hearing that Aoba would send them the books, everyone immediately calmed down and no longer wanted to look at it. This kind of promise was quite effective for them. After thinking for a while, they understood. If they really wanted to look at it now, they would only be able to look at it a few times. Moreover, the plot had not been completed yet. In the future, they will constantly be thinking about it. Now that Aoba had given them this promise and it was not convenient to show it to them now, they immediately understood. After all, Aoba wanted to send them a book. As long as it was sent, that was fine. Aoba looked at everyone who was persuaded by him and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the people of the ninja world were no exception. As long as there were some small benefits, they would also feel very happy. Don't worry. Aoba nodded to the main point. He wore a mask on his face, so no one could see his expression. However, his eyes, which were revealed outside, were flashing with determination. I promise that after the book is published, you will get the book in the first batch. Moreover, the content of the story is absolutely wonderful and will not disappoint you. Aoba said to everyone in a righteous manner. He emphasized the word wonderful, which immediately made these LSP look forward to it. Aoba, we are relieved that you said so. Your words are enough. That child Kaze is not sensible. Don't lower yourself to his level. He doesn't know how precious your book is. That's right, we like it. We all like it very much. The only regret is that we have to wait a little longer. It would be great if we could test it out a little. These Yamanaka clan ninjas winked at Aoba and said. They had never seen the contents of the book, but after hearing Kaze's disdainful words, they already understood the value of the book. It was probably a rare treasure in the world. Because of this, these Yamanaka clan ninjas, who had been in Anbu's environment all year round and needed to be mentally comforted, invariably stop Aoba and want to borrow the red book. Aoba clearly understood the meaning of these LSBs of the Yamanaka clan. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he thought of a clever way to solve this problem. How about this? Aoba suddenly said. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said something that made everyone extremely excited. I can't show you this book, but when I go back, I can give each of you a copy of the contents of the first chapter. You can take it and try it first. This way, you won't have to wait. Chapter 281. The moment Aoba said this, everyone became excited. Right now, their biggest problem was that they had never seen the contents of this book. No one had seen it before and only heard a little description from Kaze. However, it was just a little description. It was enough to make them certain that they would definitely like the contents of this book very much. Even so, they still wanted to see it. If they could see the first chapter before the book was released, it would be a great benefit for them. Aoba, you are really a good person. A nice man. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I can't wait any longer. You're too good. I'm so touched. The eyes of these ninjas all lit up. They had read novels of the same type before, but they felt that they were far away from the author, and they did not even know who the author was. Now, they found out that an author was beside them. How could they let him go? Now that they had obtained Aoba's approval, they felt extremely comfortable. Senpai, I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, everyone comes to Konoha Intelligence Division to find me. I will give you a copy of the first chapter. Aoba waved his hand at everyone. Without waiting for these people to respond, he quickly fled this place and did not dare to stay any longer. Too terrifying. The desire in their eyes made him feel that these people were not ordinary wolves. When Aoba first wrote the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, he did not expect it to be so popular in Anbu's range. His original intention was to attract Eden's attention through this. Now, he suddenly found that everything had changed. Wait. Aoba thought of Eden. He immediately thought of the reason why he was looking for Eden at that time. It was to cast a camouflage on his clone in order to sell explosive tags. Now, it was time to buy a batch of blank paper tags. The blank paper tags in Aoba's hands were still relatively exhausted. He threw all the explosive tags that he had drawn up earlier onto the tree trunk of Kumagakure's envoy group. It was precisely because of this operation of his. It directly wiped out Kumagakure's envoy group, and can be said that they were all wiped out. Almost wiped out. After all, Bray had run away. Then, Aoba walked in the direction of Konohagakure Intelligence Division without any intention of going anywhere else. Just like that, he walked slowly. Gradually. Time ticked by. After Aoba had walked for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly found an empty alley. Aoba turned around the corner and then walked out. The entire process only lasted for a split second. However, in this split second, Aoba had already used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique, and summoned a Shadow Clone. The paper on the Shadow Clone flipped around and turned into another person through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God technique. That person. It was Yamanaka Kaze, who was currently staying at the route. At this time, not many people knew about Kaze's promotion, especially not so quickly. Now, he could make use of Kaze's identity. Just as Aoba was walking toward Konohagakure Intelligence Division, the Kaze that Aoba had transformed into was walking toward the ninja tool store step by step. Soon, Aoba's advanced paper clone came to the ninja tool store. "Boss, I want blank paper tags. I want as many as you can," Aoba's advanced paper clone said in Kaze's tone. This identity was a one-time use. After using it, he would directly throw it away. Moreover, this was Aoba's payback to Kaze. In the mission that Danzo had assigned not long ago, Aoba had revealed a few memories, allowing Kaze to step onto the path of promotion directly. However, Kaze's performance during this period did not satisfy Aoba. Since that was the case, Aoba would give Kaze a small gift instead. "You want all the blank paper tags?" The ninja tool store boss' eyes were filled with confusion. He had seen this youth before. Not only this young man. The boss could be said to know almost all the young men in Konohagakure. As long as a ninja came to buy things from him, he had an impression of them all. After all, Konohagakure was big, but there were only a few people inside. As long as they bought a ninja tool, he would have an impression of them. This ninja who walked in now was even more so. The impression was very deep. Yamanaka Kaze, a famous ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Sometimes, it was often like this. How talented a ninja was might not be known, but a ninja who could not learn complex ninjutsu was easily remembered. This was how Kaze was remembered. "Why did you buy blank paper tags?" the store boss asked doubtfully. That kind of paper tag was used by people who could draw various paper tags. It seemed that this ability was not related to Kaze at all. "Why do you care so much? I'll give you money, and you give me something. Isn't it over?" Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Kaze's tone. His tone was very direct and a little floating. "Ah!" When the store boss heard Aoba's advanced paper clone's words, he was stunned. He was concerned about Kaze. This was also out of good intentions, and didn't want Kaze to spend money to buy useless things. The result? This kid didn't know how to appreciate people's kindness. Then there was no other way. The store boss's face changed. He lowered his head slightly and tried his best to keep his eyes from Kaze. "How many do you want to buy?" the store boss asked coldly. He was a typical good person and didn't like arrogant people. Since the other party didn't give him any good face, then there was no need for him to be polite to Kaze. "I said I want all of them." Aoba's advanced paper clone still imitated Kaze's tone. The tone he used now was the tone that Kaze used after successfully securing the promotion. Actually, it wasn't that he was trying to create hatred for Kaze. There was no need to draw hatred. As long as Kaze performed normally, he would be able to make enemies continuously. Before Aoba gave this opportunity to Kaze, he did not investigate Kaze's character. Of course, he also disdained to investigate. This kind of thing happened too suddenly. Who knew when Danzo would make such a thing and what kind of people would participate? This was a matter of random nature. Aoba casually found Kaze. However, Kaze's subsequent performance made him feel very disappointed. Because of this, Aoba decided to use Kaze again to pave the way for what happened next. When the store boss heard Kaze's words, he was extremely unhappy. He raised his eyes and rolled his eyes at Kaze. I have 3,000 blank paper tags here. I can sell them all to you, but can you pay? The store boss said snappily. Yes, I want all of them. Aoba's advanced paper clone immediately nodded. After a few rounds, he had a lot of funds on hand. What he needed now was more blank paper tags. 150 ryo per blank paper tags. I have 3,000 here, so a total of 450,000 ryo. The store boss said coldly. After listening to this sentence, Aoba was completely stunned. Good fellow. In the past, when he used his identity to come here, it could be said that blank paper tags were 100 ryo apiece, and if he bought them in bulk, he could give them 80 ryo apiece. Now, with Kaze's identity, the price directly rose to 150 ryo apiece. It seems, Kaze was really unpopular. I can't afford that much. Aoba's advanced paper clone shook his head. He reached into his ninja pouch and took out a small bag. There was a stack of banknotes inside. I have a total of 60,000 ryo here. I'll buy 400. Aoba's advanced paper clone directly took out the 60,000 ryo of banknotes in the bag. Like a rich young master, he threw the banknotes heavily on the counter. Snapped. The store boss looked at the banknotes that Kaze threw over, and his pupils shrank fiercely. His eyes flashed with anger. He had never seen such a person. Didn't you want to buy all of them? Now that you know the price, you can't afford it. You dare to say that you want all 3,000 blank paper tags? Who gave you the courage? The store boss cursed in his heart. Of course, he only said these words in his heart and did not really say them, but it did not stop him from starting to hate Kaze. If you change it to another customer and he directly takes out 60,000 ryo, the ninja tool shop boss would look up to him. After all, it was very difficult for ninjas to earn such money. They needed to complete many tasks unless they were lucky enough to find some rich corpses when participating in the Ninja World War. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to earn that much money. But now, the store boss did not feel anything when he saw this money. He just wanted this annoying fellow to leave his ninja tool store quickly. He walked toward the place where the paper tags were stored and directly took out a bag. He then threw in boxes of blank paper tags. 20 pieces for each box, so a total of 20 boxes. He then threw them into the bag without properly arranging them. Then, the store boss returned to the counter and threw the bag directly at Kaze. Your blank paper tags. After the store boss threw out the blank paper tag boxes, he put away the money on the table. This could be considered a one-handed transaction. Aoba's advanced paper clone received the blank paper tags that were thrown over. His goal had been achieved. Then, he glared at the store boss. Humph! Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Kaze's tone and coldly snorted. Then, he turned around and left, walking out of the store. The store boss looked at the shadow that Kaze had left and suddenly pursed his lips, showing a fierce expression. What the hell? The store boss already felt that there was something wrong with Kaze. This was not just about his strength and talent. There was something wrong with this person's character. This person had a problem with his character. This person gave off an unpleasant aura. The store boss thought that he was always calm. It had been a long time since he had hated a person like this. Kaze directly drilled into his heart. After leaving the store, Aoba's advanced paper clone quickly went into the small forest to avoid the surrounding gazes as much as possible. A moment later, Aoba's advanced paper clone found a place where there was no one. After that, he immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His perception then locked onto the Flying Thunder God formula on the second floor of the tower. Swish! Aoba's advanced paper clone flashed and disappeared in an instant. Almost in an instant, Aoba's advanced paper clone appeared on the second floor of the tower. He threw the blank paper tags on the table, then clapped his hands together. Bang! At this moment, Aoba had just returned to Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Before he could sit down, information flooded into his brain. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up. It seemed that the arrangement was quite perfect. It successfully made the store boss hate Kaze. This could be said to have laid a foundation for a part of his plan. In fact, when Aoba faced the blank paper tags that had already increased the price, there was no dissatisfaction. He just treated it as a bonus to this store boss who was very good to him. It was just that it wasn't him who made this store boss angry. It was clearly Kaze who provoked him. Step 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 step. Just as Aoba had just received the information that the shadow clone had brought back, the guard leader brought a group of people over. Wow! After the guard leader pushed open the compartment's door, his gaze focused on Aoba. His gaze swept over the cat face mask on Aoba's face and deliberately made a relatively exaggerated sound. Cat-faced demon, you're back. The guard leader seemed to be greeting Aoba, but in fact, he was talking to the people who were about to be brought in. You have been away for half a day. I have brought a lot of people here, and now they are all handed over to you. The guard leader said with a smile. He waved to the guards beside him, indicating that they could bring these people in. All of a sudden, these people all looked at Aoba. Especially when they saw the cat face mask on Aoba's face, all the cells in their body were filled with fear, and even their breathing became rapid. Terrifying. They had just arrived at Konoha Intelligence Division. They saw the legendary cat-faced demon. In a split second, the guards tied them up. After tying them up, the guard leader waved to the guards outside the door. After that, another group of people was brought in. After this group of people entered, the compartment instantly became crowded. So many. Aoba looked at them in a daze. He had thought that there might be some prisoners, but he had not expected that there would be so many people. The first batch of people sent in were all Konoha people in the surrounding areas. Because the war had temporarily stopped, they all had some thoughts. The guard leader explained. After that, he pointed at the people who had just been sent in. The second batch is the merchants from the country of water. They transported seafood from the country of water and sold it to the country of fire. After they came to Konoha, something happened and they were caught by Konoha military police force. As for what exactly happened, you can slowly investigate. The guard leader also felt that the matter was quite troublesome, especially when it involved other villages, so he directly threw this kind of trouble to the cat-faced demon. He knew that cat-faced demon was most capable of dealing with troublesome matters. I'm leaving. After the guard leader said this, he directly turned around and left. As he left, the guards also left. At this point, the compartment became a crowded place for Aoba and these prisoners. This compartment was obviously not enough. The merchants from the country of water were not even tied up. After all, they were just ordinary people, not ninjas. Is there anyone among you who came for the second time? Aoba asked indifferently. There were a lot of people here now, so he could only symbolically ask. As he spoke, there was no response from anyone at all. After all, even the people who came here for the second time would not admit it so directly. If they did, they would only be tortured. They had to stay silent for a bit. What if this cat-faced demon didn't find out? No, right. Aoba slowly nodded. Based on the principle of mutual trust between people, he believed these people for the first time for the time being. Then let's start with the people from outside the village. Aoba's gaze fell on the merchants from the country of water. He had worked for Konoha Intelligence Division for more than a year, so there were not many opportunities to get in touch with the people from outside the village. If he met one, most of them were the spies hidden in the village. Now, facing these merchants from the country of water, his eyes became serious. He always felt that there was something wrong with these people from the outside village. Why did they come to Konohagakure at this time? This was during the quasi-war period. Even Konohagakure's business had been affected. Not to mention the fact that they had traveled thousands of miles to deliver seafood from the country of water. Aoba felt that there was something wrong. Of course, even if there were no problems, he felt that there would be other problems if the people from other villages could be sent to him after coming to Konohagakure. Then, Aoba raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A piece of white paper in the shape of a square flew out of his sleeve and directly flew into the middle of the room. Then, as if performing magic, it suddenly turned into pieces of white paper. These white papers fell down like a goddess scattered flowers. Chapter 282. The white paper fell down. Seeing such a scene, everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They had no idea what was going on. What was he doing? Where did these papers come from? Was this the cat-faced demon's interrogation method? Were these papers torture tools? Question marks came out of their heads. At this moment, none of them knew Aoba's intention. But only Aoba knew what he was doing. Just a while ago, he used a special technique to transmit chakra on paper and brought back the chakra that Kaze used to read memories. This allowed Kaze to read Aoba's memories from a distance. Now, Aoba wanted to try this method. Could he use it to read the memories of these people? If he could succeed, this would be a strategic breakthrough. From then on, Aoba would enter an era where he could read memories from afar. After all, if he wanted to touch the heads of some people with special identities with his right hand, it was really a bit difficult to touch. Aoba was not very sure about this method because the seals constructed between these two pieces of paper could only transmit chakra. Through the paper in his right hand, he could transfer the chakra in his right hand to another piece of paper. In this way, he could use the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, which could be successful, and there were already cases of Kaze succeeding. But Aoba relied on the mind-reading system to read memories and not chakra. Every time he read memory, he only needed to touch the other people's heads with his right hand. Now he doesn't know if this method could make his mind-reading system also be used to read memories. And so, he took advantage of the time when he was working in the compartment to test this method. These pieces of paper that were as dense as raindrops fell on the bodies of everyone present. Some stopped on top of their heads. Some stopped on their shoulders. Some fell to the ground. Only, no one dared to make any moves easily. After all, the person in front of them was the famous cat-faced demon among Konohagakure and Konohagakure Intelligence Division. An existence famous for being ruthless. As these pieces of paper fell on the heads of everyone, Aoba immediately seized this opportunity to control these pieces of paper through chakra. Hum hum hum. These pieces of paper vibrated one after another, and then a black complex seal pattern appeared on the paper. At the same time, Aoba was holding a piece of paper in his right hand. A black seal pattern appeared on the paper as well. Hum. The paper in Aoba's right hand trembled slightly, showing that the technique had been successfully connected. Now, he can communicate with any piece of paper in these people at any time. Then, Aoba poured chakra into the paper with his right hand and connected it to the white paper on the head of a prisoner not far away. Aoba's chakra passed, but there was no reaction at all. I can't. Aoba muttered in his heart. Then he immediately controlled this chakra and used Yamanaka's clan's mind-reading secret technique. In a split second, Aoba felt that his chakra had drilled into that person's head and could enter the neurons of the other person's brain to check the other person's memories. The technique did not fail. When he used the mind-reading technique to read memory, Aoba understood that this method of using paper could not activate the mind-reading system to read the memory. Through the method of chakra transmission, there is no way to use the mind-reading system. I still need to touch it with my right hand, which means that the paper does not. When Aoba thought about the last part, he was stunned. That's right. Contact. Isn't contact enough? Why am I so stupid? Aoba suddenly shouted, directly giving the prisoner in the compartment a fright. Everyone looked at Aoba's cat-faced mask in confusion. They didn't know what this person was doing and increasingly felt that there were many strange things in this interrogation compartment. However, under the gazes of these people, Aoba raised his right hand and slowly spread out his 5 fingers. Then, he retracted his 5 fingers bit by bit and made a grabbing motion in the air. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the scattered pieces of paper were like puppets, and one after another, they quickly flew towards Aoba's palm like swallows returning to their nest. These pieces of paper all fell back into Aoba's right hand and then went back into his sleeve as if they had never appeared. The question marks on the prisoner's head in the compartment became even more numerous. They had no idea what this torture ninja called cat-faced demon was doing. Magic? If it was just magic? It was pretty good. It does look pretty good. But they were all waiting to be interrogated. They wouldn't go to the extent of enjoying this torture ninja magic show in this little compartment, would they? Such a strange scene. It overturned everyone's understanding of the Konoha Intelligence Division. They had no idea what this cat-faced demon in front of them was doing. As the paper returned to Aoba's sleeve, his eyes lit up. His left hand grabbed at his right hand. It looked like he was going to snap his right hand. Such a scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all stared at Aoba's right hand as if they were waiting for something to happen. In an instant, Aoba's left hand suddenly exerted force. The left hand that was holding his right wrist suddenly clenched tightly. This scene looked very strange. It was as if he had crushed his right hand. In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes. At this time, they already understood that this cat-faced demon was playing magic for them. Just as this thought emerged in everyone's mind, pieces of paper flew out from the sleeve of Aoba's right hand that had been snapped. The paper seemed to have intelligence and flew toward everyone's heads. These waiting prisoners stared at Aoba with complicated gazes, and all felt that it was a little strange. Could it be that cat-faced demon wanted to express that he could turn his right hand into paper? It can't be. Does he think everyone was a fool? Under everyone's puzzled gaze, the pieces of paper fell on their heads, which gave them a very strange feeling as if their heads were touched by a hand. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Received, chakra increase. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Received, chakra increase. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Received, chakra increase. Ding dong! Memory. Almost at this moment, the system notifications rang out in Aoba's brain one after another. Then, memories were quickly sent into his brain, waiting to be checked. A long time passed. Every sound was the same. It proved that these people were ordinary people. Success. Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. Through the test just now, he successfully separated his right hand to read memories. Actually, it was not completely like this. The operation that Aoba was using now was essentially still his right hand touching other people's heads. These scattered pieces of paper were all his transformed right hand. To be precise, these papers were all part of Aoba's right hand. Good fellow. It's actually that simple. Just now, I thought complicated things. Just touching it is enough. As long as the paper is a part of my right hand, there is no need to waste so much time passing the chakra over. Aoba quickly thought in his heart. Now, he had obtained the memories of everyone here and obtained the corresponding reward from reading memories. Of course, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that Aoba could now use more methods to read memories, and he could also read them remotely. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Aoba said not bad 3 times in a row. This was not only to say that he had upgraded the memory reading method of the mind reading system, but also to say that everyone at the scene was indeed their first time coming to his compartment. Then, Aoba immediately opened the memories of these country of water merchants and quickly browsed through it. Hey! Aoba had just taken a look at the memories, and he immediately frowned. He instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. These country of water merchants was indeed a merchant. However, they were not really merchants. The merchant was just their identity on the surface, but their secret identity was Kirigakuru's spy. It could be seen from the memories of these people that they were all ordinary people selected by Elder Genji. Genji had a very high right to speak in the country of water. Because the country of water was located in the island country, if they wanted to obtain information about the ninja world, there was an inherent distance disadvantage. For the country of water, country of lightning and the country of fire was somewhat closer. If they wanted to obtain information about the country of wind and the country of earth, it would be too difficult. Even if they succeeded in obtaining the information, it would be too late by the time the information was sent back. They couldn't be able to wait that long. But they couldn't possibly set up spies because of such a problem. Due to this reason, Kirigakuru's elder Genji proposed a very important suggestion, which was to let ordinary merchants be spies and replace the Kirigakuru's ninja. After all, if they used genin, it was very likely that they had already been caught before they could gather any information. Chunin's resources were limited, and it could be said that it was a complete waste to use them to gather information. This was even more so for Jonin. On the other hand, using merchants as spies has a greater advantage. They were doing business and often going back and forth between various forces for decades. Generally speaking, they would not be easily suspected, and they wouldn't admit these things even if they were found out. In the memories of these merchants, Aoba saw that Genji had found them and proposed to let them become spies and inquire about the intelligence of various forces. Elder Genji probably would never have dreamed that they would be found out in such a way, Aoba thought silently in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for his habit of checking every prisoner who came in for interrogation, then it was impossible to find such a thing. It was the mind-reading system that was able to help him find the contact details between the merchants of the country of water and their boss in the memories of these people. If there was no mind-reading system, it was impossible for Aoba to read memories so recklessly. No one would be bored enough to use the mind-reading secret technique to read the memories of ordinary people. This identity as the country of water merchant directly became the most advantageous protective umbrella for these spies. When Aoba read their memories, he found a very important task. These spies had come here under the fire of war, mainly because they had several tasks to do. The first one was to find out information about Satsuma Rentaro. They wanted to know if Satsuma Rentaro was still in Konohagakure, and according to the information brought back by the 7 ninja swordsmen, there was no information about Gosui and Rentaro in the country of fire. Those two seemed to have evaporated into thin air. On the other side, the 7 ninja swordsmen also did not find any information about Gosui in the country of lightning's territory. Even the Kumigakure did not know where Gosui was. Because of this, the 7 ninja swordsmen had sufficient reason to suspect that Gosui might be hiding in Konohagakure right now. Although Gosui had killed Uchiha Sekai and had also obtained Sekai's Sharingan, this was not a secret in the ninja world. The normal thinking was that they would always stay away from Konohagakure because all the people there wanted to kill him. However, it was precisely because everyone thought this way that the strength of searching Gosui inside Konohagakure was not that great. After this speculation, 7 ninja swordsmen decided to find these merchants for help and let them go to Konohagakure to find out if there were any clues about Gosui. It was just that. The moment these merchants entered Konohagakure, they were stopped by Fugaku, who was patrolling. Fugaku instantly gave the order to capture them. The reason he gave was very simple. From the day the Third Ninja World War broke out until the day before he returned to Konoha, Kirigakure's merchants never came again. This was obviously to avoid the war, and it was human nature to avoid harm. But at this critical juncture, these people came again. In that case, Fugaku immediately determined that the other party had come with a purpose. They might even carry some special missions with them. Just like that. These country of water merchants had yet to start their investigation task had already been captured. Interesting. After a brief silence, Aoba walked toward the brother, who was the leader among the merchants of the country of water. You were brought here should be because of a misunderstanding. I will explain it clearly to them, and then you can leave. Aoba walked to the front of the leader of the country of water merchants and gently patted his shoulder. As he raised his hand, a black circle appeared where he had just been patted. It was his Flying Thunder God formula, and then the circle disappeared in the blink of an eye as if it had never been there. Once a Flying Thunder God formula was imprinted on a person's body, then it would be a mark that would always exist. It could be said that Aoba had planted an eye on this person. This way, it would become more convenient in the future. Ah! The merchant leader was stunned for a moment, completely unable to react to what was going on. Why did he suddenly release them? Wasn't they still being interrogated? Something was wrong. There was something wrong here. Why? The merchant leader immediately asked. His voice was full of curiosity and was full of confusion about this matter. You haven't asked us anything. You don't even know what we are doing here. Why do you let us go like this? The merchant leader asked in confusion. So you want me not to let you go? Aoba asked directly. No. No, the merchant lead instantly woke up. Now was not the time to satisfy his curiosity. As long as they could leave, it would be better than not being able to leave. It was not only him who thought this way. Even the other merchants who had been brought along had looks of joy on their faces. These people were continuously winking at their leader. They indicated that the other party should agree. I have my own interrogation style. As long as you come to me for the first time, I will give you a chance. But if you come here for the second time, then the problem is not so simple. Aoba pushed this reason to his second-time rule. In fact, after he saw the memories of these merchants, he understood their situation. They were simply here to gather information. After collecting the information, they would leave with the information and would not stay here at all. But Aoba felt that this kind of thing was two-sided. He could get rid of these spies. But this thing was like a fly. It was impossible to kill them all. After these spies had problems, Genji would definitely send new spies. At that time, it would not be so easy to find them. Because of this, Aoba decided to play along with the plan. He used these merchants to send back the information that he wanted to pass to Kirigakure. Chapter 283. Aoba's explanation entered the ears of everyone present. They were immediately skeptical, and a strong sense of joy surged in the depths of their hearts. Met the cat-faced demon in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division. This was a very unfortunate matter. But the luck that they encountered in this kind of unfortunate event. That was the first time they had come here. You have to know. The first time was incomparably precious. As long as it was used, there would be no more in the future. Now that they were all in their first time, the fear in everyone's hearts slowly eased because of Aoba's words. There was a chance. Even the other vaguely realized that since the country of water merchants had another chance, then they would also have it. Such thoughts immediately filled their hearts, making them feel extremely comfortable. After all, before they came here, they had already heard of the legend about the cat-faced demon. Everyone knew that cat-faced demon's first time was still very gentle, but after the second time, it was incomparably wild. After the country of water merchant heard Aoba's words, they still felt very strange, as if the other party was joking. He didn't even interrogate them? Let them go directly? If they didn't know that they didn't do anything, they might have thought that their people had bribed this torture ninja. Or, those who didn't know would think that this person was a spy arranged by Kirigakure here. However, none of them dared to ask now. This kind of question couldn't be asked. If they asked another question, they might not let them leave here. They could leave now. Then they would seize the opportunity. The water country merchant leader stared at Aoba, who was wearing a cat face mask. His gaze stayed on Aoba for more than 10 seconds, and he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. You can go now. Aoba's indifferent voice sounded again. It was already somewhat urging. Just after he said this, a hint of impatience appeared in his dark eyes through his cat-faced mask. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Aoba's voice instantly became much more serious, and his eyes were filled with displeasure, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. We will get lost now. The merchant leader did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately walked out of the compartment. As the leader left, the other merchants followed him and under the envious gazes of the other trial prisoners. When these country of water merchants walked to the compartment door, they couldn't help but stop. The surroundings were dark. They were in the dark corridor. They were all driven out by the cat-faced demon. This was a good thing for them, but they didn't know how to go out. Not only that. When they stood in the corridor, they could faintly hear some extremely subtle torturing sounds. It was like a whip was whipping somewhere. It was just that these voices were not very clear and were easily diluted, causing people to ignore them. For a moment, the faces of these country of water merchants were all filled with bewilderment. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were full of doubts. Boss, where are we going now? It's dark here. I can't even see my fingers when I stretch out my hand. I can't even see the path clearly. How can we go? Is the cat-faced demon said really true? Is he going to let us go? That's right. He didn't even send us out for a bit. We can understand that he doesn't have time. At least arrange for someone to send us out. This cat-faced demon is too hasty in his actions. There's no end to it. After these country of water merchants walked out of the compartment, they began to discuss among themselves. They were all ridiculing Aoba, and there was a different degree of dissatisfaction on their faces. They seemed to not agree with Aoba's actions just now. Shut up! The leader shouted. After he shouted, he immediately looked back at the compartment's door. Now they were standing at the compartment's door and didn't even move a little bit. There was no sound in the compartment at all. But this made the leader feel a strong sense of fear. He did not know whether it was because the compartment had good soundproofing or because there was no sound coming from the inside. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong. He just let us go. It is not appropriate for you to talk about them like this here. The leader said. His gaze swept across every merchant in the surroundings. The meaning reflected in his expression was very clear and obvious. Boss, he left us here. Where should we go? I seriously suspect that this is his trick. I feel the same. There is a problem. Does he not want to let us go at all? It's such a dark place, we can't even see the road, and we don't even know how to get out. After hearing their leader's warning, the merchants still continued to complain. Everyone seemed to be wronged. All of you shut up. The leader's heart was about to spit out in anger. After he said this, he once again looked at the compartment's door. There was no movement. Good, good. Only then did the leader slowly heave a sigh of relief. Then, he shifted their gazes back to the merchants who had followed him. Will you die if you don't speak? The leader rolled his eyes at them. He could clearly see the dissatisfaction in these people's eyes, which made him even more unhappy. After going back this time, he had to change these people. He was the leader of this merchant group, and others followed him. It was like having a big brother leading a team to do business in the sea. There were many such leaders and also such merchant groups. Now, this leader had already decided to go back and replace these merchants. Too stupid. Such stupid people could not do anything too shrewd. It was very easy for them to lose themselves. Listen to me. The leader pursed his lips. Just as he was about to say what he was going to say next, he glanced at the compartment's door again. But when glanced, it almost scared his soul out of his body. He doesn't know when there was a person standing at the compartment door. That person was dressed in black Anbu clothes and wore a white cat face mask. Wasn't he the cat-faced demon who was in the compartment's room just now? It was just, this time. The leader was more willing to call him a cat-faced ghost. He had no idea when he came out. Silent. There was not even the slightest sound, just like a ghost. Hiss. As the leader stopped moving, the surrounding merchants all looked in the direction of the compartment's door. Everyone immediately saw the cat-faced demon and could not help but gasp. All of a sudden, the corridor was quiet. No one dared to talk again. They all stared at the cat-faced demon in horror. At this moment, Aoba was also in a bad mood. Just now, he thought that it was too crowded inside. In addition, he would use some means to make use of these merchants who were in charge of delivering information to the country of water, so he chose to let them go. But not only won't these people leave, but they were also still piled up at the door. One by one, they started to complain. Their voice wasn't soft. In this quiet environment, it was clearly transmitted to the compartment. It could even be clearly heard by all the torture ninjas and trial prisoners. This made Aoba's face behind the cat-faced mask instantly turn black. Because of this, Aoba took a step out of the compartment step by step. Such a scene was reflected in the eyes of the prisoners waiting to be interrogated. All of a sudden, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. They had already vaguely realized that these merchants from the country of water outside did not seem to have such good luck anymore. Under the gaze of these prisoners, Aoba walked out of the compartment, stood at the compartment's door, and silently looked at these merchants who were ridiculing him. He had never seen such people. Aoba felt that he had opened his eyes. If it were any other prisoners, they would be grateful to him if he let them go. But it seemed that these merchants did not care about his existence at all. They did not take the convenience that he had brought them seriously. This made Aoba feel very unhappy. All of you, go in. Aoba's tone was very low, revealing an unquestionable dignity. The words of these country of water merchants just now. It made him understand the truth. Konoha Intelligence Division's matter did not need to be so complicated. Doing it deliberately made others think that he was using tricks. Then, give these country of water merchants a lesson. He also wants them to bring the legend of the cat-faced demon to the country of water so that all the merchants who come here in the future can restrain themselves a little and don't be so reckless. As Aoba said these, the merchant's expressions suddenly changed. The merchant closest to Aoba directly raised his hand and pointed at Aoba, his eyebrows full of anger. What's wrong with you? Just now, you said that you would let us go but not give us directions. Now you want us to go back? Are you talking so casually? The merchant said angrily. He was extremely dissatisfied with Aoba now and felt that Aoba was playing with them. Swish! Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed past. It attracted the gazes of the surrounding merchants in an instant. Thud! Then, the sound of something falling rang out and clearly entered everyone's ears. Ah! The merchant who had pointed at Aoba earlier suddenly let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Because of the darkness, he didn't see clearly at all. Then, he suddenly felt an intense pain on his entire wrist. This pain directly seeped into all the nerves in his body, making him unable to relieve this feeling. Droplets of sweat as big as beans fell from his head onto the ground. Only then did the other merchants notice one thing. The hand that pointed at Aoba had already disappeared, and the thing that fell on the ground was the hand of the merchant he used to point at Aoba. This. The faces of the surrounding merchants all turned ugly. This torture ninja actually cut off that person's hand. None of them saw the scene of blood spraying out. The entire process happened too quickly, so fast that they did not even have time to react. Even the matter of that person's palm being cut off was something they only discovered when they heard the sound of falling and screams. For a moment, everyone's expressions changed greatly. They finally understood why this torture ninja wearing a cat face mask was called the cat-faced demon. He looked stuffy just now. He didn't even speak a few words. Now, he could actually do something that directly cut off a person's hand. This really made people speechless. The way these merchants looked at Aoba changed, and all of them became silent. No one dared to speak. After all, no one wanted their hands to be cut off. This kind of thing. It was enough just to happen once. Ah! The merchant whose hand had been cut off was still wailing loudly. His voice was especially hoarse, and it sounded like his heart was being torn apart as it echoed through the corridor. Not only the prisoners awaiting trial in Aoba's compartment could hear, but even the prisoner in the other compartment could hear it clearly. Other than that, at the end of Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment corridor, just as the guards were about to go out, they heard a sharp scream. "Boss, should we go over and take a look?" One of the guards asked. "Don't worry about anything." The guard leader did not even look back as he walked out. This was the effect he wanted. Now there are only 2 or 3 people in the rest of the compartment. The intensity of work had indeed increased a lot compared to normal times, but compared to the previous few days, it could be said to be much less. As for those who were waiting for interrogation, those who showed slight disrespect to the guard leader, or those who were dissatisfied with the guard leader, were all sent to Aoba and asked the cat-faced demon to teach them how to behave. Now that they could hear the screams coming from the other side, they did not need to think to know that it was the cat-faced demon who was showing his might. After that, the guard leader led the guards and quickly left Konoha Intelligence Division's range. Although they did not know who the person behind the cat-faced mask was, it did not hinder their work. Aoba looked indifferently at the screaming merchant in front of him. He suddenly felt his ears hurt because of the merchant's scream. "You are too noisy." Aoba suddenly raised his right hand and raised his hand to slap the head of this merchant. Snapped. Aoba's palm collided with the head of this merchant, and a muffled sound immediately rang out. This muffled sound was not loud. But, the merchant suddenly became quiet, and the entire environment became quiet. After not hearing the screams of this merchant, the other merchants were shocked. There was no sound in the surroundings. Even the sounds of beating that were faintly heard earlier were gone. "Go in." Aoba stared coldly at the other merchants. Now he had thought it through that he wouldn't give them any face to see. They had no idea what a gift was. As soon as Aoba said this, the merchants became afraid. They were afraid that they would become the next person whose hand would be cut off, so they quickly walked back into the compartment. Only the merchant who had his hand cut off was left. The intense pain made him almost unable to open his eyes. Everything in his line of sight could not be seen clearly. But he clearly felt it. There was a little problem with his body. He roared hysterically, but no sound came out. He seemed to have lost his voice, which made him feel even more terrified. He lowered his head and widened his eyes. He wanted to see his hand that had fallen in the dark corridor. But it was at this time. He felt that his collar was pulled by a strong force, and then his whole body seemed to have no weight and was directly pulled out in an exaggerated way. "Don't think about this hand," Aoba said indifferently. His cold voice clearly echoed in the compartment so that every trial prisoner here could hear it. Swish! Aoba raised his hand and threw him back into the compartment like he was throwing a trash. This scene completely stimulated the nerves of everyone in the compartment. "I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it." Aoba's voice slowly rang out. His tone had already changed. If there had been no emotional fluctuations before, then now there was intense killing intent. Along with the voice, there was also the aura that Aoba transmitted. This kind of strong aura. It caused the temperature in the compartment to drop by a lot. Now. Aoba deliberately dragged out his voice. His cold eyes looked through the peephole of the mask and looked at the bodies of these country of water merchants. When Aoba looked at everyone, they looked away and did not dare to meet Aoba's gaze. It's not your first time. As Aoba said these, the merchants' expressions changed greatly. Even if they didn't know who the cat-faced demon was. However, they had been taught a lot during the process of coming here. The cat-faced demon was very tolerant of the first-time prisoners. But the second time, it was like hell had descended upon the mortal world. Not only did the expressions of these merchants change, but the expressions of the other prisoners who were tied up here also changed slightly. This was the second time. Just like this, as soon as they entered and exited. The first time was gone. This. Could it be calculated like this? The on-site trial prisoners suddenly felt a headache. After all, these merchants had just entered and left as soon as they came in. The time was so short, but everything had changed. Chapter 284. No. No. When the merchant leader heard Aoba's words, he instantly started to panic. Right now, he was very regretful. If he had known that these people were so stupid, he would not have brought them out, especially at such a critical time. Right now, they hadn't done anything yet. They hadn't even gotten any information. It could be said that they had died before they even came out. They were directly captured and brought into this Konoha intelligence division. He had just gotten the chance to be released, and he had been sent back by those fools. Now, the situation had completely changed, and the precious first time had been lost just like that. The merchant leader immediately felt annoyed. His mood became very depressed. He no longer knew what the situation would be like. As for the other merchants, they felt a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts after hearing Aoba's words. They instinctively wanted to argue, but after seeing their companion who had his hand cut off, they forcibly suppressed the words in their hearts. Now they only wanted to know. How exactly did this torture ninja call the cat-faced demon to want to deal with them? This was not their so-called first time. What kind of danger would they encounter? Even the surrounding prisoners who had been tied up in the compartment looked at Aoba curiously. This was the first time they had come here. They had never experienced the cat-faced demon's abuse before. Right now, they all want to know it. What kind of scene would it be? Aoba met everyone's gazes, and his gaze landed on the country of water merchants. There were a total of 7 merchants, including the leader. They piled up in the compartment, making the compartment especially bloated. This originally small space became even narrower. Let's start now. Aoba's voice sounded indifferent, and he directly walked to the innermost part of the compartment and raised his hand to take out a board. This board usually leans on the wall inside the compartment. If they did not carefully examine the room, they wouldn't have been able to see it. Now that Aoba had picked up the board, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. They had never seen such a thing before and did not know what it was. Soon, Aoba took the board to the middle of the compartment. In the relatively narrow space, he gently pushed the board forward, and the board began to tilt. Boom! There was a dull sound. The board directly fell to the ground, showing the other side to everyone. Hiss! When the people in the compartment saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone widened their eyes, and their eyes were full of fear. This was too terrifying. Their eyes were focused on the board, and everyone could clearly see it. The top of the board was densely packed with brightly shining protruding nails. The length of these nails was not very long. Each of them looked only a few centimeters long. Even if they stabbed a person, it would only cause flesh wounds and would not be fatal. But this kind of terrifying torture equipment was actually taken out so easily. As expected of the cat-faced demon, the eyes of the prisoners who were tied up changed again and again. They no longer dared to imagine what kind of terrifying torture they would face if they were the country of water merchants. "Why don't you guys go up on your own?" Aoba looked at the merchants. A smile appeared on the face behind the mask. Then, he continued, "Or should I help you up?" When Aoba said this, the merchants were all dumbfounded. No one dared to respond, and they were completely in a state of silence. Even though they had already thought of this in their hearts. But they still hoped that they would be chased out by this cat-faced demon just like earlier so that they could avoid this disaster, but that was not the case anymore. "It seems that you want me to help you." Aoba looked at these motionless merchants, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. If these people were Konoha people, then he would pay attention to his actions. Moreover, he would use medical ninjutsu to treat their injuries to a certain degree. But these people were the merchants of the country of water. Since he had already let them go once, he would not let them go a second time. He needs to teach them a lesson to let them know the pain. In the future, they would be able to realize the danger of this matter clearly and would not continue to do this. It was precisely because of this problem. Aoba did not intend to treat them in any form. Then, Aoba took a step forward. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the nearest merchant. In front of everyone, he lifted this person up from the ground. In the next moment, Aoba directly threw this person toward the board full of nails. This made the people who saw this scene all have other thoughts in their hearts. Some people even don't dare to look. Ah! The merchant's body hit the iron nails on the board, and he immediately screamed loudly. The sharp nails directly pierced into his body. Such a scene! It was reflected in the eyes of the prisoners waiting for interrogation. They instantly felt a great visual impact, which was not very good. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. Everyone felt fear. After that, Aoba did not wait for everyone to react. He threw another merchant over. In a split second, miserable screams rang out once more. Half a day passed quickly. During this period of time, Aoba was carrying out intense torture with these merchants from the country of water. Almost every single one of these merchants did not have any complete parts on their bodies. However, they were still alive. They had only suffered skin and flesh torture. Everyone shouted until their throats were hoarse. It also reflects that sentence. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, no one would come to save them. This feeling of helplessness and despair invaded all of their bodies and souls, making them not know what to do at all. Now, every one of them regretted speaking ill of the cat-faced demon outside Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Moreover, they clearly understood why the cat-faced demon was called the cat-faced demon. It was truly too terrifying. Each and every one of them had to endure a torment that they did not know when would end. They wanted to confess. However, they had nothing to confess. Not only that, this cat-faced demon did not need them to confess because he did not ask anything. They could understand that during this period of time, the cat-faced demon only wanted to torture them mercilessly, destroy their will, and make the surrounding prisoners who were tied up fall into deep fear. "Now you can go." Aoba stood in the middle of the compartment. He still maintained his posture when they first met. His tone was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. There was not even any exhaustion in them like a torturer robot, but what he did was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Yes. When the merchant leader heard Aoba say this again, he immediately felt like he had heard a voice from heaven. This voice was so wonderful. It symbolized liberation and freedom. The merchant leader couldn't care less about the other merchants and quickly ran out of the compartment instantly. After running out of the compartment, he directly ran out of the corridor. No matter where he went, even if he was pulled closer to other compartments, he did not care. As long as he was not here, he could bear it. The merchant leader had never felt the pressure of death at such a close distance. During this period of torture, his feelings were still very clear. If he experienced it one more time, he would definitely die. He absolutely could not return. The merchant leader did not want to be tricked by these pig-like teammates again. After the merchant leader ran out, the other merchants did not hesitate at all and ran out one after another. Soon, Aoba's compartment became spacious again. At this time, Aoba looked at the remaining prisoners. Earlier, he had just read the memories of these people using a piece of paper. Now, he was very clear about what these people had done. No one had committed any major crimes, but no one could stand these small things. The purpose of Konohagakure's establishment is to protect the people in the village and let the people in the village love each other like a big family. Aoba's voice slowly sounded. He was very clear. Not to mention this kind of big family that was formed together. Even if it was a real family that was related by blood. Different families had different problems. Even blood relatives were the same, not to mention these people who did not even have blood relations. I hope that you will control yourselves. Aoba thought for a while and did not say anything more. He had no way to say that he could really convince others with his mouth and stop them from committing crimes. He did not have the ability and also did not want to waste his breath. In short, don't hesitate to commit crimes. If you come, I will give you a punishment that can make you remember for life. People often say that they forget about the pain when it becomes a scar. That was because it was not painful enough. Aoba felt that as long as it was painful enough, even if the scar were healed, they would still remember it. Now, I will give each of you a confession scroll. You write all the things you have done on it. I will check the confession scroll you have written in turn. If you miss anything, you will regret it. Aoba's dark eyes passed through the cat-faced mask and focused on the faces of these waiting prisoners. He swept across each person's face one by one, and his eyes emitted a cold light, causing everyone who was targeted by him to feel an incomparably powerful pressure. Yes. The waiting prisoners present immediately responded after hearing Aoba's words, and each of their faces revealed a relieved expression. After a whole afternoon of torture. Although they were not the ones being tortured. However, they looked very tired. Now they knew that it was finally their turn to leave this place. For a moment, no one dared to be like the country of water merchants. They had already silently vowed in their hearts. They would not come here a second time. Otherwise, they would be like those merchants and suffer terrible torture. Aoba looked at the expressions of the crowd. He understood that these monkeys were really shocked by the chicken he had just killed. Then, he began to walk toward the shelf not far behind him. He took out confession scrolls from the shelf. Aoba walked to the front of every criminal who was waiting for interrogation and untied the ropes that were tied to their bodies. Then he gives a confession scroll to each of them. Soon, Aoba sent all the confession scrolls down. After receiving the confession scroll, these prisoners wrote down their crimes on it one after another. About 10 minutes later, Aoba collected all the confession scrolls and, after looking through them one by one, it was confirmed that no one dared to miss out on some places that would lead to serious punishment. Then, he opened the compartment door and called over the guards who were guarding not far away. Finally, he handed the confession scrolls to the guards along with the prisoners. After all of this was done, Aoba slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's time to get off work. Aoba smiled and walked directly toward the Anbu dormitory. When he was almost halfway there, he happened to see a man in a black trench coat rushing over. This man was wearing sunglasses. He can't see the specific changes in his eyes. When Aoba saw this person, he immediately stood still. The person walking in front of him was Konohagakure Intelligence Division Captain Marino Eden. Brother Eden. When Aoba saw Eden, he immediately greeted him. He knows Eden's route. At this time, he was coming over. Basically, he was here to find him. If that was the case, there was no need for Eden to say anything. Aoba had already guessed the reason why the latter had come to find him. Now, Eden had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to ask if the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school had been updated. Aoba, I am looking for you. This is not the place to talk. Come to the office with me. After seeing Aoba, Eden directly nodded to Aoba and then turned to walk back. It was just as Aoba had guessed. It was basically the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. As long as Aoba heard Eden that they should talk in the office, then he will associate the office with a perverted uncle. He faintly felt that Eden not doing anything good in the office. After all, that place was too hidden. Normally, no one would disturb Eden. It was simply an excellent place. Yes. Aoba still responded and followed behind Eden, walking in the direction of Eden's office. 10 minutes later, Eden brought Aoba to his office. Sit. Eden gestured to Aoba in the office. After he said this, he sat directly on the chair behind the desk. Okay. Aoba nodded and sat down directly. He did not ask or say anything. He just quietly waited for Eden to say anything. Eden looked at Aoba and then casually took off the sunglasses on his face. He crossed his fingers and placed them on his chin. His entire face looked particularly serious. Aoba, have you updated it? Eden asked directly. It could be said that he had completely ignored any pleasantries. When Aoba heard Eden's words, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. He was stunned for a moment. Although he had already expected such a dialogue to happen, when these words really came out, Aoba could not help but sigh. Brother Eden, I have already given so many chapters. How long has it been since I gave it to you? Why did you want more of it now? Aoba faintly wanted to persuade Eden to restrain himself a little, but he didn't know how to say these words. It hasn't been updated, right? After seeing Aoba stunned for a moment, Eden instinctively thought that Aoba had no stock left in his hands. After all, judging from the time, it was impossible. Of course, Eden did not know that after Aoba was called away by Danzo, he did not complete the mission. Instead, he wrote a complete chapter in the dark room. Actually, I came to find you this time not to urge you to update but to ask you something very important. After saying this, Eden's eyes suddenly became very serious and looked a lot more serious than usual. What is it? Aoba asked indifferently. Did you tell the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school to others? When Eden said this, his entire face changed. That feeling was like, it was as if he had discovered that his wife had someone outside. His entire being was extremely solemn. The change in his expression and his attitude caused Aoba to be stunned. Could it be? Shouldn't good things be shared by everyone? Was there a need to hide it? Aoba didn't mind sharing the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school at all. The reason why he didn't show it to the ninjas earlier was that the signature on the book was Fugaku's name. If there wasn't such a thing, it wouldn't be a problem to spread it to them at that time. After all, Aoba was a person from the modern era. He was born a good person and liked sharing. But before Aoba could answer, Eden spoke again. Aoba, let me tell you, this is not a small matter, but a very serious matter. If you reveal this manuscript to others in advance, once it spreads out, it will affect the sales of the follow-up publications. Eden said righteously. Although he said so, he did not think so in his heart. This kind of excuse, it gave Aoba a very strange feeling. It was as if he saw his girlfriend wearing very sexy clothes and was about to go out. Then, he stopped her and asked her to change her clothes. The reason was that he was afraid that she would get cold. After hearing what Eden said, Aoba realized that the current Eden was not here to urge him to update but to prevent him from showing the manuscript to others. Did this matter spread so quickly? He had just promised to copy the first chapter for Anbu, who was from the Yamanaka clan. He hadn't copied it yet. Did it spread out first? Chapter 285. Aoba felt that these old buddies from Yamanaka clan were too anxious. They let the wind out so quickly, and things got worse after that. Aoba's head quickly thought about it. Now he had begun to think about how to solve the following things. Brother Eden, I also have something to tell you. Aoba did not directly respond to Eden's words. After all, from Eden's attitude, he felt that the latter attached great importance to the book. It was because of this importance. It was a little hard for Eden to accept that other people had also read this book. Something was wrong. Aoba suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this logic. According to his understanding of Eden, the other party was not a narrow-minded person at all. After all, he lent his Ika Ika Paradise book before to him. If one were to say that Eden was a petty person, there was no reason to show him his treasured Ika Ika Paradise, right? Thinking of this, Aoba frowned slightly and suddenly realized a problem. Perhaps Eden was not narrow-minded, but he did not want other people to see this content in advance before the book was published. This way, Eden, who could read the content in advance, sense of accomplishment was reduced. What is it? This time, it was Eden's turn to be surprised. He did not expect Aoba to look for him for something. He immediately blinked his eyes and stared at Aoba, his eyes flashing with confusion. Aoba stared at Eden and hesitated a little. After organizing his thoughts, he opened his mouth. Just a while ago, I was taken away by Danzo-sama and carried out a secret mission. Brother Eden, you know about this, right? Aoba said slowly. SHH. When Eden heard Aoba's words, he immediately raised a finger and placed it in front of his lips, indicating that the latter should not speak nonsense. Don't say such words in public in the future. Eden stared at Aoba with a serious expression and told Aoba something very important. As Konoha Gakure Intelligence Division Captain, he knew very well how powerful Danzo was. Of course, he knew that Danzo had called all the Anbu members of the Yamanaka clan away. However, Danzo did not tell them the specifics. Now Aoba took the initiative to say these words to him. In fact, it was very dangerous. I understand. Brother Eden is not an outsider. I am not worried if I tell you. Aoba immediately praised Eden. A smile appeared on his face, indicating his trust in Eden. Don't say such things to me. You can't say it to anyone. If others hear it, you will be in danger once it reaches Danzo-sama's ears. Eden explained these things to Aoba with a serious expression. I understand. Aoba nodded. He knew that Eden meant well. He absolutely could not tell anyone about these secret missions. He only had something to ask Eden for help, so he said these things. Just say it. After you say it, pretend that you never said it, and don't talk about this topic with anyone. Any secret mission is very important. Keeping the secret of the mission is the basic rule of us, Anbu. Eden said to Aoba seriously. His expression was particularly serious. When he asked Aoba to call him Big Brother, he already regarded Aoba as his younger brother in his heart, so he was still more concerned about Aoba. I know. Aoba nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and said to Eden. I won't talk about the details of this secret mission. I just said that when I was on a mission, I was unable to complete that mission, so I was busy writing a chapter in the room. Aoba said in a low voice. What? Eden immediately widened his eyes, and his eyes were flashing with anticipation. You mean, there's a new chapter? Eden's expression was filled with excitement. This made him feel like he had discovered a new continent. It was completely beyond his expectations. When Aoba saw Eden's expression, he was instantly speechless. Is updating important? Isn't it just a new chapter? And why are you so excited? Aoba felt that there was a big problem with Eden's focus. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be concerned about why he was unable to complete the task? Or should he criticize him in the process of carrying out the task? Why does it look like? It was like a joke. He had focused all his attention on the chapter. Yes. Aoba nodded helplessly. He had even guessed what Eden was going to say next. Quick, let me see. Eden immediately stretched out his hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and presented the blank palm to Aoba with a demanding posture. Brother Eden. I haven't finished yet. Aoba was speechless. The question you are talking about is too sensitive. Think about it first, about what can be said and what can't be said. When you think about it, I have already finished reading the latest chapter. Eden still maintained his demanding gesture, but as he spoke, his other hand reached into the drawer and took out another book. This book was where Eden transcribed Aoba's book. He not only wanted to read the latest chapter, he also wanted to write the latest chapter in his book. This way, he could read it at any time. Okay. Aoba looked at Eden's impatient look and did not know how to describe his feelings. Then, Aoba reached into the ninja pouch and directly took out the red book from the ninja pouch. He then handed the book directly to Eden. Aoba, this is your fault. Since you wrote it all down, why didn't you say it just now? After Eden took the book from Aoba, he deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry. Of course, he just pretended to be angry, and Aoba could feel the joking feeling. I will pay attention next time. Aoba understood that when the boss expressed his dissatisfaction, whether he was reasonable or not, it did not matter whether the boss was deliberately picking a fight or not. Just admit it directly, and it would be over. Then he would say that he would correct it in the future. This way, he would not lose a single piece of meat at all. It could also reduce the anger of the boss and end this meaningless argument at the lowest cost and price. That's more like it. Eden was very satisfied with Aoba's action. He felt very pleased. Then, he carefully opened the red book in his hand and sat up straight. He looked very serious. Eden then quickly turned to the section of the latest chapter. His eyes instantly focused on every word. Updated. Sure enough, it was updated. This was too cool. Eden widened his eyes. He read word by word, afraid of missing any detail. It was as if he could no longer see Aoba's existence. He directly places himself on the content, making him feel extremely comfortable. Aoba looked at Eden, who was reading seriously. He did not say a word and maintained the silence of the scene, providing a very good reading environment for Eden. As time passed, unknowingly, more than half an hour passed. Eden had already finished reading the latest chapter in the book and had also written the chapter in his own book. After all of this was over, Eden looked at Aoba with a satisfied expression and handed the red book back to him. Aoba, I have to say, you are really a genius. Eden sighed from the bottom of his heart. He had seen too many. Before he saw Teacher Bai of the Ninja School, he felt that the most beautiful book was the Ika Ika Paradise written by Jiraiya-sama. However, ever since he saw the book Teacher Bai of the Ninja School written by Aoba, he couldn't read any other books now. The entire shelf was filled with many items that he had once regarded as treasures. He had once been proud of these items. But now, he wouldn't read them at all. Eden would rather read the copy of Teacher Bai of the Ninja School a few more times than open those books. They were not on the same level at all. Most of those books were straightforward descriptions, and the descriptions were so detailed that people could already imagine the pictures. But, it was still a picture that came out of the brain through text. Aoba's book, Teacher Bai of the Ninja School, was different. It was not about the picture anymore. The most important thing was the plot and the atmosphere that he had never imagined before. This could be said to have completely destroyed the other books. One had to know. The atmosphere was a very important thing. Right, Aoba, what did you want to say just now? Only then did Eden remember that he had interrupted Aoba halfway through his words and directly went to read the latest chapter. He really couldn't help it. Eden would not dare to let himself be idle during this period of time. As long as he was free. The plot of Teacher Bai of the ninja school kept drilling into his head, constantly invading his nerves. Cough, cough, cough. When Aoba heard Eden's words, he suddenly choked on his own saliva. Even he almost forgot what he said. Good fellow. Aoba had truly broadened his horizons. No wonder Naruto's sexy technique could penetrate the ninja world. It was simply. This was a group of LSP. This is what happened. Aoba continued to say what he was interrupted just now. His eyes were fixed on Eden, and his mind was quickly organizing his words. The things I wrote in the mission were discovered by others. They reported to Danzo-sama, Aoba said slowly. This. Eden suddenly widened his eyes. He suddenly realized the seriousness of this matter. You have to know. Doing other things in the process of carrying out a mission. That was a very unprofessional thing. Aoba. Eden's expression became extremely serious. It could be said that this was the most serious time they had ever known each other. You absolutely cannot do this again in the future. Eden warned Aoba. His tone revealed an unquestionable dignity, and it was completely a command. Even if the matter has passed, I still have to remind you. How can you write in the process of carrying out a mission? Moreover, you were discovered by Danzo-sama. This is really too funny. Thinking of this, Eden couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, it was fine. If Danzo-sama tore this book in anger, then his future happiness would be gone. I won't do it again. Aoba nodded and said. He had learned this lesson and did not plan to do this again. Otherwise, if he was discovered again, there might be a situation where he would be exposed. What he cared about was not exposing the things written. It would be exposed sooner or later anyway. Instead, it exposed Fugaku's signature on the book's title page. In fact, his relationship with Fugaku was just ordinary. This kind of relationship could not support him taking such a big risk for the sake of the Uchiha clan. What happened next? Eden asked Aoba. Danzo-sama looked at this book, Aoba said. Danzo-sama saw it. Eden felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. This was simply a terrifying event. Right now, his heart was filled with curiosity. How did Aoba manage to survive? Yes, Danzo-sama saw it and liked it very much. He wanted me to copy another book for him. I had no choice but to agree. Aoba said in a deep voice. The meaning he wanted to express was very obvious. It was to make Eden not think that he was lucky. The little book that he regarded as his wife had already been taken by Danzo. Who? Eden immediately took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. His chest kept rising and falling, trying to calm his complicated feelings. This feeling was really not so good. But the other party was Shimura Danzo. Eden could not complain at all. He could only choose to endure. Now he knew that Danzo-sama also wanted to have a copy of his own. His mood was extremely complicated, or rather depressed. The elated mood that just got the latest chapter became depressed in an instant, and his whole body was in a dull state. Is that all? Eden deliberately put on a nonchalant attitude, wanting to use this kind of performance to deceive himself and say that he did not care and then show his indifference to Aoba, but his heart was not completely relieved. No. Aoba immediately shook his head. The main point he wanted to say hadn't arrived yet. It was just. When he said that, Eden almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. There was actually more. Who could withstand this? Eden unnaturally put his hands away from the table and placed them under the table. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, trying to maintain his rationality as much as possible. Speak. Eden stared at Aoba as if he wanted to see every change in Aoba's expression. After Danzo-sama got this book, he first flipped through the title page and found Fugaku's signature. Maybe it was preconceived. He thought that this book was Fugaku's, and he felt that the content was written by Fugaku. Aoba said to Eden. This. Eden was speechless. This was a big and speechless matter. He actually didn't know the real author clearly and actually thought that this book was written by Fugaku. It was outrageous. Eden was a professional. He simply could not accept such a thing and felt baffled. Especially for a talented person like Aoba, it was a great humiliation to mistake the author of the book. Uchiha Fugaku. Was he worthy of the signature of teacher by of the ninja school? Have you explained it to Danzo-sama? Eden asked with a serious expression. He was very concerned about this matter. No, Aoba shook his head, looking very calm. You did not. Eden widened his eyes filled with confusion. What else? The corners of Aoba's mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. He glanced at Eden's extremely puzzled eyes and said with a smile, How would I dare? At that time, Danzo-sama held the book and asked me if it belonged to Fugaku. You also know the content of the book. What if I said it was mine and something happened to me in the end? That's true. Eden thought about the situation at that time, and it was indeed hard to say. Then, Danzo-sama mistakenly thought that this book was written by Fugaku. Because his relationship with the Uchiha clan was special, he hoped that I could ask Fugaku for the book update and write it down for him to read. But this matter must be kept secret. Aoba directly sold Danzo. He appeared to be afraid of Danzo, but in fact, he was not afraid at all. It can only be done like this. Although Eden was very helpless in his heart, he knew that there was no other way now. At this time, if he explained it to Danzo again, it would seem very deliberate and might have the opposite effect. So, Aoba deliberately dragged out his voice for a long time. This was the main point he wanted to talk about. Brother Eden. Aoba stared at Eden's face with pleading eyes. You have to help me. Aoba instantly put on a wronged expression and directly described himself as the victim of this incident. Only you have read this book, and only you know that I wrote it. If Danzo-sama knew that I wrote this book, then I would be in danger in the future. You have to help me tell a lie. Aoba paused and stared at Eden. This teacher by of the ninja school was written by Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 286. When Eden heard what Aoba said, he was dumbfounded and could not believe his ears. You mean the story of teacher by of the ninja school? Signed to Uchiha Fugaku. It was as if Eden had encountered a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth kept trembling, and he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of ability did this Uchiha Fugaku have? Was it because he gave him a book? There was an Uchiha Fugaku's signature on the book. And the content of this book belonged to Uchiha Fugaku. Was he worthy? Sigh. Eden let out a long sigh. He felt that his heart had become even more irritated. This kind of thing made it difficult for him, a reader, to accept. He already did not know what Aoba's mood would be like. Thinking of this, Eden raised his right hand. He wanted to gently pat Aoba on the shoulder and try to comfort him. But he just raised his hand into the air, then he stopped. Aoba, what do you think about this matter? Eden's face was full of bitterness. Now he felt that his whole body was not feeling good. He was completely in a very sullen state. His head was particularly heavy. He felt that the story of teacher Bai of the ninja school had been defiled by Fugaku. Ha 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 ha, brother Eden, don't feel bad. This is just a temporary expedient plan. Just take it as me taking a pen name, the pen name is Uchiha Fugaku. Aoba smiled lightly. He did not take this seriously at all. His mind had already gone to think about other things. It can still be like this. Eden's breathing became lacking in rhythm. Originally, he just wanted to warn Aoba not to casually spread the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. However, he did not expect that in the end, all these things would come back, causing him to suffer a great blow. Regardless of whether it is possible or not, we can only do this for now. After all, Danzo-sama has already determined that this book was written by Uchiha Fugaku. It is also because of this that he asked me to find out the latest plot from Fugaku. If I go and tell him now that this book has nothing to do with Fugaku, it is all written by me alone. Isn't that like fooling Danzo-sama? This way, I might be severely punished. Maybe in the future, I won't even be able to write a book. Brother Eden, won't you have nothing to read? Aoba said to Eden patiently and systematically. Through his way of speaking, he finally guided these things to Eden so that he could feel them from the bottom of his heart. Eden was stunned. The words that Aoba had said earlier. He automatically ignored all of them. Now all he cared about was one sentence: if something happened to Aoba, no one could continue to write the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. This was something that Eden did not want to see at all. All right. Eden nodded helplessly. Although he was not the one who wrote the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, he had watched it grow up. Now that the signature of this work had become Uchiha Fugaku, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Aoba, don't tell me that all your books will be signed, Uchiha Fugaku. Eden suddenly said something that made him particularly worried. After all, the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was only the beginning. He believed that with Aoba's talent, he could write even more brilliant stories in the future. It's not impossible. Aoba did not think too much about it, but he did not intend to use his own name at the beginning. After all, he would be famous in this way. He did not want to be famous in this way. If it was a title like the Cat-Faced Demon, he could accept it more or less in his heart. But if he directly used his name to write a book, not too good. Aoba had previously observed the bookshelf in Eden's office. There were all kinds of books on it. However, from the signature of those books, it seemed that they were all real names. This was a little awkward. Aoba did not want to be famous, and he did not want to be famous in such a way. If he were to use the name Uchiha Fugaku as a pen name now, it was just right. Aoba felt that there was nothing wrong with this. It can't be. Eden took a deep look at Aoba, and the expression on his face became more and more helpless. He thought about how he would see one divine book after another in the future, but the names of the authors were all Uchiha Fugaku. He had a feeling that a fly had fallen on top of a peerless delicacy, and he was in a bad mood. Ha 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 ha, this is a small matter. Brother Eden, I have one more thing to tell you, and that is the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. It is about to come to an end, and it won't be long before it is finished. After it is finished, it can be published. Aoba grinned and said something that was extremely shocking to Eden. In fact, if he hadn't figured out the problem with the pen name, then he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. In the ninja world, it meant that he could publish it after he finished writing. According to Eden's character, once the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school ended, he would definitely find a way to publish this story. In this way, Eden could be considered the first person to chase after the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. What? Eden felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The messages that came one after another struck his nerves to a great extent. He had just been tangled up with the issue of the signature in Teacher Bai of the ninja school, and now he has learned such a piece of information. This was a very contradictory message. As a senior reader of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, Eden was looking forward to the next chapter. He also wanted to see the complete version of the Teacher Bai of the ninja school. But what he meant now was that there was nothing to see after the end. For a moment, Eden's mood was extremely complicated. He didn't know if he was happy or not, but something stuck to both sides. So fast. Eden's words were full of reluctance. He had not prepared himself for this. Even though he had thousands of words in his heart, he could not say a word. Aoba, don't worry. Leave the issue of publishing to me. I will contact the publisher. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school will definitely resound in the ninja world. Eden patted his chest and promised. This was all he could do. There seemed to be no way to change anything else. Although he hoped that the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school could last longer. But, as a reader, he also saw it. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was gradually coming to an end. In fact, Eden did not know. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school had long surpassed what Aoba had seen in the real world. There were also many points of Aoba's original work. He embedded some of the small stories he had seen in it. But that was all. This framework and structure had already been determined, and it was very difficult to add any more. Brother Eden, after I finish writing this Teacher Bai of the ninja school, I will continue writing. I already have a new idea. It should be called Binbin, a teenager from the ninja school. As for the specific situation, it will only be known when it is written, Aoba said with a smile. He did not want to cut off the bond between him and Eden easily. In addition, this bond was not only Eden, it was very likely that he would be able to grasp Shimura Danzo. There's actually a new book. Eden suddenly widened his eyes. This could be said to be a blessing in all misfortune. Now, as long as there was a story to read, he would be very happy. Aoba, when will the new story come out? Do you want to write a little for me to see? Aya, you have a new story. Why didn't you tell me earlier? A smile once again appeared on Eden's face, and he was in an extremely comfortable feeling. The last time he was so excited. It was the first time he saw the teacher of the ninja school. Now just thinking about the new story, he felt very excited. What is the idea of this story? Eden asked doubtfully. His mind was already filled with the new story, and he did not have the heart to think about anything else. Well, probably, a ninja from another village who came to Konoha and rented a house to study at the ninja school. I will not tell you the details. Wait for me to write it out. Aoba did not like to talk about these things, so it was better to write them out. Okay, then you can do it. I will support you with all my strength. Eden had already forgotten all about Uchiha Fugaku's signature. This was no longer important as long as there was a book to read. Brother Eden, there is one last thing. I have already promised the Yamanaka clan ninjas to give each of them a chapter of Teacher Bai of the ninja school story. They can only read one chapter. I feel that it doesn't matter even if it is spread out. I just think that we can promote the book Teacher Bai of the ninja school in this way. Aoba said seriously. This is not too good. Eden knew that Aoba had already agreed, but he still couldn't help but say, when a book manuscript was leaked. This will affect the sales of the books. Brother Eden, believe me. You can treat this part as a public period. Anyone can see it. As long as the public period is wonderful enough and everyone is looking forward to it, everyone will not be stingy when it comes to the paid period. Aoba grinned. The current ninja world was relatively backward in both ideology and technology. This was not comparable to modern society. When Aoba crossed over to the ninja world, what he had mastered was not only Naruto's plot but also the knowledge of the modern world. This knowledge could help him establish a great advantage in the ninja world. Alright. Anyway, I have already agreed. Eden did not really approve of Aoba's theory, but he felt that there was no point in arguing with Aoba. After all, the matter had already been confirmed. No matter what he said, he still had to show a part of the manuscript to the Yamanaka clan. Only, he didn't know why. Just now, he felt that these things were more difficult to accept. But after hearing the news of the new story, he no longer cared. This made him feel like he was worried that his wife would be taken by Danzo and the others. Now, he had a new concubine. Aoba, you have to promise me that only I can read the new story first. You can't let others see it again. Eden said with a straight face. Yes, don't worry. I won't show it to others. Aoba nodded and replied. He could already tell that Eden cared a lot about such things. But it didn't matter. He had already thought it through and could secretly show this story to Danzo. If he didn't tell Eden, Danzo definitely wouldn't make a fool of himself. At this time, he was telling Eden all this because he didn't want to expose Fugaku's matter. As for other things, he really didn't intend to say anything else. Brother Eden, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. I have been busy for several days. I am hungry and want to eat ramen. Aoba said to Eden. Go, take this book away. Since you are about to finish writing it, you should work harder and write more. Eden seemed to be very casual, but he said what he was very concerned about, which was to write more stories about Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Understood. Aoba took the red book that Eden handed over, turned around, and walked out of the office. Eden did not follow Aoba. He had just received a new chapter, and it had been copied. Now that Aoba was gone, then used it. After Aoba left Eden's office, he directly returned to Anbu's dormitory. In fact, even if Eden did not go to find him, he would still take the initiative to find Eden because he had to say hello to Eden about Fugaku. As for Fugaku, Aoba suddenly felt a headache. Right now, he still did not know how to deal with Fugaku's matter. How could he let Fugaku accept this matter? There was no problem for now, but when this story was published and the pen name was Uchiha Fugaku, if there wasn't a suitable excuse, then after Fugaku found out about this matter, it was very likely that things would become troublesome. After Aoba returned to the Anbu dormitory, he changed into casual clothes. After changing clothes, Aoba's mind suddenly moved and communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower. He then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared. Aoba appears on the second floor of the tower the next moment. There were blank paper tags that the advanced paper clone had placed there not long ago. Of course, Aoba was not looking for the blank paper tags this time. He took out a cloak from a box, folded it, stuffed it into a backpack next to him, and then put the backpack behind him. After all this was done, Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, again. What he communicated with was the Flying Thunder God formula in the Anbu dormitory. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed and appeared directly in the Anbu dormitory. If not for the extra backpack behind him, it looked like he did not leave at all. Aoba completed the process of going from the Anbu dormitory to his tower and then back to Anbu's dormitory from the tower almost in an instant. After that, Aoba walked out of the Anbu dormitory. From his appearance, they would not have recognized him as the cat-faced demon if it weren't someone who knew him very well in the Konoha Intelligence Division. Instead, he seemed more like an extremely ordinary citizen. Aoba didn't walk in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. Instead, he headed toward the east of Konoha. He had never been there before and wasn't very familiar with that area. However, he had read many people's memories. At the very least, he still had a basic understanding of them. That was the village's foreign trade area. The village's import and export business was all over there. Anything sold to the outside, what the village bought, everything was opened there. The country of water merchants were there to trade with the fresh seafood that they delivered over, and Aoba had already read this information from the memories of these merchants. Half an hour later, Aoba arrived at this area. He looked like an extremely ordinary passerby, but his attention was on the country of water merchant who might be out here. After a while, Aoba heard some movement. It was the country of water merchants that he had released in the afternoon. Damn it! That cat-faced demon is really too much. He actually did such a thing to us. I feel so painful. I feel like I have been pierced into a sieve. When did Konohagakure's intelligence division become so evil? Those torture props are terrifying just thinking about it now. Stop talking, I have goosebumps. I think I will have nightmares when I think of that cat mask. The voices of these country of water merchants continued to ring out. Each and every one of them was extremely unhappy. It was obvious that they felt unfair to encounter such treatment. However, there was no other way. They simply did not dare to tell it to the cat-faced demon. After Aoba heard these people's words, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Found it. Now that he has found these country of water merchants. Aoba suddenly turned around the corner. The moment he turned around, pieces of paper on his body flew up and down. One by one, the pieces of paper flipped over his body and directly changed him into another appearance. If the 7 ninja swordsmen saw Aoba's current appearance, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was Satsuma Rentaro. Aoba was now using Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, and Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, through the paper, causing his appearance to change. After that, Aoba took out the cloak he had prepared beforehand and directly draped it over his body. He then used the hood on his cloak to cover his face. As a result, his appearance could no longer be seen. Chapter 287. After Aoba completed his disguise, he directly strode toward the location of the country of water merchants. At this time, they were still discussing and talking about the cat-faced demon. SHH. At this time, there was a shushing sound. The owner of the voice was the leader of the country of water merchant. Just that shushing was enough to reveal his dissatisfaction. Can you guys pay attention to what you are saying? We are still in Konohagakure. If people hear it and arrest us, if you want to come out, it will not be so easy. The merchant leader said coldly. His tone was filled with deep dissatisfaction and helplessness. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth. Now he felt it too obvious. In the past, these merchants who followed him liked to talk. They liked to say irrelevant words. At that time, he didn't stop them, which led to today's tragedy. They could have walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division unscathed, but they were caught back ridiculously. He really can't take it anymore. The merchant leader didn't want this to happen again. As the merchant leader finished speaking, the other merchants all shut their mouths. They all knew that the leader was right. Back then, they wanted to cry but had no tears. It turned out that it was so easy to go out. It seems that the cat-faced demon was right. He really let them go, but they just stood there and didn't leave. Not only the problem of not leaving. They even stood in front of the compartment's door and scolded the cat-faced demon. In the end, the result was, their first time was gone. Right now, most of them have only suffered superficial injuries. These injuries were not big, but the process of getting these injuries was extremely horrifying, making them unable to see the hope of leaving alive. The mental pressure they suffered was extremely great. Thinking back now, it was especially terrifying. Their minds were filled with memories that terrified them. Among these country of water merchants, the one who suffered the most serious injuries was the one whose hand had been cut off. Other than that person, everyone else only had superficial wounds. You guys still dare to come? At this moment, a low voice rang out, clearly transmitted into the ears of these merchants. These country of water merchants looked over almost in an instant. Their gazes were fixed on a person wearing a cloak, and the expressions of these merchants all changed. They all looked at the person wearing the cloak and hood. Who are you? The merchant leader said in a deep voice. After the matter with Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, he had become much more cautious. The person who was watched by these merchants was Aoba, who had just transformed into Satsuma Rentaro through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, S transformation. It's me. Aoba slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, he lifted the hood on his head, revealing his entire face in front of everyone. Rentaro. Everyone, including the merchant leader, stared with their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. For so many years, these merchants had often worked together with the few Kirigakure spies remaining in Konohagakure. Those Kirigakure spies told the information they had gathered to the country of water merchants. Then these country of water merchants would send the information back. Among these spies, there was Satsuma Rentaro. Aoba had once seen this method of transmission in Satsuma Rentaro's memory. He wanted to go fishing and pass the wrong information to the country of water, just like how he passed the wrong information to the third Kazekage. However, the other party did not give him a chance at all. This was the first time that the country of water merchant had come here again ever since Satsuma Rentaro was killed by him. The main reason why these merchants had come here was to gather information if Konohagakure had any news about Satsuma Rentaro. They had not even started yet. Satsuma Rentaro had appeared in front of them by himself. Wasn't this too easy? All of a sudden, everyone had a very strange thought in their hearts. They faintly felt that something was wrong. After all, things that happen too easily could always be fake. However, they experienced it not too long ago. The cat-faced demon released them in a very simple manner. If they were to look back at it, perhaps it really wasn't much. It was possible that some things had happened so coincidentally. What are you guys doing? Aoba imitated Satsuma Rentaro's tone. He had already imitated this person countless times and had already gained experience. You were actually arrested and sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, the problem would be serious. Aoba's indifferent voice revealed a tone of reproach, and it seemed that he was very dissatisfied with the performance of these country of water merchants. This kind of preconceived blame. All the merchants present fell silent. These merchants were all brought into this mood. Although they were a little confused and did not know why Satsuma Rentaro suddenly appeared in front of them. After all, this was not consistent with the information they had obtained. But this kind of feeling was completely like someone else was playing, which was a very strange feeling. In a split second, the eyes of these merchants were all focused on Aoba, and their gazes were all different. However, they already understood. Before you figure out what exactly happened, don't talk nonsense, otherwise, it might cause a bad result. Aoba felt the gazes of these people, and his expression did not change. However, he felt that it was quite interesting. These country of water merchants would never have thought that the Satsuma Rentaro standing in front of them right now was the cat-faced demon who had just ravaged and tortured them not long ago. This is not the place to talk. Take me to a quiet place. After looking around the crowd, Aoba finally landed on the merchant leader and nodded at him. Come with me. The merchant leader also felt that this matter was a little strange, but he did not completely feel that there was something wrong with Satsuma Rentaro, so he could only bring this person to the warehouse that they were temporarily using. These warehouses were temporarily rented by the country of water merchants, where they stored the seafood goods they transported here. The warehouse was extremely damp, and the surrounding air was filled with the smell of the sea. It was very quiet, and there were no people hanging around. It can be said that it was a place where you could talk. As the country of water merchants entered one after another, Aoba followed behind them and finally stopped in a quiet corner. I don't know why you came to Konohagakure at this time. However, if I am not wrong, you should want to investigate my information, right? Aoba looked around at these country of water merchants. Although he said that he was guessing, he had already read the memories of these people. If they were playing card games, the key was not his own cards, but his opponent's cards were clear. Yes. The merchant leader hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding his head. After hearing Aoba say these words according to Satsuma Rentaro's tone, he became more and more convinced in his heart that this person was Satsuma Rentaro. Not only this merchant leader but also the other merchants all nodded their heads repeatedly, expressing their agreement with what Aoba had just said. You guys are indeed here to look for me. Aoba suddenly had a feeling that he had guessed correctly. Then, his gaze changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He raised his head slightly, allowing everyone to see his face even more clearly. Biwajozo-sama sent you here, right? Aoba slowly said. It was as if he had made a very casual guess. Right now, he did not need any special guesses and wisdom at all. Just by relying on the huge advantage brought about by the lack of information, he was able to crush these country of water merchants to death. Yes. Everyone, including the merchant leader, nodded at Aoba. They now completely believed Aoba's words. After all, not many people in the country of water knew about this, let alone Satsuma Rentaro, who was far away from Konohagakure. Biwajozo-sama is still too anxious. Aoba sighed. Rentaro, why are you in Konohagakure? According to Yozo-sama, you should have been captured by Gasui. The merchant leader immediately asked Aoba. There were many question marks in his head, but he still chose a key point. After all, according to the information he got, Satsuma Rentaro was taken away by Gasui after leaving Konohagakure. It's a long story. I don't want to explain too much to you about what happened here. You just need to know that Gasui's follow-up mission has changed. He is no longer going to save Harry but killing Harry. Then, we reached a consensus. That's all. Aoba waved his hand at these merchants. He especially used a special way of speaking he didn't want to explain to you, but what he did was still an explanation. This would bring some hints to these merchants. There seemed to be a lot of things here, but this was just an insignificant matter. However, they would send this matter back to Kirigakure and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Konohagakure is not at peace right now. If you have nothing else to do, you should hurry back. And I have something to tell you to tell Biwajozo-sama. Aoba said coldly. Yes. The merchants responded in unison. They had completely believed Aoba's words and regarded him as Satsuma Rentaro. They then looked at Aoba with even deeper doubts, and everyone wanted to know. What news would Rentaro want to send back? Although their normal profession was a merchant, they would still be very curious about what information they would send. It could be said that not only were they sending information, but they were also satisfying their own gossipy hearts. Tell Biwajozo-sama that I am still in Konohagakure, and I am still doing spying work. Under the gazes of these people, Aoba slowly opened his mouth. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he began to say the words he had prepared in his mind to these country of water merchants. You must pass the following information to Biwajozo-sama accurately and ask him to report it to the Mizukage-sama. Aoba's tone became serious as if he was warning these merchants. His voice became even more serious. First, the attack of Kirigakure against Kumigakure has already been known by Konohagakure's people, but it should not be transmitted to Kumigakure now. Therefore, you have to make them make a choice as soon as possible. Either you hold Konohagakure and prevent anyone from reporting this matter to Kumigakure at any time, or you have to take precautions against Kumigakure. You have to make a move against Kumigakure before they could react. Aoba directly mentioned the first point and gave them the solution to this matter. Then, these country of water merchants nodded repeatedly. They could understand what Aoba meant, and they could understand these words even more. However, if they were to think about it themselves, they would not be able to think of these things. This was the difference in ability. The merchant leader immediately took out a notebook and began to record the information that Aoba had mentioned. When he was ready to go back, he would personally report it to Biwajozo. Right now, he does not dare to let his subordinates record it. If there were any more problems, he really could not bear it. Second point, according to my investigation, there are some problems within Kumigakure. There are 2 different objectives in Kumigakure's envoy group. Kumigakure advisor and Gasui's goal is to kill Harry and ensure that the war goes on. Bray, on the other hand, intends to rescue Harry. Because of this, there was a conflict between the 2 sides, and in the end, Bray killed the Kumagakure advisor. Now that Bray and Gasui have gone missing, if we want to deal with Kumagakure, we might as well use these things to put on an act. It may also cause cracks from the inside. Aoba raised his second finger and said. After hearing Aoba's words, the country of water merchants no longer had any doubts. This method of intelligence and judgment. Not just anyone could do it. Not only did they have to ensure the importance of the information, but they also had to have a great view of the situation, and their minds needed to be particularly clear. To be able to say such content and insight. That was definitely not something that anyone could do. At this point in time, these merchants had already understood why the 7 ninja swordsmen cared so much about the existence of Satsuma Rentaro. The merchant leader quickly recorded Aoba's words. These contents could completely prove Rentaro's identity. At 3 o'clock, when I was following Gasui, I found a piece of information. Now, it is not completely confirmed. There is a 70 to 80% chance that it is true. That is, Gasui launched a sneak attack on Tsunagakure's third Kazekage. This kind of action will inevitably offend the country of Wind and Tsunagakure. In addition, Iwagakure, who had been watching from the side, and Konohagakure, who was fighting with Kumagakure, it can be said that Kumagakure is now in a phase of being attacked from all sides. If it can be done, try to unite with the other villages and take this wonderful opportunity to attack Kumagakure together. Aoba directly gave the third point. As a whole, all 3 points were pointed at Kumagakure. In any case, the 7 ninja swordsmen had already attacked Kumagakure, so he might as well start a war between Kumagakure and Kirigakure. The fragile agreement between the two villages had long existed in name. Aoba intends to use this method to guide Kirigakure to attack Kumagakure when the merchants pass the information. This way, it would be difficult for Kumagakure to send more ninjas. After that, the entire world would fall into a tense atmosphere, and finally, this Third World Ninja War that was about to happen became particularly chaotic. Yes. The merchant leader immediately responded. He quickly recorded it in the notebook in his hand. For a moment, the eyes of the merchants at the scene had subtly changed when they looked at Aoba. Too awesome! He actually had so much information. It was simply unimaginable. They could not believe it. There were so many things happening between Kumagakure and Kirigakure. The most important thing was, these country of water merchants all received a very important piece of information. That was, Kirigakure wanted to fight with Kumagakure. There's one last point. At this time, Aoba's voice slowly rang out, once again focusing the attention of these merchants on him. According to the reliable information I obtained, Harry is currently not dead. Instead, he remains by Danzo's side in a crippled state. It is very likely that he has become Danzo's subordinate. Regarding this matter, spread the news and let Kumagakure know about it. This will allow them to have internal strife and finally obtain unexpected gains. After Aoba finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up even higher. Right now, he was using Kirigakure as a spear to stab Kumagakure. Chapter 288. Understood. When the merchant leader heard the last part of Aoba's explanation, he immediately nodded and quickly recorded what Aoba said. Aoba did not say anything else. He just silently looked at these country of water merchants with his eyes flashing with indifference. At this moment, Aoba was quickly thinking about whether he had missed anything. After all, from his point of view, when he was explaining these things, it was still a bit rushed. After all, things happened a bit suddenly, and he had not carefully thought about what would happen next. For now, Aoba only thought of these few points. But they all pointed at Kumagakure. After all, there was some problem here, that was, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure were too far away from Kirigakure. There were only 2 targets that Kirigakure could attack. One was Kumagakure, and the other was Konohagakure. Aoba couldn't guide Kirigakure's attack power to Konohagakure. Now, he was throwing all these to Kumagakure, which was a very good choice. After some simple thinking at this point, Aoba finally decided to go back to his room. There was indeed nothing more to explain to them. If it was too much, it was easier to make mistakes instead. These few points were enough for Kirigakure to attack Kumagakure. Have you remembered all of them? Aoba looked at the merchant leader and said with a hint of urgency, I don't have much time. Remember, remember. The merchant leader immediately nodded his head. Take care of the matters here as soon as possible and then go back quickly. We are currently in a war. If you are detained here, and the information can't be transmitted back, then things will be troublesome. Aoba said to the merchant leader. Yes. The merchant leader immediately nodded. At this time, he no longer doubted Aoba's identity. In fact, there was no need to doubt him. In their opinion, there was no one other than Satsuma Rentaro who could tell them such information. I'm leaving. Aoba turned around and left. He walked toward the door of the warehouse very decisively and did not stay there for long. Then everyone's gaze fell on Aoba, including the merchant leader. None of them chased after him or said anything. After all, if they did that, it would only make it harder for Satsuma Rentaro. It was only after Aoba disappeared from their line of sight that these country of water merchants slowly let out a sigh of relief. Everyone had relieved expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had suffered quite a bit of pressure just now. This is too amazing. We actually met Satsuma Rentaro directly. This information gathering is too easy. This is definitely the easiest mission. I originally thought that this Satsuma Rentaro was an imposter, but in the end, this information is so rich. We are really too lucky. After these reports are sent back, the 7 of us will have many benefits. This is too comfortable. The merchants began to discuss excitedly. Everyone was talking about what happened just now, and their eyes were filled with excitement. One had to know. They came here to do business on the surface. This seafood was enough to give them a high profit and was not a wasted trip. Apart from that, as long as they could obtain important information, then, they would be able to obtain different levels of rewards at the hands of their leader. These rewards were based on the importance of the information. Now, they directly received information about Satsuma Rentaro. They also received a lot of information about Kumagakure, and these were all important information. It was enough for them to earn extremely generous rewards. Thinking of this, they were very happy. They couldn't even feel the pain they had just suffered and were completely immersed in bliss. Shut up! When the merchant leader heard the voices of these people, his face immediately darkened. What the hell was this? When the situation is a little better, it will start to wave. Don't talk about Rentaro anymore. If other people hear it, then Rentaro will be in danger. The merchant leader said helplessly. He had no words for these people's behavior now. He only hoped to leave Konoha with peace of mind and not let anything go wrong. As soon as the merchant leader said this, the people at the scene were stunned for a moment. After that, they no longer said anything, and everyone sensibly closed their mouths. No one spoke. They all remembered the predicament they were in with Konoha Intelligence Division not long ago. Let's quickly deal with the matters here and then quickly return to the country of water. The merchant leader immediately shouted. He didn't want to stay in Konoha for a minute now. The experience here was like a dream. A moment of a nightmare. A moment of a dream. The exchange between them was so smooth and natural, which made him feel very unreal. After leaving the warehouse, Aoba pulled down the hood on his head and covered his face. To be precise, it was not his face but Satsuma Rentaro's face. Stop! At this moment, a voice sounded. The target of the voice was Aoba. The voice came so suddenly, and Aoba was stunned for a moment. This. Aoba's pupils, which were covered by a hood, contracted slightly, and the light in his eyes flashed. Aoba was very familiar with this voice. There was no need to judge at all. He only heard one sentence, and he could guess who this person was even with his toes. Uchiha Fugaku. Aoba never thought that he would actually meet Fugaku here and directly appear in front of him just like that. Then, Aoba did not say a word. His figure flashed and ran toward the forest beside him. Stop! Fugaku's face immediately tensed up. He had just felt that there was something wrong with that person. He had covered himself so tightly. It was obvious that he did not want others to discover his identity. It was a probing shout. He wanted to confirm this person's identity. After all, the country of water merchants had come. Fugaku felt that there was something wrong with these merchants, but he had no evidence. Even so, he still sent these people to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, hoping that Konohagakure Intelligence Division's torture ninja could obtain something. However, he had never expected that these merchants would be released right after he had sent them in. They had not even been inside for long. This made him a little unhappy. However, he did not go to Konohagakure Intelligence Division's people to argue with them. Instead, he personally went to the country of water merchant area to monitor them to see if they were hiding something. But when he had just arrived here, he saw another strange person. Now, this strange person had run away in front of him. It could be said that, not self-inflicted. At this time, Fugaku could be said to be extremely certain that the person who ran away and hid his face was someone related to the country of water merchant. Then, Fugaku chased after him without hesitation. As Fugaku chased, he shouted, "Stop!" Fugaku's speed was very fast. In a flash, he entered the forest and followed behind Aoba. Aoba had just walked out of the warehouse when he met Fugaku. Moreover, Fugaku's voice, which had almost never been restrained, clearly transmitted into the warehouse. So these country of water merchants immediately ran out quickly and looked in the direction where Aoba and Fugaku had left. When they ran out of the warehouse, they could only see Fugaku's back and didn't see his person's appearance. But they were very clear, this person was Konoha Military Police Force's person. It was these people who sent them to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, causing them to suffer extremely serious physical pain and also suffer great pressure on their hearts. Who? The merchant leader took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with lingering fear. I hope Rentaro is fine. The merchant leader prayed silently. He knew that he couldn't help much and could only watch silently. Not only could he not help, he had to protect himself more in order to facilitate the smooth transmission of this information back. Otherwise, if something went wrong with Rentaro, they would follow suit. Then things would become even more troublesome. Hurry up and work. Then hurry up and leave. I feel that Rentaro is buying us time. If we wait for that Konoha Military Police Force person to return, I'm afraid we will enter Konohagakure Intelligence Division again. The merchant leader immediately shouted at the other merchants and then quickly stepped back into the cruelty. Yes. When these merchants heard the first words, they did not feel much. But when they heard the word Konohagakure Intelligence Division, they were shocked. In an instant, everyone trembled. The memory that made them feel extremely painful not long ago diffused in their minds. For a moment, no one dared to be careless. They wanted to complete the handover of the goods in the shortest time possible and then take the money they earned from Konohagakure and leave this place quickly. They absolutely would not enter Konohagakure Intelligence Division again. In fact, they had already decided. This was the last time they would come to Konohagakure in their lives. They didn't want to come again. Not to mention that the leader didn't intend to partner with them anymore, they also didn't intend to take the risk to do these things. It could be said that the more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. When they were in this industry, they wanted to earn more money, and there was not much risk. But after today's experience, they had already discovered it. The risk was too great. On the other side, in the forest, Aoba's figure quickly shuttled through the forest, and not far behind him was Fugaku chasing after him. "Don't chase!" Aoba imitated Satsuma Rentaro's voice and said. He controlled his speed and kept a distance from Fugaku so that Fugaku could not catch up to him completely and he would not be left too far behind. "Stop right there!" Fugaku immediately shouted loudly. His pitch-black eyes were rapidly turning and had already turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan, completely locking down Aoba's body shape. "It's useless for you to chase me," Aoba once again replied to Fugaku. In fact, from the moment he met Fugaku, he could completely disappear the moment he entered the forest. After all, he could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. However, the moment Aoba met Fugaku, he thought of many possibilities. First of all, he had to lure Fugaku away. The further he went, the better. He wanted to buy as much time as possible for those country of water merchants. This precious time would be of great help to these merchants leaving Konohagakure. As long as they could leave Konohagakure, they could bring the information he provided back to Kirigakure. That way, his goal would be achieved, and regardless of whether Kirigakure followed the method he provided after reading the information, whether they would do it or not, what would they do in the end? These were not things that Aoba cared about. For Aoba, as long as Kirigakure knew about this information, it was enough. Secondly, he also wanted to test Fugaku's current strength. After all, the latter had already obtained Mangekyo Sharingan. The strength of Fugaku also had a very important influence on the current situation of Konohagakure. Finally, that was fun. The moment Aoba was discovered by Fugaku, he first felt that the matter was too coincidental, which made him feel extremely troublesome. But just a moment later, he suddenly realized this trouble. It seemed to be quite interesting. After all, since he came to Konohagakure, he had never fought seriously. In addition, he was facing an Uchiha. One had to know. What Aoba had been training all this time was the scroll of water release ninjutsu left behind by the second Hokage. That ninjutsu could be said to be tailor-made to contend against an Uchiha. Wait. Aoba thought as he ran. At this time, he suddenly realized a problem. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. Suten, Water Release. Gaje. Kaibaku Fuda, Mutually Multiplying Explosive Tags. Aoba discovered that the core ninjutsu he mastered was all ninjutsu of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which he had not realized before, and only discovered this after he thought of having a spar with Fugaku. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a touch of excitement. He only understood the ninjutsu he had mastered, but it did not mean that he wanted to use this ninjutsu just like this. Not to mention whether he would definitely spar with Fugaku, this kind of thing, he still hadn't thought about it clearly. Even if he wanted to spar with Fugaku, he wouldn't use techniques like Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Gaje. Kaibaku Fuda, Mutually Multiplying Explosive Tags, which were obviously not used by anyone and can directly indicated their identity. So Aoba would only use the water release ninjutsu. Other than the water release ninjutsu, no other ninjutsu was required. The reason why Fugaku was willing to chase him for so long was that he regarded him as a Kirigakure ninja. In that case, it could be said that there was no problem with Kirigakure ninja using water release ninjutsu. It could completely increase Fugaku's misunderstanding. Stop right there! Fugaku's voice rang out from behind Aoba once again. His blood-red eyes had already become cold and indifferent. It was obvious that he had become impatient. Now I am officially warning you. If you stop now, everything will be fine. But if you still want to escape, then I won't be polite to you. Even I can't control this technique well. You have to think it through. Fugaku shouted one sentence at a time. His voice echoed in the forest and clearly reached Aoba's ears. Hey! Aoba was puzzled when he heard Fugaku's words. Moreover, he vaguely guessed what Fugaku meant by these words. In that case, he definitely had to give it a try. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up even higher. If he simply stopped, then he wouldn't be able to see the uncontrollable technique that Fugaku was talking about. If you have the ability, then keep me here. Aoba immediately shouted in the direction behind him. He used Satsuma Rentaro's voice, and his tone was filled with a strong provocation. You forced me to do this. Fugaku's face turned extremely cold. He did not want to use this technique easily. After all, every time he used this technique, he would feel a strong backlash. But the distance between him and the Kirigakure ninja not far in front of him was maintained. It almost did not shrink. If this continues, he wouldn't be able to catch up with this Kirigakure ninja in front of him. He already had a judgment in his heart. After all, when he came to chase this Kirigakure ninja, he knew that those country of water merchants must have left already. So he had to keep this Kirigakure ninja. Now, he had already regarded Aoba, who was escaping, as a Kirigakure ninja. Otherwise, in the end, if he draws water from a bamboo basket, he would not get anything. Then Fugaku suddenly widened his eyes. At this moment, his blood-colored three-tomo Sharingan suddenly changed. The three-tomo suddenly trembled. Then, it began to spin rapidly. During the process of spinning, the black lines on the blood-colored eyeball connected together, forming a special pattern. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. After Fugaku opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, the vision in front of his eyes suddenly became clearer, and he felt a feeling of power emerging. He controlled the chakra in his body, and it surged toward his eyes. In a split second, boundless chakra flooded his Mangekyo Sharingan, causing his pupils to become scorching hot. After that, 2 streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. Amaterasu. Chapter 289. Fugaku's deep voice rang out and clearly entered Aoba's ears. In a split second, Aoba felt a burning sensation behind him. Sudden, Sujin Haki, water release, water formation wall. Aoba immediately clapped his hands and quickly made hand seals. Because his back was facing Fugaku, the latter did not even look at the simplified hand seals he made. Water suddenly appeared around Aoba's body. The spinning water directly formed a wall of water. The black flame burned on the water wall and immediately became water vapors. With the appearance of the water vapor, it directly blocked Fugaku's sight. Aoba's figure also disappeared. It really is Amaterasu. Aoba stood on a branch. After Fugaku said that this technique was not easy to control, he guessed that it would be Amaterasu. Aoba's gaze then focused on Fugaku's face. He could clearly see 2 lines of blood tears flowing down from Fugaku's face. Aoba was very clear. Amaterasu was known as the highest level of fire release, and it was also known as an attack that was absolutely impossible to escape once you were caught. That was a move that only people who had opened Mangekyo Sharingan could use. In the place where the vision of Mangekyo Sharingan was focused, there would be black flames, which had extremely high temperatures and destructive power. An ordinary defense could not withstand the attack of this black flame. This black flame could not be extinguished even by water. As long as the target was not completely burned, it could burn for a full 7 days and 7 nights. Not only that, when using Amaterasu, the pressure generated by the eyes would be a great burden to the body. So when used, the eyes would bleed. Aoba was very clear about these things. After all, he used to be an old otaku. When he watched Naruto at that time, he felt that this ninjutsu was very cool. It was a technique that could kill people with just a glare. But later, he slowly found out. This technique was indeed a technique that could kill people with just a glare, but the damage it caused to the user was far greater than the damage to the opponent. It was a completely self-destructive technique. Interesting. Aoba muttered to himself as he lowered his head to look at Fugaku. Uchiha attack his right eye has Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye has Amaterasu, and their father Uchiha Fugaku has Amaterasu in both of his eyes. While Aoba was thinking about this matter, Fugaku, who was standing below, suddenly raised his head. He didn't even care to know how this Kirigakure ninja appeared above. Right now, he just wanted to catch this Kirigakure ninja. Amaterasu. Fugaku's eyes widened, and he once again displayed Amaterasu, this extremely destructive fire release ninjutsu. In a split second, a hot feeling once again appeared on Aoba's body. Sujin, Sujin Haki, water release, water formation wall. Aoba quickly formed seals with both hands. He was still using the water wall from before. At the same time, he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to leave Fugaku's line of sight quickly. This was the method that Aoba had used earlier. The moment Amaterasu's black flame appeared on his body, he used the water current generated by the water formation wall to isolate the black flame from his body, thus preventing him from being harmed. Not only that, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. When Aoba was running, he would always leave a Flying Thunder God formula on the tree trunk every few trees. Right now, he was just using it. This technique of yours that is not very easy to control can't hit me at all. Aoba's voice was suffused with a strong provocation, and it sounded as if he didn't put Fugaku in his eyes. Where are you hiding? The line of sight in Fugaku's eyes became blurred. For him to use Amaterasu twice in a row, not only did he consume a lot of chakras, but it also made his body bear the backlash and did not have much strength. He was wrong. Fugaku now deeply realized that using Amaterasu just now was a wrong choice. Not only did he fail to catch that Kirigakure ninja. On the contrary, he had lost his strength. Now, it could be said. As long as that Kirigakure ninja wanted to run away, he would never be able to catch up. Because of this, he wanted to use words to stimulate this person. After that, he would slowly recover his chakra and would be able to fight again. After all, he had just obtained Mangekyo Sharingan not long ago, so he didn't have any actual combat experience in using it. I have always heard that the endurance of your Uchiha clan is not good, but now it seems that it is true. You only moved a few times, but you already lost your strength. This is not good. Aoba's faint voice resounded in the forest, clearly drilling into Fugaku's ears. These words immediately made Fugaku feel a deep sense of humiliation. But there was nothing he could do. He was indeed tired. Now, his vision had become blurry, his entire mind was dazed, and his eyes were very painful. Uchiha Fugaku, we will meet again in the future. I am among Konoha Gakure. If you have the ability, find me. Aoba imitated Satsuma Rentero's voice and threw down these words. Just after he finished speaking, he immediately flashed out and disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, and after a few jumps, he disappeared without a trace. Fugaku stood on the ground and panted heavily. The backlash from using Amaterasu twice in a row had not completely subsided yet. This made him feel as if his body had been hollowed out. He felt an indescribable feeling of exhaustion all over his body. For a moment, he felt that even moving was very tiring. He could not catch up with Aoba's footsteps and could only watch as Aoba disappeared in front of him. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I wouldn't use Amaterasu. I actually let him run away in front of me. Fugaku suddenly slapped his thigh. He felt extremely vexed. If he hadn't used Amaterasu and if he had used any other fire release ninjutsu, he would have been able to cause a certain degree of trouble for this Kirigakure ninja in front of him. Moreover, he wouldn't look so tired. There's no other way. Fugaku supported his waist with his right hand. He felt his waist was extremely sore. His left hand gently wiped the blood tears on his face. Because of the huge consumption of his body, he felt a little hungry. Go to Ramen Ichiraku. Fugaku helplessly took a step forward and walked in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. After the last time he complained about the third Hokage, Fugaku was much closer to Ramen Ichiraku's boss, Toki. He even applied for Ramen Ichiraku's membership through internal channels and often went to Ramen Ichiraku to eat ramen. He always chose to come to this shop at night. At that time, it was already the dead of night, and not many people were in the shop. As a result, Fugaku could complain to Toki about his recent troubles, which eased his depression to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Fugaku quickly walked in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. Not only did he want to recover his physical strength through the thick noodle soup, but he also wanted to complain about what had just happened to Uncle Toki. After Aoba quickly ran into the depths of the forest, the pieces of paper continuously flipped all over his body. Swish swish! Aoba's appearance changed drastically. From the appearance of Satsuma Rentaro just now, he directly changed back to his original appearance. He was dressed in casual clothes. It seemed that both his appearance and temperament had changed drastically. Swish! Aoba's mind moved. He immediately used his chakra to communicate with the Flying Thunder God formula on the other side of the forest. His figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Aoba walked out of the edge of another forest. Aoba then walked out of the forest and walked toward Ramen Ichiraku. He had wanted to go to Ramen Ichiraku. After all, he hadn't been here for a while. The last time was when Fugaku complained about the third Hokage. Aoba originally wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet Fugaku in Ramen Ichiraku. However, Aoba knew that this was an impossible matter. Because he had actually met Fugaku outside the country of water merchant warehouse. This was something he had never expected before. Fortunately, Aoba suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. Fortunately, he went to the country of water merchants to hand over the information and lead Fugaku away, which should have been watching them. If he had gone a little earlier, or perhaps a little later. In that case, he would miss Fugaku or meet Fugaku ahead of time, and the story would be another ending. Now, Aoba wants to come to Ramen Ichiraku purely to eat a bowl of ramen and catch up with Toki. He had never thought that Fugaku would come today. It was simply impossible for him to come. Fugaku used Amaterasu twice in a row, directly overdrawing his body. There was no reason for him to come to Ramen Ichiraku now. Aoba lifted the curtain and walked inside Ramen Ichiraku. Brother Toki, give me a bowl of ramen. When Aoba entered, the sky had already darkened slightly. The lights in the shop had already been turned on. Judging from the steaming hot air in the room, a group of people had eaten ramen and had just left. There was no one in the shop now. All right. When Toki saw Aoba, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He immediately nodded at Aoba and then began knead noodles. He did not greet Aoba anymore. After all, Aoba was an old acquaintance. There was no need for so much nonsense. Aoba did not go to the corner seat he had been to before. Instead, he went directly to Toki and sat in the middle of the long table. Brother Toki, how's the business recently? I'm trapped in Konoha Intelligence Division. I can't get out at all. Aoba immediately talks to Toki. He deliberately said these words to Toki. In the future, even if someone asked Toki about it, they would know that even if he did not come here, Toki knew that he had been staying with Konoha Intelligence Division. It has been a little warmer in the past few days. Everyone has already regarded the war as normal. They are no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. Moreover, it seems that the war in the other village is more intense now. There is no movement in Konoha, and even Kumagakure doesn't seem to want to fight anymore. Toki said with a smile. He could hear a lot of rumors. The more peaceful Konoha was, the better it was for a person like him who operated a noodle house. Is Kumagakure not going to fight? Aoba asked, pretending not to know. He needed a way to know the information. The more reasonable one was Ramen Ichiraku. I think they are not going to fight. Toka nodded. While cooking the noodles, he turned to look at Aoba. After a deep look at Aoba, he said, "Haven't you heard of this news in Konohagakure Intelligence Division? Tsunagakure's third Kazekage ambushed our Konohagakure. Right now, we have Kumagakure in front of us and Tsunagakure behind us. We are in a very serious situation, so the best way to deal with this is to not fight with Kumagakure. Isn't Kumagakure also attacking us?" Aoba asked again. He understood from Toka's answer that the most discussed in the village was the matter of Tsunagakure's attack on Konohagakure. The people in the village did not have many sources. Moreover, the people who ate melons were most worried about eating melons by themselves. They would often think of their own side. Because of this, ordinary people among Konohagakure would often only be able to see Konohagakure being attacked from both sides. There was Kumagakure in front. There was Tsunagakure in the back. Between the front and back, there was endless danger. However, they did not know that Kumagakure was facing an even more serious situation. Under Aoba's series of operations, Kumagakure had successfully offended Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunagakure. Moreover, there was Iwagakure, who had been eyeing them covetously, and they could be said to be the public enemy of the entire ninja world. Moreover, Tsunagakure had offended Konohagakure because of their sneak attack. On the way back, they had been attacked by Kumagakure. When they returned to the village, they saw the scene where their village had been attacked by Omegakure. The people in the Konohagakure only thought that Kumagakure and Tsunagakure were attacking them. But what they did not know was, these two villages were already in trouble, and the state they were in was not as stable as Konohagakure. That was why Aoba felt that this matter was very interesting. People always thought about things from their own perspective, not from a higher perspective. Of course, this problem could not be completely blamed on ordinary people. Because the information that ordinary people could obtain was limited, not everyone could obtain the information from the other villages. If Aoba did not have a mind-reading system, it would be difficult for him to have too detailed information. He could only make more specific judgments based on the information. Who knows about Kumagakure's side? They just sent an envoy group not long ago, but who would have thought that there was a problem with the envoy group, and they directly disappeared. Toka smiled helplessly. When he said these words, he also shook his head. But Toka's tone suddenly changed. His slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a pondering gaze. "I don't think Kumagakure will attack us again." Toki immediately stated his conclusion. "After all, we still have Harry, the Anbu leader of Kumagakure, in our hands. Kumagakure must be thinking about how to save Harry first. If I'm not wrong, Kumagakure should send another envoy group." Toka said one sentence after another. When he was cooking noodles, he had heard many people discussing this matter. The words he said just now were all his thoughts and the words that the people eating ramen in the noodle house said. It was just that when he listened to these words, it made perfect sense. Now, when Aoba was chatting with him, he picked up these words again. After hearing Toka's analysis, Aoba nodded silently. It was indeed very reasonable. However, this is still from Konohagakure's side. But, there was still something that surprised Aoba, which was the news that Harry was in Konohagakure. It has already reached a level that everyone knows. However, such an analysis, it won't take long for it to become so easy to establish. When the country of water merchants spread the news that Harry had become Danzo's advisor, at that time, both Konohagakure and the ninja world would become even more chaotic. After all, almost everyone knew what it meant for Harry to become Danzo's subordinate. Actually, I think the biggest problem now is not with Kumagakure but on Tsunagakure's side. I wonder if they will attack our Konohagakure again. Toka said with a sigh. During this time, he heard customers talking about the sudden attack of Tsunagakure. He once thought it was fake news. Later, he heard more and gradually understood. It turned out that this was real news. The third Kazekage had actually barged into Konohagakure in such a careless manner. This was truly a bit like a tiger, which made him feel deeply surprised. It was not something that a person with a brain would do. Right now, Tsunagakure's leader's brain is not very normal. No matter what they do, I will not be surprised. Toka shook his head and said. At this time, the third Kazekage and mentally disabled people have been equated in his heart. After all, anyone with a slightly normal mind, they wouldn't have brought such a small team to Konohagakure so brazenly. Wasn't this just giving away their heads? If not for the fact that Kumagakure's envoy group had come at that time, the third Kazekage may be left in Konohagakure forever. Chapter 290. After hearing Toka's words, Aoba could not help but smile. Through Toka's description, he knew what Toka meant. Looks like, after the news of third Kazekage leading Tsunagakure's team attacking Konohagakure spread out, the world's understanding of the third Kazekage changed. In the future, people might think that the third Kazekage was a mentally handicapped person. However, this was no problem with it. In Aoba's eyes, it could be said that the action of third Kazekage leading Tsunagakure's elites directly to Konohagakure without investigating whether the information passed back was true or false was what only a mentally handicapped person would do. I just don't know how Minato is doing now. Toka stirred the noodles in the pot with a ramen noodle strainer and suddenly talked about Minato. Obviously, he was quite concerned about Minato. Minato has been in Mount Miyaboka for a while. I haven't seen him for a while. I miss him quite a bit. Ha 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 ha. Toka laughed as he spoke. After all, Minato was a loyal customer of his. He would often help him when he needed help. He was already a very important friend of his. Actually, how should I put it? The things that happened recently are pretty good. It can be considered buying time for Minato. Aoba said hesitantly. After all, he was the one who caused all these things. His goal was to buy time for Minato to practice his sage arts. When Minato's sage arts training was completed, that would be the time for the king to return. The way he acted was as if he had just learned about this information. It was impossible to tell that he had planned all this. It had to be said that even Aoba himself did not realize it. Whether it was his script writing skills or his acting skills, they were all slowly transforming over time. What you said makes sense. The war is not as fierce as it is now. This has instead bought Minato time to feel at ease. I hope that he can finish training quickly. Toka narrowed his eyes and smiled. He held the ramen noodle strainer in his hand and stirred it in the pot. He felt that it was about time, so he stopped what he was doing. The ramen is ready. Toka fished out the cooked noodles from the pot and poured them into the bowl. Then, he poured the rich soup and placed it in front of Aoba. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold. Toka stared at Aoba and said meaningfully. If it were anyone else, he would not have given such an explanation. It was mainly because Aoba had a criminal record. Ha 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 ha, good. Aoba immediately raised his palms together, bowed to the ramen in front of him, then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat in large gulps. You have been very busy working in Konohagakure Intelligence Division during this period of time. Even I met a pickpocket who wanted to steal my wallet from the counter while I was cooking noodles. Unfortunately, I discovered him. I knocked him out with a few spoonfuls. Then I found Fugaku, and he took him away. As Toka said these words, he directly picked up his soup ladle and showed it off in front of Aoba. This thief is really, he can provoke anyone, yet he must provoke you. Isn't this courting death? The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched slightly. He had heard a lot of legends about Toki. This was a restaurant where ordinary people did not dare to dine and dash. You are right. Isn't that courting death? Even I didn't expect that someone would steal Brother Toka's money. Just at this time, a familiar voice sounded from the door of Ramen Ichiraku and clearly entered Aoba's ears. After that, Ramen Ichiraku's curtain was pulled open, and a figure walked in. It was none other than Fugaku, whom Aoba had seen in the forest not long ago. "Fugaku, you're here." When Toki saw Fugaku, he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. At the same time, he nodded at Fugaku, acting very friendly to him. "Brother Toki, give me 3 bowls of ramen today. I'm starving. I want to eat more," Fugaku said to Toki. His tone was weak. After that, Fugaku shifted his gaze to Aoba. "Aoba, you're here. Long time no see." A smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Then, he walked over to Aoba and sat beside him. He looked very tired. Fugaku was not being polite. He really felt that he had not seen Aoba for a long time. The last time he saw Aoba was when he was drunk. At that time, he couldn't remember the specific details. After that, he came to Ramen Ichiraku almost every day. Even if he didn't come to eat ramen, he would occasionally come here to patrol around and, by the way, chat with Toki. The relationship between people was often so wonderful. Sometimes it's just a drink. After the two drank too much, they revealed some of their thoughts to each other and told some secrets that they should not have said. From then on, the two of them might be friends. Fugaku and Toki have this kind of relationship right now. Now, if he had anything to say, he was more willing to talk to Toki, not others. It was just that. During this period of time, Fugaku had not seen Aoba again. In fact, he was more willing to tell it to Aoba. "Brother Fugaku, why do you look so tired?" Aoba asked, despite knowing the answer. However, when he said these words, he was still winking at Fugaku and hinting that he did some shameful things. "Don't mention it." When Fugaku thought of this, he felt helpless and became very sad. "If not for my mistake, that person would have been caught by me. I am really stupid." When Fugaku said this, he suddenly paused and looked at Toki. "Brother Toki, give me a pot of sake." "Okay." Toki immediately nodded. He knew that during this period of time, as long as Fugaku had any sad and frustrating things, he would drink. By drinking, he would relieve the pain and sadness in his heart. This made him completely recover from this uncomfortable feeling. No. It couldn't be said to be a recovery. Most of it was to numb himself and temporarily forget about the pain. However, he would still continue to feel this after he woke up from the alcohol. "Catch someone?" Aoba asked, even though he already knew the answer. He even felt that he was a little embarrassed. This was simply poking at Fugaku's scar. The most important thing was, this scar was left to Fugaku by himself. "When I was patrolling earlier, I found a spy that might be hiding in Konoha. I almost caught him, but because I made a very stupid mistake, he ran away. Now, it seems that it is too late to regret," Fugaku said helplessly. He had already regarded Aoba as a friend, so there was no pressure to talk about these things. It was just that he had some secrets and could not say them deeply. Therefore, he only vaguely told this matter without any details. "What mistake?" Aoba once again fiercely poked at Fugaku's scar. His eyes stared at Fugaku and pretended to be extremely curious. He looked harmless on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Of course, what he did was not because of his bad taste. It was just to draw out what he wanted to say later. This was a very necessary step. "Don't mention it." Fugaku waved his hand. This time, he really didn't want to say anything more. If he continued, his secret would be exposed. He recognized that Aoba was his friend. However, it did not mean that there were no secrets between friends. Everyone had their own secrets, not to mention Fugaku. "All right." Aoba slowly nodded. He had already dug out the extent of Fugaku's understanding of this problem. He understood that he could not continue this topic. It's fine, brother Fugaku. I believe that you will catch him again. Aoba nodded at Fugaku and encouraged him. He was very close to Fugaku. When he said these words, he could still see the traces of blood that had just been wiped on Fugaku's face. I will definitely catch him. Fugaku immediately nodded and said as if he was swearing an oath. The current Fugaku had no idea that the Kirigakure ninja he was looking for was Aoba, who was sitting next to him eating ramen. Oh right, Aoba, why did you suddenly come here to eat ramen today? Fugaku suddenly stared at Aoba as if he was staring at something. According to some of the habits he had grasped about Aoba, he did not come here recently but suddenly appeared now. There might be some things. I'm hungry. Aoba held his stomach and said. I don't believe it. Fugaku shook his head and stared at Aoba suspiciously, his eyes flashing with disbelief. If you were just hungry, why did you come out to eat ramen so late at night? I am Konoha Military Police Forces man. You can deceive others with such a lie. You can't deceive me at all. You came to find me, right? After saying this, the corners of Fugaku's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a charming smile as if he thought that he was very handsome. Aoba was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such a narcissistic person. Although he said that he was a fan of Fugaku, but not that kind of a fan. I guessed right. Right. Fugaku still revealed a confident smile. This was the truest thought in his mind. In recent times, he would come to eat ramen at this time. It was almost nighttime, and there were not many people in the shop at all. Now that Aoba suddenly came here at this time, there was a big problem in itself. It was not a normal phenomenon at all. You guessed right. Aoba nodded helplessly. However, it could not be said to be completely wrong. He just wanted to try his luck. If he could meet Fugaku, it would be good. However, he did not expect to meet Fugaku outside the warehouse of the country of water merchant. The ramens are ready. At this time, Toka's voice sounded. Toka was carrying a plate, and there were 3 bowls of ramen on it. Then, he placed the 3 bowls of ramen in front of Fugaku. Enjoy it slowly. Toka said to Fugaku. After he finished speaking, he did not disturb the 2 of them who were talking. He turned around and began to cook noodles. After that, Fugaku moved the 3 bowls of ramen directly in front of him and said to Aoba beside him. Aoba, you talk about your business. I'll eat ramen first. I'm too hungry. It took me too much effort to catch that spy. After saying this, Fugaku did not even bother to do the etiquette before the meal. He began to eat big mouthfuls. The speed at which he ate could be described as wolfing down food. Aoba looked at Fugaku and felt that this person was about to lift up the bowl of ramen and then directly pour it into his mouth. Was he really that hungry? Wasn't it just too Amaterasu? A big question mark appeared on Aoba's head. It was not like he had never used fire release ninjutsu before. This thing would not consume too much energy even if he did it for a few days. Fugaku had only used 2 Amaterasu, but he looked like he was going to die. It was as if he had used up all his strength. Aoba did not think too much about it. Instead, he focused his attention back on Fugaku and took out a red book from his pocket. This red book was the one that Fugaku had given him before. Hey! When Fugaku was eating ramen, he saw the book Aoba took out, and his eyes widened. Isn't this the book I gave you? There is my signature on it. So you always carry this around with you? Fugaku's face was filled with joy. Now that he knew about Aoba's performance, he was extremely excited. He could feel that Aoba was attaching importance to him. This was a real fan. He carried the gift from his idol with him. I thought you didn't like it. Fugaku said with a smile. Just as he said this, he couldn't help but burp and almost spit out the noodles that he hadn't completely swallowed. Brother Fugaku, I have always carried this book with me and used it to record some very important things. But not long ago, there was a little problem. Aoba stared at the book and said meaningfully. He didn't say everything clearly, but the appearance he showed made Fugaku's curiosity fully aroused. What happened? Fugaku was stunned for a moment. His blinking eyes were full of curiosity. How should I put it? Aoba put on a difficult expression. In fact, it was not that he did not know how to say it, but he had already thought of what to say. However, he couldn't show it now. He needed to make a difficult appearance for Fugaku to see. Then, Aoba pushed the book toward Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, I think you should take a look at it yourself. Take a look at what I wrote first, and then I will tell you what happened. Aoba said slowly. Oh, okay. When Fugaku heard Aoba's words, he was stunned for a moment. However, he still followed Aoba's words and brought the book he had given Aoba to him. Fugaku saw the cover of the book. He could see that it was the fierce beauty he had personally chosen. This was an exciting cover picture. In an instant, his eyes felt a sharp pain, which had just been bleeding. Hiss! Fugaku took a deep breath. He never thought that his eyes would feel a deep pain by looking at such a book. Looks like this Amaterasu really could not be used recklessly. The feeling of overdraft on the body was too fierce. This made him a little unable to hold on. Fugaku rubbed his eyes. He let his eyes relax a little, then slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, his vision became clear again. It was much better now. Fugaku immediately opened the book. He saw his signature on the title page. Then, he immediately turned to the next page and saw the title of the book. Teacher Bai of the Ninja School. This book's name instantly caught Fugaku's eye, causing his heart to move slightly. Aoba, aren't you writing? Fugaku said this, but his hands were not idle at all and directly turned to the next page. One by one, words appeared in Fugaku's line of sight. He was sent to a different ninja school, and almost in an instant, Fugaku was immersed in it. He opened his eyes wide as he read the story written in the book. Even his eyes that had just bled did not feel pain anymore. Not only that, Fugaku's wolfing manner of eating noodles stopped. It gradually turned into eating slowly. His eyes were fixed on the story in the book, and read the story page by page. Slowly, he found that the noodles he picked up with his chopsticks were not delicious anymore. It felt dry. However, he did not realize that it was not that the taste of the noodles had changed but that his mouth had become dry. This. The more Fugaku looked, the more he felt that an unknown power in his body was about to erupt. He felt like he was suffocating. Even the consumption of using Amaterasu twice in a row was not too serious. These were the words he was familiar with. Together. A story formed. It was as if it possessed a strange magical power. It made Fugaku's entire body enter a state of battle preparation. He felt as if his entire body was filled with strength. It was completely different from the weak posture he had when he first entered. Aoba, did you write this? Fugaku was stunned for a moment. He looked at Aoba with his eyes wide open, his eyes flashing with disbelief. No, you wrote this. Aoba smiled and shook his head. His smile was meaningful, and he looked at Fugaku with a you-know look. Chapter 291. After hearing Aoba's words, Fugaku's eyes paused slightly, and a big question mark appeared on his head. What do you mean? Fugaku asked in confusion. How did this become what he wrote? When did he write it? Was it an illusion, or did something unexpected happen? Why did Aoba suddenly say that? Fugaku stared at Aoba with a questioning look in his eyes. It's a long story. Aoba sighed. Then, he no longer looked at Fugaku. Instead, he stared at the table in front of him. He supported his forehead with both hands and made a helpless and headache pose. When Fugaku saw Aoba's appearance, he immediately realized something very important. That was, Aoba was in trouble, and it was a problem that was not easy to solve. Suddenly, Fugaku's face turned serious. Aoba, what happened? Tell me slowly. Maybe I can help you. Fugaku stared at Aoba and asked. You will definitely be able to help me. After hearing Fugaku's words, Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. He was waiting for this kind of word from Fugaku. This is what happened. Aoba pursed his lips and quickly organized his words in his mind. His encounter with Fugaku this time was just a coincidence, which made him not prepare his speech so well. Now, it could be said that he was making it on the spot. Brother Fugaku, I like this book that you gave me very much. I have it with me every day. Aoba first began his flattery skills. After all, he was always trying to flatter others. No matter what kind of opponent he met, he would do his best to flatter them. He was sure that there would be no problem. When Aoba said this, the lines on Fugaku's face immediately softened. Whether it was an ordinary person or a ninja. After they did some things, they all hoped to be recognized. Or, the ninjas in the ninja world yearned for this more than normal people. After all, most of the ninjas had scars on their bodies. They lacked the love that others had for them, so they wanted to gain the recognition of others. Fugaku was no exception. He personally picked a book for Aoba. He thought about the style that Aoba might like and matched it with his aesthetics. Finally, he decided on this book. Aoba likes it and acknowledges it. This was also the recognition of his aesthetics and vision. This simple sentence made Fugaku feel very comfortable. This feeling was like a meal made by a chef. If someone said that it was delicious, then the chef would be greatly satisfied. When Aoba saw the change in Fugaku's expression, he immediately realized that what he had just said was very useful to Fugaku. It could be said that he had closed the distance between him and Fugaku once again. This was also a helpless move. In the things that Aoba had done in the past, he has always led the spearhead of things to the Uchiha clan. After all, in his opinion, whether it was the Uchiha clan that did it or not, Danzo felt that there was something wrong with this clan. Even if it were something that had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, Danzo would forcefully label it to the Uchiha clan. Then, it didn't matter if he guided them or not. At the very least, it could make Danzo feel a little more at ease. In the end, it gradually contributed to the feeling of a confrontation between the Uchiha and Danzo. However, it was precisely because of this relationship between Danzo and Uchiha. Aoba kept a distance from the Uchiha clan and did not get too close to any of the Uchiha clansmen. Even in Fugaku's case, he also didn't get close on purpose. Unknowingly, it became the current relationship. But there was something important right now that he needed to tell Fugaku, and he also needed his help. Then even if it were temporary, he would bring the relationship a little closer so that the success rate of Fugaku helping him would be greatly increased. As Aoba finished his sentence, he was already preparing to explain this matter to Fugaku officially. Brother Fugaku, it is precisely because the book you gave is very good, and I like it very much, but I have no idea how to use this book. Aoba rubbed his temples with both hands as if he was recalling the past and telling Fugaku about the journey of his heart. Fugaku clearly heard Aoba's words. He knew that Aoba still had other things to say and did not interrupt him. Instead, he silently waited for Aoba to finish his sentence. At that time, I thought. Aoba took a deep breath. He looked very nervous and conflicted. Even the tone of his voice changed a little. This is the book that Brother Fugaku gave me. If I use it, no matter what I write, it might not be useful in the future. But if I don't use it, I will fail Brother Fugaku's good intentions. Aoba pursed his lips and said helplessly. In the end, you decided to use it to write that. Fugaku could not help but ask. That's right. Aoba immediately nodded. Now that he had taken the opportunity to speak, he immediately raised his head, put down his hands that were rubbing his forehead, and turned his gaze to Fugaku's face. I was thinking of writing something to be worthy of this book and fitted Brother Fugaku's temperament, then finally I decided to write such a story, said Aoba. His tone paused slightly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. He then asked Fugaku meaningfully. Brother Fugaku, do you like this story? Fugaku hadn't finished reading the story yet, but just reading the chapter in front of him made his heart ripple. He could tell. This was not a story that an ordinary person could write. Even though he had not read many books of this kind, the emotional transfer that was laid out using simple words in this book seems to be able to substitute himself into the situation. I like it. Fugaku nodded. When he was reading this book, he felt very excited and honestly said this sentence. He had only flipped through a part of it and felt that this book was very magical. Sometimes he felt that he was the principal, sometimes he felt that he was the teacher, and sometimes he felt that he was teacher by. This kind of exciting feeling was something he had never felt before. Then Fugaku stared at Aoba, and a huge question mark popped up in his head. How did this person come up with it? This was not a plot that ordinary people could think of. Brother Fugaku, since you like it, this book is yours. Aoba said with a smile. What do you mean? Fugaku was stunned for a moment. He still did not understand what Aoba meant. What do you mean this book is mine? Are you going to return the book to me? Or something else? Fugaku asked repeatedly. His face was full of doubts. He did not understand what Aoba was trying to express at all. I will finish writing this book soon. After I finish writing it, I plan to publish it. I will use Brother Fugaku's name. This way, when everyone buys a book and sees the author's signature, they will know that this is Brother Fugaku's book. Aoba did not say anything about Danzo. He knew that there was a deep conflict between Uchiha and Danzo, so he did not mention it. Anyway, Danzo would not take the initiative to say this kind of thing. A bunch of question marks popped up in Fugaku's head. He was directly thrown off by Aoba's words. He will use my name. This. Fugaku could feel that this was the love that Aoba, as a fan, had for him. Even such an outstanding piece of work was directly crowned with his name. But why did he feel strange? If Aoba published such a book with his name on it, wouldn't he immediately become famous? This kind of thing was so strange. Fugaku couldn't tell exactly what was wrong, but he just felt that something was very wrong. Brother Fugaku, do you have anything to add? Aoba directly said to Fugaku in the way that the matter was determined. As soon as his words came out, everything changed. He was not asking if Fugaku was surprised about this matter but asking Fugaku if he had something to add on this matter. It could be considered as indirectly saying that this matter was tacitly approved. Fugaku immediately revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to tell Aoba that he hadn't figured out whether to agree to this author's name change being his thing. But he could tell. From the moment he said like, this book became his in Aoba's heart. This matter itself was even more ridiculous than when he read this book. If you want me to raise any conditions, then don't use Uchiha Fugaku, just write it as Fugaku. Fugaku said helplessly. He didn't want the Uchiha names to be associated with this type of thing. Although in the ninja world, writing this type of thing would not result in encountering any colored glasses. Instead, they would be conferred as eternal gods. But there were still so many people who were not ninjas. Their lives were not so stressful, and they didn't need so much mental relief. They might not accept this too seriously. Based on this consideration, Fugaku felt that it was still better to act like it was him but also not him. It was ambiguous and made people guess. This kind of feeling was still the best. Well, okay. Aoba nodded. It was not a problem not to use the name Uchiha. If Fugaku could take this over, it would be fine. Brother Fugaku, then it's decided. In the future, this book will be written by you. If someone asks, don't say it wrongly. Aoba immediately warned. How can someone ask me? Fugaku's face was suddenly full of black lines. He vaguely felt that he had been tricked by Aoba, but he could not explain why Aoba wanted to trick him. There was no reason at all. Brother Fugaku, think about it. You are already so handsome. In the Uchiha clan, you are the most eye-catching existence of the younger generation. After this book is published and sold, your fans will increase. There are even more fanatical fans. If you make it clear and say that this book was not written by you, then the faith of those fans will collapse. You can't do this. Aoba said openly to Fugaku. What he said was obviously false, but it just makes people don't know how to deal with it. These words don't make sense no matter how you listen to them. But thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be a little truth. After hearing these words, Fugaku was stunned. His mind was blank, and he did not know what to say. These words sounded inexplicable, but he had no way to refute them. I understand now. Fugaku slowly nodded. After listening to Aoba, he felt that Aoba was like one of the fans he mentioned. If he did not agree with Aoba's words, then it would make Aoba, his fanatical fan, sad. After all, the fans wrote books in his name. It could be said that they loved him very much. Moreover, the quality of this book was high. It was not simple work. It might even cause a lot of commotion after it was published. I knew that Brother Fugaku would not disappoint his fans. Aoba suddenly grinned. He was very happy. At this time, the little stone that was hanging in his heart was put down. As a result, the matter of the teacher bai of the ninja school was already settled. Sigh. After listening to Aoba's words, Fugaku couldn't help but let out a soft sigh and slowly closed the book. The story in this book had a special magic. It made his whole body feel extremely hot. It was as if all the chakra in his body was burning. He was not sure what would happen if he continued to read, and he might even want to break into Mikoto's room at night. At least, he was still rational. If he continued reading it, he would turn into something that even he could not tell. The moment Fugaku closed the book, a deep sense of loss rose in his heart. His heart was empty. In fact, he still wanted to continue reading, but at this time, it did not seem suitable. After all, not long ago, he had used Amaterasu twice in a row and had directly exhausted his physical strength. Now, in this kind of exhausted state, he had no way to put himself in an absolutely calm state. If he was a little careless, he might make an impulsive mistake. Aoba, although the author name of this book can be mine, it was written by you. In that case, I won't take all the money you get from publishing it. Don't worry, I will divide a part of it for you. Fugaku said to Aoba. Ah! Aoba's eyebrows jumped. Good fellow. I only used your name. Now, not only is the book yours, but you also want the copyright fee. Your name usage fee is a bit high. No need, no need. Brother Fugaku can have it all. Aoba braced himself and waved his hands. How could he not see that Fugaku was retreating here to advance? This was the price of using Fugaku's name. But at this stage, this price was completely within the scope of what he could accept. After Aoba mastered the technology to make explosive tags, which had a huge profit margin, it could already be said that he was not short of money. For the copyright fees of publishing this book, it could be used to bribe Fugaku to a certain extent. At least, it was too early not to profit. After Fugaku had been influenced by money, things in the future would become easier. You are really giving it to me? Fugaku widened his eyes. He was just joking with Aoba just now and didn't think about it at all. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he didn't lack money at all. His family background was very rich. I was just joking. Fugaku emphasized but did not say anything about refusing the copyright fee. But when Aoba heard Fugaku's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Bad. This person is very bad. Not only did he retreat to advance, he even uses jokes as an excuse. As a person who came from the modern era, Aoba could clearly see these so-called hypocritical excuses. How many heartfelt words were spoken in a joking manner. Aoba did not believe Fugaku's words, so the corners of his slightly trembling lips curled up once more, and then he revealed a brilliant smile. Brother Fugaku, what are you saying? This book was written by you. The copyright fees are naturally yours. Why do you have to give it to me? Aoba waved his hand at Fugaku. It was not that he wanted to say this, but that he had been forced to this point and could only say this. The words that Fugaku had just said that he was just joking, it was just for him to say no. This guy. He was far from being as honest as he looked. Ha 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 ha, these are all easy to talk about. I'll return the book to you. The content is pretty good. You have to finish writing and publish it quickly. When the time comes, give me a copy as a collection. Fugaku said with a smile. Brother Fugaku, what are you talking about? After publishing it, shouldn't you share a copy with me and let me keep it as a collection? The most important thing is that you have to sign it for me. Aoba said with a smile. He directly pushed back the words. Ha 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 ha. It's just a signature. It's a small matter. This is a small matter. Fugaku laughed again. His mood suddenly became good. At this time, he had completely walked out of the haze where the Kirigakure ninja had escaped. Not only did he obtain a book that was published using his name as the author's name out of thin air, but he also received a large amount of copyright fees. Fugaku was indeed not short of money, but that did not mean that he did not want money. He wanted to save some capital for his future son to marry. All of a sudden, Fugaku once again took big mouthfuls of noodles. He immediately felt that the previously tasteless noodles had become even more fragrant. As the noodles entered his stomach, he felt a strong sense of satiety. The more Fugaku thought about it, the happier he became. He ate the noodles in big mouthfuls and felt extremely comfortable. Aoba looked at Fugaku's appearance and vaguely felt that he had been tricked. He had clearly come to trick Fugaku, but now it seemed to be the opposite. However, he was not at a loss. They were just taking what they needed. Right at this moment, Toki, who had been busy just now, looked over. He immediately saw the book on the table. Toki suddenly let out a surprised voice, then walked over to Aoba and Fugaku, then directly picked up the book on the table. Isn't this the book from last time? Under the gaze of Aoba and Fugaku, Toki opened the book, and his gaze fell on the signature on the title page. I vaguely heard what the two of you were saying just now, but I didn't hear it very clearly. Is this a story written by Fugaku? Chapter 292. Hiss. When Fugaku saw this scene, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He never thought that this book would actually fall into Toki's hands. The most important thing was, Toki thought that he had written it. At this time, he had already promised Aoba to admit that he had written this story. After all, he had received copyright fees as a benefit. There was no way to explain it even if he wanted to. That's right, Brother Toki. This is a new book that Brother Fugaku wrote. It will be published in a few days. Look at how Brother Fugaku wrote it. Aoba immediately smiled and said, directly fixing this matter. After hearing Aoba's words, Fugaku's face was full of helplessness. He knew that this book would accompany him in the future, and there was no way to explain it. Okay. Toki nodded and flipped through the book. He stood in front of the long table where the two of them were, squinting at the words on the book. In a split second, the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school brought Toki into a ninja school in a different sense. This. Toki's brows slightly twitched. He immediately felt that this story was not ordinary. Then, he felt a little awkward standing there reading a book. He immediately pulled a chair to sit and slowly read it. Fugaku, you wrote quite well. Toki's eyes were focused on the words in the book. These words seemed to have magic power, directly pulling him into it and completely immersed in it. All of a sudden, the ramen Ichiraku noodle house fell silent. Toki silently looked at the story in this book. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world and found something new that he had never noticed before. Aoba silently watched all of this. He was thinking about the follow-up plan in his heart, but he was very satisfied with the current situation change. The current situation was already under his control. Fugaku was in a very awkward situation. The quieter the surroundings were, the more complicated his heart was. Especially when Toki was reading this book in front of him, and it was written by him. This made him not know how to deal with this feeling. He could only bury his face in the bowl of ramen and eat the noodles in it quietly. However, when he was eating noodles, he still pricked up his ears and listened to the movements of Toki in front of him. Now, he paid extra attention to Toki's possible reactions. 10 minutes later, Toki read the last chapter and slowly closed the book. He didn't say a word and just quietly recalled the plot that had just appeared in his mind. A moment later, Toki raised his eyes and looked at Fugaku. Fugaku, you wrote very well. The only regret is that the story has not been finished. I will wait for you to finish writing these and publish them. They will definitely be sold. Toki said in all seriousness. Thank you. Fugaku's expression turned strange. At this moment, an indescribable awkwardness appeared in his heart. He did not know how to respond to Toki's blessing. All the best. Toki made a fist gesture at Fugaku, then placed the book back on the table. Thank you. Fugaku thanked Toki again, then quickly picked up the book on the table and stuffed it into Aoba's hand. Brother Fugaku, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I still have to hurry up and contact the publisher for you. Aoba shook the book in front of Fugaku, then got up and was about to leave. Are you finished? Fugaku was stunned. He suddenly felt that Aoba seemed to have found him to make him the author of this book, and then he left after completing his goal. Yes, I am finished. Brother Fugaku, I think you are quite tired. Go back and have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore. Aoba stood up and walked out. He even waved at Toki and said, Brother Toki, I will come to see you in a while. Okay. Toki also waved his hand at Aoba. He was the owner of the ramen shop. He watched the people coming and going out of the shop every day. He had long been used to these things and had no special feelings at all. Fugaku suddenly felt a headache. He felt like he had been tricked, but he also felt like he had earned something. It was a very complicated feeling. It seemed like he was tricked again. At the same time, he also earned. After Aoba left Ramen Ichiraku, the sky was already very dark. He did not directly return to Anbu's dormitory. Instead, he walked toward the ninja tool store that was still open. Boss. Aoba pushed open the door and saw the store owner, whom he had often interacted with. When the store owner saw Aoba, he instantly recognized him. This young man was the one who had come to him to buy the blank paper tags. It was said that he wanted to sell explosive tags. However, he did not succeed even once. It had been quite some time since this person bought the blank paper tags. In the eyes of the store owner, Aoba had already given up on the matter of creating explosive tags. He, it's you. You haven't returned so late. Do you want to buy something? The store owner asked with a smile. His voice was still very gentle. After all, he was a person with a good personality. I want to buy some blank books, Aoba said to the store owner. A blank book. The store owner was stunned for a moment. He thought that Aoba was going to talk about blank paper tags. How did it change to a blank book now? After a little hesitation, the store owner couldn't help but remind him. The paper in the blank book can't be used to draw tags. If you want to draw tags, you have to use the blank paper tags that can store chakra. The store owner said. I won't draw paper tags. I will buy blank books to copy some things. It is the most normal basic use. Aoba nodded and said. He had a good impression of the store owner. After all, he had greeted the store owner with many identities. It could be said that he understood the store owner from different angles. Ha ha ha, this is good too. The store owner heard the idea of giving up on making tags from Aoba and immediately put down the worry in his heart. After all, if he did not have the talent to make tags, in that case, no matter how much blank paper tags he bought, there was no way he could make a single explosive tag. In the end, he could only say that it was a waste of money, and he could not take back the original capital. This was not a simple lottery ticket. It required great talent and hard work. Now, the store owner saw that Aoba seemed to have given up on these things. He felt that this young man was still relatively clear about the situation. After knowing that he did not have a talent for making tags, he decisively gave up. The blank books are all here, you can choose them yourself. The store owner raised his hand and pointed at the shelves over there. There were blank books, notebooks, and pens on them. Most of these things were sold to the students of the ninja school. Okay. Aoba walked directly to the front of the shelf and looked at the books on the top. He first picked a dark book and then took a large pile of books. There were a total of 30 or 40 books. He didn't know the exact number either. Then, he took these books and walked directly toward the store owner. Boss, this is all I want. How much is the total? Aoba put all the blank books on the counter and then stared at the boss and asked. These blank books were quite important to him now. Do you need so many books? The store boss frowned slightly. He stared at Aoba deeply. He found that this child liked to buy a lot of things. Yes. Aoba nodded. All right. The store owner asked and calculated the price of the blank books. After Aoba paid the bill. Then, he left the store and strode directly toward the direction of Anbu's dormitory. 10 minutes later, Aoba returned to his room in the Anbu dormitory. After that, Aoba immediately used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. After leaving a shadow clone in the dormitory, he immediately communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower and then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared. On the first floor of the tall tower, Aoba raised his hands and made a cross. Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba immediately used Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, and created 30 or so clones that looked exactly like Aoba to appear around him. Your mission is very simple. Aoba's gaze fell on these shadow clones. Right now, he had no plans to carry out his training plan wantonly. He had to first deal with the matter in front of him. You will be responsible for copying the entire book and writing it all down on the dark book that will be given to Danzo. Aoba pointed to the shadow clones closest to him and said. These were all randomly chosen. After all, each shadow clone was himself, and the effects were the same. The rest of you will tear the pages of the book. Each of you will write down the first chapter. This is for those Yamanaka clan ninjas. Aoba said to the other shadow clones. Even if he did not say this, these shadow clones all knew it in their mind. After all, they were all Aoba's physical clones. They belonged to a part of Aoba's body's chakra and would inherit Aoba's will. Thus, they would have the same thoughts as Aoba. However, Aoba still felt that it would be better to explain these tasks properly. Yes. After hearing Aoba's words, these shadow clones immediately responded in unison. Then, everyone began to busy themselves with their own matters. Aoba nodded at these shadow clones. Then with a thought, he communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula in his room in the Anbu dormitory. In a flash, he disappeared. After Aoba returned to his room in the Anbu dormitory, he then took back the shadow clone that was currently in his room. Then, Aoba lay on the iron bed and was ready to sleep. Country of Lightning, Kumagakure. Reikage office. Although it was already night, the third Reikage was still looking at the scrolls that made him anxious. There was no other reason. Harry was gone. Kumagakure advisor was also gone. Even the staff officers who could help him handle these things were gone. He was the only one who could handle these things. The third Reikage was not someone who took the intellectual route. He was more like a fighting maniac who was immersed in training every day. He was able to become Reikage because he was extremely strong. He could play the role of the leader of the village. However, he was not good at managing the village. Just by looking at the scrolls, he felt his head swell. Reikage-sama. However, at this time, a dark-skinned Kumagakure ninja quickly ran into Reikage's office. From this person's expression, it seems to be urgent. What's wrong? The third Reikage frowned slightly. Right now, what he did not want to hear the most was this kind of shouting. Either something was wrong here, or something was wrong there. Which was so annoying for him. The third Reikage found that these people would not worry about the Reikage at all. None of them came here to solve the trouble for the Reikage, but they all came here to trouble him. Now, the third Reikage would rather go to the battlefield to meet the enemy than to see these mountains of scrolls. We have lost contact with the scouts on the front line. Kumagakure said. Lost contact again. The third Reikage frowned tightly, and his heart was full of displeasure. This was not the first time their scouts had lost contact. Ever since their Kumagakure envoy group had entered the borders of the country of fire, there had been no news of them. Whether it was Kumagakure advisor or the outpost leader, Bray. No one had sent any news back. This made the third Reikage feel that something might have gone wrong. This phenomenon was absolutely abnormal. Then, he began to send out scouts to check the situation. Including the group that was said to have lost contact. Kumagakure sent a total of 3 batches of scouts, but none of them brought back any news. After these scouts entered the country of fire territory, it was like entering an abyss, and none of them returned. Is the country of fire eating people? The third Reikage suddenly rolled up his sleeves, and a dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. He stared at the Kumagakure ninja, who came over to deliver the message. Why can't they even gather information? The third Reikage said angrily. Maybe, they were killed. The Kumagakure ninja said in a low voice. He did not dare to speak too loudly. How weak! The third Reikage shook his head helplessly and said, why are the ninjas in the village unable to even complete the most basic and simple task? Do you want me to go out to gather information personally? We don't dare. We don't dare. We have already sent out the 4th batch. This time, they will definitely bring the information back. This Kumagakure ninja immediately lowered his head and did not dare to speak loudly. In fact, it doesn't matter even if we send scouts to gather information or not. After saying these words, the third Reikage shook his head helplessly and continued, judging from the current situation, they are probably all dead. Moreover, they all died in the country of fire. It should be Konoha who did it. The other party is watching us, so as many people go in, as many people die. There is no meaning of sending scout at all. Reikage-sama means, this Kumagakure ninja revealed a puzzled expression. He vaguely felt that the third Reikage seemed to have thought of something. Arrange a ninja team and gather at the square tomorrow. I will personally lead them to the battlefield in the country of fire to attack Konoha. The third Reikage said coldly. Now he had blamed everything on Konoha. Reikage-sama, this matter is a bit strange. It is very likely that it was not Konoha who did it, but the other villages who stirred up trouble. This Kumagakure ninja immediately advised, besides, if you leave Kumagakure, then the power of our village will be emptied immediately, which will be very disadvantageous to us. I don't care. Konoha is too much. I have already said that we don't need any negotiations. Just fight them directly. Harry insisted on negotiating. Now, this is what happens. If he just follows according to what I said, the bigger fist in this world has the last say. The third Reikage said coldly. In his heart, he was rather disdainful of those schemes and plots. He was more willing to solve the problem in the simplest and crudest way. In his mind, strength was everything. In the face of absolute strength, schemes and plots were futile. This was the most appropriate feeling he had when he fought with the Haxabi. Any scheme would be useless against the Haxabi. The only thing that could compete with the Haxabi was his fist. Reikage-sama, I suspect that this matter is not that simple. There might be some other power behind this. It may not be Konoha who did it. Because I can feel that the third Hokage really wants to solve this problem peacefully. This Kumagakure ninja immediately said. If the third Reikage did a careless action, things might become out of control. If he wants to solve the problem peacefully, he should release Harry. The third Reikage said coldly. When he said these words, his entire face was full of dissatisfaction and ridicule. Now, not only did he not release Harry, but he also swallowed us, Kumagakure, one by one. Isn't this provoking us? The more the third Reikage thought about it, the angrier he became. He had already immersed himself in his own logic and was unable to extricate himself. He had determined that all of this was done by Konoha. In his heart, it had already formed a prejudice, and this could not be easily changed. If I continue to tolerate Konoha, wouldn't it make the people of the entire world laugh at me? They will think that we, Kumagakure, are easy to bully and think that I, the third Reikage, am easy to bully. Chapter 293. I've decided. After the third Reikage said those words, his cold eyes looked in the direction of the country of fire. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he seemed to be ready to go all out. I want to attack Konoha. The third Reikage tough voice echoed in the Reikage office, which made the Kumagakure ninja's face black. The current situation was very confusing. There were many things that had not been completely figured out. If they rashly chose to attack Konoha now, it was very likely that Kumagakure would be in a disadvantageous situation. Reikage. This Kumagakure ninja was just about to say something when he was interrupted by the third Reikage. Don't say anything. I have already made up my mind. I can't let Konoha bully people like this anymore. The third Reikage said coldly and waved his hand directly, not willing to listen anymore. After all, they would always say this will not work, that is not right, either it's not the right time, or there was still a problem here. It was really endless. He let them come up with ideas, but they couldn't give anything useful. No matter what they said, they would always say that there was a problem. The third Reikage has had enough of organizing these scrolls during this period of time. He didn't want to continue like this. If he continued like this, his head would explode. He wanted to break the deadlock and leave this situation that made him unhappy. I understand. I will inform the ninjas now. After hearing the third Reikage's words, this Kumagakure ninja already understood that it was useless to say anything more. Since he could not persuade the third Reikage, then he could only follow the third Reikage. Fight for it. And win this battle. Instantly, this Kumagakure ninja left the Reikage office and walked out. The next day, early in the morning, Aoba suddenly felt a headache. He was awakened by a series of information. This information came from the shadow clones in the tower. Aoba checked this information. However, he did not open his eyes. Swish! Right at this moment, A figure directly appeared in his room and looked exactly like Aoba. It was one of Aoba's shadow clones. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and jumped into this room. This shadow clone held a stack of books in his hand. After he placed these books on the ground, bang! It disappeared. Almost at the same time, another piece of information was transmitted into Aoba's mind. It was this shadow clone that had brought the books here. As expected, it has been completed. A smile appeared on Aoba's face. He did not know how useful these things would be to him in the future, but he felt that at least they would not be completely useless. Suddenly, Aoba got up from the iron bed. He has stacks of papers in his hands. The paper was covered with densely packed handwriting. It was all the first chapter of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, which had been copied countless times. These papers were all torn from the book, and a total of 3 books were torn apart. After that, Aoba took the paper and walked out. He did not walk in the direction of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment. Instead, he walked directly to another room in the Anbu dormitory. For the location of these Yamanaka ninjas' rooms, Aoba had a little idea in his mind. After all, he had read Eden's memories before. It was just that. Among them, there were some newly arrived Yamanaka clan ninjas. The room where these people lived was unknown. However, Aoba did not intend to send these things over personally. He already had the most suitable person in mind to do this. After a while, Aoba took these manuscripts to a room door and knocked on it. The owner of the room was Yamanaka Shinichi, whom he knew before. Standing at the door, Aoba gently knocked it. "Who is it?" Shinichi's angry voice suddenly sounded. It was still a bit early at this time. Even if the Anbu got up very early, this time was still a bit too early. "It's me, Aoba," Aoba said. "Just wait," Shinichi said in a displeased tone. After a long while, the door of the room slowly opened. Shinichi's face, which had obviously not been washed, was filled with displeasure. "Aoba, why are you so early?" Shinichi's temper was quite good. He had a good relationship with Aoba before, but after that mission, he had no communication with Aoba anymore. He didn't know why Aoba suddenly came to him. "Brother Shinichi, have you forgotten? This is your first chapter manuscript that I promise." Aoba directly took out a manuscript and stared at Shinichi with a smile. He didn't care about Shinichi's dissatisfaction at all. "Ah! This." When Shinichi saw the manuscript that Aoba handed over, his eyes immediately widened. He remembered that they had asked Aoba for the book together yesterday. "You really brought it over? I thought you were joking." "Thank you, Aoba." Shinichi immediately became embarrassed. He took the manuscript that Aoba handed over and immediately changed his expression. It changed from a gloomy attitude to a smile. "Don't be polite." Aoba nodded to Shinichi and said, "Brother Shinichi, I won't disturb you. I will go and deliver the manuscript to others." "This." Shinichi looked at Aoba and instantly did not know what to say. Only an afternoon and a night have passed since his promise. He actually finishes writing it. Doesn't this mean Aoba started writing when he got back? Wasn't this too much? Shinichi's impression of Aoba suddenly changed. He suddenly felt that this person was not so dislikable. "Oh right, brother Shinichi, there is one more thing." Aoba smiled and took out another piece of paper. It was a blank piece of paper, and then he handed it to Shinichi. "Can you help me write down the room number of the other Yamanaka ninjas? I will send it to them one by one," Aoba said to Shinichi. "Okay." Shinichi had no reason to refuse Aoba's request. He immediately took the blank paper from Aoba's hand and took out a pen. Based on his memory, he began to write down the room number. "I am not very good at socializing, so I only remember brother Shinichi's room location," Aoba said with an embarrassed smile. After hearing Aoba's words, Shinichi suddenly felt a burst of warmth in his heart. No matter what, he was the one who was remembered, which made his heart full of gratification. All of a sudden, an impulse rose in Shinichi's mind. He stared at Aoba and hesitated for a moment. Then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Aoba, if you don't mind, I can hand over the rest of the manuscript to the other Yamanaka clan ninjas so that you can save some energy, Shinichi said seriously. Actually, he had his own considerations for saying this. After all, handing these manuscripts over to other Yamanaka clan ninjas was a matter that could curry favor with those people. If Aoba was willing to let him do it, he did not mind helping him and then used these manuscripts to curry favor with other Yamanaka clan members. However, if that happened, Aoba would lose this opportunity. Of course, he did not know that Aoba had no intention of currying favor with those people. Apart from that, he is really thinking about Aoba. Seeing so many manuscripts in his hands, he immediately realized that Aoba had probably worked all night for these things. Really? Aoba suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes flashing with joy. He smiled and said, "Can I really trouble you, brother Shinichi? Don't worry, leave it to me." Shinichi immediately patted his chest and promised Aoba. He had already seen the approval in Aoba's eyes, so he was willing to fight for this opportunity. This was not just to help Aoba, or it was for him to have a chance to get in touch with those Yamanaka clan ninjas. It could be said that they each took what they needed. Then thank you, brother Shinichi. Aoba directly handed all the manuscripts in his hands to Shinichi, and then after exchanging a few words with Shinichi, he left Shinichi's room. In fact, Aoba had chosen Shinichi from the very beginning. He had been a teammate with Shinichi before. So he understood that Shinichi was actually a very thoughtful and warm-hearted ninja. He carried the manuscripts that he worked on overnight just for show so that after Shinichi saw it, he would feel that Aoba should be very tired. In addition, he did not know the other people's rooms. This way, it could arouse Shinichi's sympathy and urge him to say something to help him. At this time, Aoba naturally gave this task to Shinichi. After Shinichi accepted this task, Aoba left Shinichi's room. Then he still did not go to Konohagakure Intelligence Division but walked in the direction of the Hokage building. Since Danzo gave him a task yesterday. Then if he did not use Danzo, it would be a waste. Aoba walked all the way to the bottom of the Hokage building. Just as Aoba was about to go in, he saw a ninja walking out. This ninja looked to be around 40 years old. His silver hair was combed into a ponytail behind his head. He was wearing a standard Konohagakure ninja uniform. On his head was Konohagakure's ninja forehead protector, and on his right hand was a short white sleeve that had red edges. When Aoba saw this ninja, his eyes moved slightly. He knew this ninja, not only did he know him, he was very familiar with him. It was Hitaki Sakumo, who was renowned across the ninja world as Konoha White Fang and the father of Hitaki Kakashi, the future Kakashi of the Sharingan. At this time, Sakumo had just come out of the Hokage building, and his eyes also fell on Aoba. "Aren't you that Ramen Ichiraku's young man?" After seeing Aoba, Sakumo immediately greeted him. His tone was amiable and without any arrogance. His impression of Aoba was quite deep. Ordinary people would not leave such a deep impression on him. That time when he took his son Kakashi to eat ramen, he became a member and took pictures with this kid. "Yes, it's me." "Hello, Sakumo-sama." Aoba immediately greeted Hitaki Sakumo. He never expected that the other party could remember him. This person's memory is too strong. This was not a good thing. When Sakumo recognized Aoba, his heart tightened. If it were someone else, they would probably be too happy. Only Aoba would not be happy. When he was recognized by others, he would feel restless, so much so that his heart was filled with conflicted emotion. "Why did you come here?" Sakumo asked symbolically. From the expression on his face, it was just a greeting. He did not have any curiosity about Aoba. I came to deliver something. Aoba patted his ninja pouch, indicating that the thing was here. But he did not say what it was specifically, nor who it was for. Aoba was also very embarrassed about this. What he has to do now is to go to Danzo, and he also has a little idea behind his back. But no matter what happens, he could not tell Sakumo about these things openly. He could only say vaguely. Aoba respected Sakumo quite a lot. After all, he had been studying the latter's memories a few days ago and had learned a lot of precious experiences from the latter memories. Okay. Sakumo nodded at Aoba. He then stared at Aoba for a while. Go do your work. How could Sakumo not understand what Aoba meant? He already understood that there were some things that Aoba could not say. In fact, he himself did not have any curiosity and just casually asked. He could tell from Aoba's expression that Aoba seemed to have some kind of mission on him. Since that was the case, then he did not want to continue asking. After saying this, Sakumo shifted his gaze away and left without another word. Aoba stood silently on the spot and watched Sakumo leave. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not ask for more details. In that case, he would have to make up some more lies to deceive Sakumo. He did not really want to do this. After Hitaki Sakumo left, Aoba stepped into the first floor of the Hokage building. Then, he walked toward the secret door. He wants to take this opportunity to investigate what was inside this secret door. Aoba directly imitated Danzo's actions and pushed open the secret door on the Hokage building's first floor. It was a dark corridor. Not long ago, he had just passed by once this dark corridor. It was just that Danzo was leading at that time. Then, Aoba did not hesitate and walked into the dark corridor. Chapter 294. Aoba strolled through the dark corridor. Now that he had come here again, he felt that there was a slight change compared to yesterday. This place had become even colder. He did not know if it was because there was no candlelight. Aoba controlled the chakra in his body and directed it toward his eyes, allowing him to see the path in front of him even though it was extremely dark. This was a circular corridor and was sinking bit by bit. It could be seen that this was a structure that kept going downwards. Now, under my feet should be the root base. If I guess correctly, there must be an entrance to the root base here. Aoba thought silently in his heart. The corridor was extremely quiet now. There was no sound at all. It was precisely because of this reason that he did not dare to make any noise, afraid that he would be discovered by the people here. In the memory of the people, he had read. There was no information on this part. Aoba carefully walked around the circular path downwards. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the end of the corridor. There should be a stone door here. Aoba had come here before. After that were stairs. At this time, Aoba stood at the stone door. He did not immediately open the door but carefully listened to the movements around him. There is no sound. Then, Aoba slowly pushed open the stone door. A downward path was presented in front of him. He then started going down step by step. When his feet landed at the end of the downward path, Aoba immediately realized that this was the location of the interlayer between the basement and the ground. It was also the place where Aoba and the others had read corpse memories. It was just one of the secret doors here. As for what exactly was inside of the other secret doors, he didn't know. Then, Aoba walked in step by step. A while later, he came to the side of the secret door from last time. He stood at the door and hesitated a little, but he still pushed the door open. Rumble. Along with a series of sounds, the stone door was opened. The room inside was as dark as before. However, Aoba could see the corpses of Kumagakure ninjas on the iron shelves. Hey! Aoba suddenly felt a little surprised. Why are these corpses not taken away? A question mark appeared in Aoba's head. However, he was not polite. There was no one here, so he could completely read the memories of these corpses. Then, Aoba stretched out his right hand and touched the heads of these corpses in turn. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained. The clear electronic prompts kept ringing in Aoba's mind. Along with these sounds, the system gives one ninjutsu after another. The level of these ninjutsus was not high. Moreover, there were many repetitions. It was equivalent to deepening Aoba's understanding of this ninjutsu. At the same time, a series of memories emerged in Aoba's mind. These were all the memories of Kumigakure ninja when they were still alive. But it has no value, after all, the memories of these Kumigakure ninjas could not compare to Kumigakure advisor. After Aoba finished reading the memories of these Kumigakure ninjas, he walked toward the room door. He did not go out. Instead, he stopped behind the stone door and raised his right hand. His palm pressed against the wall next to the stone door. Aoba controlled his chakra to move to the wall next to the stone door. In an instant, a black circle was created. It was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. After this Flying Thunder God formula appeared, it merged with the entire dark environment. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it. When Aoba was doing the mission, he had thought of leaving behind a Flying Thunder God formula here. But at that time, Kaze, who was not far away from him, had been staring at him. This made it so that he had no chance to leave the Flying Thunder God formula. If he acts rashly, there would be a danger of being discovered. Moreover, it was proven through facts. This Kaze could really do anything. If the Flying Thunder God formula were discovered, then things would become much more troublesome, which would far exceed the convenience brought by this Flying Thunder God formula. After Aoba left this Flying Thunder God formula, it was equivalent to leaving a coordinate here. Then he walked out of the room and slowly closed the stone door, then looked deeper. It was still dark ahead and as if there was no end to it. Aoba's face turned solemn because things had already exceeded his expectations. But it was still much smoother than he had imagined. Because there was no Flying Thunder God formula here, he had to enter directly from the front. That was why he chose to use his identity and appearance. Even if he was discovered, he could still use this as a reason to send the book to Danzo and force this matter over. Of course, he could also disguise his identity. When he was discovered, he could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to escape. However, that would expose the fact that he would use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Aoba felt that the only place where he exposed his space-time ninjutsu was when he was fighting with Orochimaru. Apart from that, even when he transformed into Gasui and entered the root base to attack Harry, what he presented was only a synchronous reverse summoning technique. That was why Aoba felt that unless he had no other choice, he should try his best not to expose the fact that someone could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Especially when that person was discovered, he would be crowned with the name of an intruder. When he used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, in the future, everyone would know that he was the one who did it. This was a tale that he did not want to leave behind. But it was different now. Aoba had already reached the furthest distance he could reach with his real identity. If he continued to move forward, then even if the book were given to Danzo, it would not be possible to round it. He had to change his identity. Aoba immediately used Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami. He controlled his body to turn into paper and then used Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God technique, to change his appearance. Aoba directly turned into Kaze and then took out the cloak he had prepared from the ninja pouch. He then put the hood on his head. There was a reason why Aoba had become Kaze. After what happened yesterday, he felt that Kaze was not a good person. If there was a chance, he could make Kaze suffer a few times. There was no burden in his heart at all. The other was that if he wanted to get out of this place, he absolutely could not use an outsider identity. He shouldn't carry this pot. This was also the reason why Aoba chose to transform into Kaze. After the transformation was completed, Aoba silently walked toward the end of the corridor. A few minutes later, another stone door appeared. The style of this stone door was exactly the same as the previous one. There was no need to think about it at all. The layout inside was probably the same. Thinking of this, Aoba approached the stone door and listened to the movements inside. He did not hear any sound. It was almost certain that there was no one inside. Aoba no longer hesitated and immediately pushed open the stone door. Rumble. There was another heavy sound. The stone door was pushed open and inside the room were iron shelves. The style was the same as the one in the previous room. Moreover, not only were the iron shelves the same, even the iron shelves were filled with corpses. This is... Aoba's pupil shrank. He walked toward the nearest iron shelves, his eyes focused on the corpse on it. This corpse looked like it had just died. There was no sign of decay at all. Obviously, this corpse had undergone embalming. Moreover, the internal organs of the corpse had already been hollowed out, and only the head was intact. What kind of place is this? The doubt in Aoba's heart became deeper. He immediately raised his right hand and touched this person's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Katon, Ji, Ri, Ka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. An electronic prompt immediately sounded in Aoba's mind. He once again obtained ninjutsu. Because he obtains ninjutsu, he knew that the corpse lying on it was at least a ninja when it was alive. Almost at the same time, a stream of memories poured into Aoba's brain. Let's get the memories of all the corpses here first. Aoba did not immediately stop to check the memories. Instead, he chose to get the memories of every corpse in the room. Along with the crisp electronic prompt, a series of memories surged into Aoba's mind. After getting the memories of every corpse in this room, Aoba walked toward the entrance. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the wall beside the stone door. After Aoba's palm came into contact with the wall, it released a faint fluctuation, leaving behind an indistinct flying thunder god formula on the wall. Only then did Aoba relax. He leaned against the wall and hid in a dark corner. This way, even if someone were to enter this room, they still wouldn't discover his figure at the first possible moment, giving him the opportunity to use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave before he was discovered. People who came in would only think that there was no one here instead of seeing Aoba use space-time ninjutsu to disappear. Suddenly, Aoba began to check the memories he had just obtained. Gradually, time passes by. Aoba did not move for more than half an hour. Phew! Aoba heaved a long sigh of relief, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He had already checked the memories of these corpses. These corpses were not Konohagakure people but Omegakure people. According to the memory of the corpse, these corpses had been lying here for a few years, even earlier than when Aoba came to the ninja world. It was during the Second Ninja World War when Omegakure attacked Konohagakure, but they were killed instead. According to their memories, all these ninjas received orders from their leader, Hanzo. They formed a vanguard suicide squad and directly broke into the territory of Country of Fire and directly attacked Konohagakure. It was precisely because this ninja squad killed many of Konohagakure's ninjas, Hiruzen decided to send his student to go to the Country of Rain to fight with the ninjas in Omegakure. How could these corpses be left here? Aoba was not very clear about the function of these rooms. They looked like a morgue, but these corpses were specially processed. There was no sign of decay at all, just like a specimen used as displayed here. In the process of obtaining their memories, Aoba checked their brains through medical ninjutsu. Their brains were indeed not dug out. But in order to prevent decay, a lot of additives have been poured into it, and it has formed a solid state. If Aoba did not have the mind-reading system, it would be impossible to read the memories of these corpses. These corpses were already in a state of being unable to read their memories. Could it really be a collection? Aoba faintly felt that the corpses stored in this secret room might be the ninjas that died when they fought with Konoha. Before the corpses of these ninjas could be taken away by the people of the corresponding village, they were brought back by Konoha ninjas. Strictly speaking, these could be considered spoils of war. Wait! Aoba suddenly looked at the corpses not far in front of him, and a very strange thought appeared in his mind. The internal organs of these bodies have been hollowed out and embalmed, and there is no trace of haste in the way of processing. It looks like a finished work of art. Aoba muttered in his mind. He definitely did not have the mouth to say these words loudly. After all, he was still in the room, and the surroundings were very quiet. As long as he made even the slightest movement, it was possible that the people here would find out. Orochimaru. A name popped up in Aoba's mind. At this time, Orochimaru was still doing all kinds of research on the human body. What he was pursuing was to master all kinds of ninjutsu, as well as the method of immortality. The internal organs of these ninja corpses were all gone. It just happened to be in line with the research on impure world reincarnation ninjutsu and also the collection of personal information. Of course, these little ninjas were not worthy of wasting living sacrifices for reincarnation. Even when they were still alive, they didn't even have the qualifications to be a sacrifice. Let's go take a look at the other rooms. Aoba guessed the function of these rooms. It might be the place where Danzo and Orochimaru worked together to study the human body. The object of research was the intruders from the other village. When Aoba thought of this, he took back what he had just said. It was such a long corridor, and it was unknown how many rooms there were. Could it be? Were there really only people from the other village? At this moment, a lot of bold thoughts suddenly came to Aoba's mind. It seemed it was possible to solve the puzzle I encountered when watching Naruto. Thinking of this, he walked deeper into the corridor. A few minutes later, Aoba came to another stone door. He raised his hand and pushed open the stone door. Along with the rumbling sounds coming from the stone door, the dark room had already appeared in front of Aoba. Then, Aoba walked in. The structure of this room was exactly the same as the previous two rooms. Even the layout was the same, with iron frames and platforms. Only, there were no corpses in this room. It appears to be not filled yet. However, Aoba did not leave just like that. Just like before, he raised his right hand and slapped it on the wall next to the stone door, once again imprinting a Flying Thunder God formula on it. After this Flying Thunder God formula appeared, Aoba walked out. Right now, his idea was very simple. He wanted to leave a Flying Thunder God formula in every room. This way, as long as he thought about it in the future, he could come to this room at any time. It may even be possible to store some shadow clones here for training during some extraordinary times, which was not necessarily impossible. The most dangerous place was sometimes the safest place. Then Aoba continued to walk deeper into the corridor. He opened one stone door after another. The rooms behind the two rooms only had iron shelves and no corpses. This scene made Aoba doubt his own speculation. Could it be that this is not the place where the corpses are stored? Everything that happened just now was just a coincidence. Coincidentally, there is no place for these corpses to be placed. Aoba was immediately puzzled. There was nothing in the stone room, which made him start to doubt his own speculation. After walking for a few more minutes, a stone door appeared in front of Aoba once again. Faced with such a scene, Aoba was already very familiar with it now. During this period of time, he had been opening the stone doors of these rooms. It could be said that he was very used to how to open these stone doors. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of the stone doors rubbing against the ground, Aoba pushed open the door of this room. All of a sudden, a pungent smell came from inside the room. This smell seemed to have been sealed for a long time, with a rotten smell. It seemed that this stone door had not been opened for a long time. There's something here. Just by smelling the scent, Aoba immediately realized that there was definitely something inside. He wasn't sure if it was a corpse or not, but it was definitely different from the previous empty rooms. After that, Aoba walked into the room. What entered his eyes were the iron shelves. These iron shelves were embedded into the ground and could not be moved or moved at all. Aoba quickly looked at the top of the iron shelves, and his eyes flashed with expectation. The things on the iron shelves would verify his guess to a certain extent. As expected, Aoba widened his eyes. In his sight, he could clearly see the corpses on the iron shelves. These corpses looked like the corpses from the other room. They were all processed. Only, these corpses were already beginning to give off a strange smell. It was obvious that it had been stored for too long. Even the embalming could not preserve it. After all, the person who had the most advanced technology and developer in the ninja world was Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru had not fully developed this technology, so there was no way to make the kind of corpse that could be preserved for hundreds of years. These corpses should be from the First Ninja World War. Aoba immediately put away his curiosity, raised his right hand, and slapped the heads of these corpses. Then crisp electronic prompt continuously rang out in Aoba's mind. Ninjutsu and memories pour into Aoba's mind one after another and take him back to the history of Konoha at the beginning of its establishment. Chapter 295. These people are... Aoba couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stood on the wall next to the stone door and checked the memories of these people. Tsunagakure's ninja. Aoba felt that the matter here was getting closer and closer to his guess in his heart. Moreover, it's Tsunagakure ninja who is well versed in the puppet technique. Aoba took a deep breath. According to the memories of these Tsunagakure ninjas, he discovered many extraordinary things. There were a total of 7 people here. Originally, it was a team of 9 people. There were 2 more people among them, but their bodies were not here. In fact, they were not dead. The other 2 people were this team's leader and the pioneer of Tsunagakure's puppet technique, Cho and Ebizo. These people started learning puppet techniques from the second Kazekage shaman when Tsunagakure was established. Through their memories, it can be seen that Cho at that time was about the same age as Aoba now and was still in the prime of her life. To use a classic phrase to describe, it was still very moist. The time of death of these corpses had to be traced back to about 25 years ago. At that time, the first Hokage passed away, and Senju Tobirama became the second Hokage of Konohagakure. Shaman, at that time, also became the second Kazekage of Tsunagakure. The corpses lying here now. They were the first batch of puppet masters that Shaman had nurtured, and they were even existences that were entrusted with great responsibility. Aoba was immersed in their memories, and it was as if he had become a student of the second Kazekage shaman through their perspective. He had received many teachings regarding puppet techniques and thoughts. This second Kazekage looks quite something. When Aoba looked at the memories, he couldn't help but complain about the green dragon tattoo on the bald head of this Kazekage. Shaman looks very rough. However, his heart was very meticulous. He also had strong foresight and the ability to judge the situation. Before he inherited the position of Kazekage, he had started to study the puppet technique. He could also be said to be the founder of the puppet technique in Tsunagakure. The group of people lying here now were Shaman's proudest students. They were also the strongest main force that had invaded the country of fire and attacked Konohagakure during the First Ninja World War. Apart from that, Aoba also found a very special detail in the memories of these people. This was a detail that no one in the world had noticed. In addition to the puppet technique that Shaman had developed, he also created the technique to control sand. He was the owner of Magnet Release Bloodline Limit. Good fellow. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. He silently sorted out the memories of these people in his mind. At that time, Tsunagakure was very messy. Before Hashirama died, shaman gathered them together and told them about the seemingly peaceful ninja world, but the undercurrent was surging. At that time, few people thought of this. In addition to the top leaders of the villages, the world was immersed in the comfortable environment brought about by peace. Not many people believed that the ninja world would return to the chaos of war. The environment at the time was like the modern world where Aoba was in. The strength of each country was not completely balanced, but the leaders of each country agreed that there would be no war between them. The various forces developed peacefully, and everyone felt that there should be no war in their own lives. But since ancient times, the initiative of the war was in the hands of the superior. If they didn't want to fight, it would be a peaceful and prosperous time. If they wanted to fight, they would turn the world into hell. When Shaman was still alive in the era of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he already had the thought of dying in peace. He knew that this peace was only temporary. The reason why no one in the great countries was rash was completely because Senju Hashirama was powerful and unparalleled in individual strength. When Shaman followed the first Kazekage to participate in the first 5-Cage summit, he was strongly aware of this important matter. The pattern of the ninja world at that time. It was in a state where a superpower was in control. A superpower led several powerful forces, while the rest were medium and weak forces. The whole world could not shake the position of that superpower. In addition, the superpower leader liked peace. These reasons were piled together. This made it so that no matter if it was the other powerful, middle, and weak forces, not dare to act rashly. But Shaman, after seeing the operation of Senju Hashirama in the 5-Cage summit, knew that the future ninja world would become a mess. That was, Hashirama divided the 9 Baijuyu evenly so that 5 major ninja village had his own Baijuyu. The purpose of this action seemed to balance the power, so no one dared to make a move easily. Not only did they have the power to attack the enemy, but they also had the power to protect themselves. But in Shaman's view, if the 9 Baijuyu was in Konohagakure's own hands, Konohagakure was still a superpower. As long as Konohagakure wanted to maintain peace and did not want to fight, the other forces would be extremely fearful, even if Senju Hashirama had died. However, Senju Hashirama forcibly ruined the advantage that should have belonged to Konohagakure at that time. From that time on, everyone on the 5-Cage summit negotiation table was aware of this. The time limit of peace was the lifespan of the Senju Hashirama. After the Senju Hashirama died, the entire ninja world would once again be in chaos. At that time, there would be no deterrence from the superpower. Any powerful force could have its own ideas. To conquer the land of other forces. Snatch the resources of other forces. Even in their hearts, each had an ambition they did not speak of. That was, after the death of Senju Hashirama, if they could first collect more than half of the Baijuyu, then they could develop their own village in the direction of the superpower. Because of this, after Shaman returned from the 5-Cage summit, under the approval of the first Kazekage, he devoted himself to the study of military strength and waited for the first Hokage's death. Tsunagakure was not the only one. Iwagakure, Kumagakure, Kirigakure, and the other ninja village were all the same. Under the quiet and peaceful atmosphere on the surface, the whole world was undergoing military training to prepare for the upcoming Ninja World War. Only Konohagakure. They truly enjoyed this peaceful atmosphere, and there was not much progress. When Aoba saw this memory, it was as if he had traveled to that era. Standing in the perspective of these Tsunagakure ninjas and recalled the history of that era. Because memories were from the first perspective, not from God's perspective. He seemed to be experiencing these things personally. You have to know. This was not the first time Aoba had read memories, not to mention how many memories he had read. But the shock level of this viewing memory was in the first few ranks. People who often watch movies would know that some movies would leave a deep impression on people and have a good reputation. They would even be regarded as classics. Some movies could only leave endless curses in the end, and even the audience wanted to send the director to prison. Memories were also the same. The quality between memories was different. Memories like Hitaki Sakumo were extremely high quality. It made Aoba use Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, to repeatedly view and study it, trying to comprehend the relevant knowledge as much as possible. The memories of these ninjas from Tsunagakure were just memories of great significance to the retrospect of history. The people at that time were no longer here, and many of the things at that time had been forgotten. That period of history that belonged to the beginning of the ninja village was like the military training secretly carried out by the various villages. It was all sealed in a dark corner, and the world did not know about it. The people now only know that the First Ninja World War happened. The First Ninja World War was very tragic. The First Ninja World War ended. As for what exactly happened here, very few people knew, and everyone stood in different perspectives. They could not see the development of the overall situation. Just like after Senju Hashirama's death, Konoha became a group of dragons without a head. They then encountered a sudden attack from the four great ninja villages. This was not something the four great ninja villages had discussed before. Rather, everyone was facing the same thing at the same time. From the perspective of Konohagakure's people, they felt that the people from other forces had agreed to attack Konohagakure and that the fragile peace agreement had already existed in name long ago. However, for the people of other villages, they had no idea how long they had been plotting. How much work had they prepared for while waiting for Senju Hashirama's death? It's like the new king replaced the former king and ascended the throne. People only saw the outer appearance, but they didn't know how many years the new king needed to prepare to defeat how many opponents before he could get out of this bloody path. Aoba looked back at the history from the perspective of Tsunagakure's ninja memories. From another angle, he felt the operation of the Senju Hashirama. This part. In the past, Aoba only felt that it was a bit inappropriate, but he did not feel too much about it. After all, what the first Hokage did was similar to what he did not long ago. Both wanted to make the various forces in the ninja world reach a wonderful state of balance so that many forces would restrict each other, and no one dared to take the lead. Only, there was still a fundamental difference between Aoba and the first Hokage. The first Hokage hoped that the entire ninja world would be in peace so that there would be no more fighting in the world and hoped that the people could live together like a family, without any grudge between them. Aoba was not so noble. His idea was very simple. You can fight as you like, but don't fight in front of him, and don't involve him. If you don't hurt him, it has nothing to do with him. However, through these memories, Aoba was deeply aware of one thing. That was when you had nuclear weapons and when nuclear weapons were gathered together. This deterrence was enough to intimidate the forces and make no forces dare to act rashly, thus allowing the situation to be peaceful. However, if these nuclear weapons were scattered and each force controlled some of them, then it would be strange if the world was not in chaos. When the first Hokage was still alive, he himself was a nuclear weapon. At that time, the Baijuyu power that the various villages possessed was meaningless. But after the first Hokage died, because every village had Baijuyu's power, plus these villages had been premeditated for a long time and had successively changed into ambitious second generation, they had long lost the reverence they had for Konohagakure at that time. The times had changed. Aoba had a similar impression of the second Kazekage shaman through the Tsunagakure ninja's memories. This was a person with ambition. But he was also a person who knew how to advance and retreat. In the First Ninja World War, Konohagakure and Kumagakure had gone to war. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama personally went to the battlefield. Not only did he show the brilliant Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to the world, but he also showed the Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, to the world for the first time. With Kumagakure's defeat, the second Raikage decided to sign a peace treaty with Konoha and didn't want to continue fighting. The people of various forces gradually realized that they were still not Konoha match. However, Iwagakure and Kirigakure's ninjas seized this timing. When Konoha just ended his fight with another village, his internal strength was extremely weak. It could be used as a breakthrough point. Right at that time, Iwagakure and Kirigakure's ninjas quickly rushed into Konoha. They wanted to take advantage of the situation, but because they wanted to snatch the spoils of war, the two sides fought first. Shaman saw all these scenes. He immediately understood that if Tsunagakure also joined, it would be disadvantageous to the village. He immediately ordered his troops to return. But it was just too late. Just as these ninjas of Tsunagakure were about to retreat, they encountered Hiruzen, who was not yet a Hokage and had an extremely strong fighting strength. All of them fell. This also allowed Aoba to see some of the memories of Tsunagakure during that time. Amazing! Aoba silently praised the second Kazekage shaman in his heart. It seems that the praise for the third Kazekage was a little too high. He even carried the name of the strongest Kazekage in history. Now it seemed that this was a joke. The second Kazekage was not only not inferior to the third Kazekage but also far surpassed the third Kazekage. Whether it was strategy, courage, judgment, and the most important individual strength. When the first Kazekage was still alive, Shaman began to imitate the Tobirama and carried out drastic reforms in Tsunagakure by establishing a ninja school and relevant organizations like Anbu. Apart from that, Shaman deeply realized the problem of Tsunagakure's unique climate conditions and lack of manpower. This was an extremely serious problem in both offense and defense. In order to be able to solve the problem of Tsunagakure may not have had enough strength when the first Hokage Senju Hashiramas died. Shaman had researched the puppet technique so that they could use the puppet to replace Tsunagakure manpower on the battlefield. From the ordinary puppets that use as fodder at the beginning to the mechanical puppets that were equipped with all kinds of weapons, and finally to the ninja that could use puppet techniques. Shaman's research on the puppet technique had reached the peak of perfection. Not only did he develop a higher level of puppet technique in controlling the puppet fighting behavior, but he also did a lot of research on puppet making. The research on the puppet technique will continue to affect Tsunagakure in the future. The Tsunagakure's ninjas were lying here. It could be said that they were the first batch of ninjas trained by Shaman to perform the puppet technique. Each of them was able to control nearly 10 puppets, and when they were combined together, their combat strength would exceed 100. If they had not been intercepted by Hiruzen at his peak at that time and they had all returned, Tsunagakure would not instantly decline. Out of these 9 people, only Cho and Ebizo successfully ran back. This was also thanks to Chiyo's poison and medical skills, allowing her to avoid danger as much as possible in an extremely bad environment and striving for the greatest chance of survival for herself. This belongs to the improvement made by the second Kazekage on Tsunagakure's offensive side so that Tsunagakure, which is at a disadvantage in numbers, would not be disadvantaged in battle because of the number of people. From a certain point of view, this could also be considered to have grasped some of the power of science and technology. The second Kazekage also concealed the fact that he had magnet release bloodline limit and silently studied ninjutsu that could control sand. It was precisely because Tsunagakure was in the middle of the desert, there was flying sand everywhere, and the environment was extremely bad. Shaman then thought of a method to turn waste into treasure. Similar to Kirigakure using seawater conditions to expand the power of water release ninjutsu, he used magnet release to control the sand, allowing him to form an absolute defense through the sand. This kind of defense power could not only defend his own body, but it could also use the sand around Tsunagakure to carry out a comprehensive defense against Tsunagakure. It was precisely because of this ninjutsu that could control sand. As long as the past generations of Kazekage stayed in Tsunagakure, the village would not be in too much danger. Moreover, when Shaman was studying the ninjutsu to control sand, he thought that this sand could also be effective against puppet techniques. This would prevent the village's puppet master from wanting to rebel after becoming stronger. It was just that Shaman might not have thought of it even before he died. His next generation Kazekage. The third Kazekage, who was known as the most powerful Kazekage in history. The third Kazekage, who had the magnet release bloodline limit and could control iron sand. The third Kazekage, who had the ability to restrain the puppet technique perfectly. Just like that, he died under the puppet technique without a sound. In the end, he was also made into a puppet. When Aoba thought of third Kazekage's title of strongest Kazekage, he instantly thought of Hiruzen, who was now called strongest by people in Konohagakure. He did not know why this strongest title. On the contrary, it gave Aoba a feeling of irony. The unable to make ends meet third Hokage. His little carelessness ruins the village's future. Konohagakure was like this. Tsunagakure was like this. Kirigakure was the same. On the other hand, Kumigakure and Iwagakure, who possessed tyrannical strength, were constantly strengthening their strength. Through the memories of these Tsunagakure ninjas, Aoba discovered that apart from formally including the puppet technique in Tsunagakure's compulsory course and combining it with magnet release bloodline limits ninjutsu to control the sand, the second shaman also did a very advanced thing. That was, ever since Tsunagakure obtained Shikaku distributed by the first Hokage, he had been dedicated to researching how to use Baiju's ability to fight. Without the shaman, there would be no Tsunagakure. Aoba sighed silently in his heart. As he obtained more and more memories, he discovered that the first generation was often the founder of the village, the second generation increased the height of the village, while the third generation weakened it. Konohagakure's second Hokage has developed many forbidden techniques such as Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, and so on. These forbidden techniques will play a role until the end of the story. Kumigakure's second Reikage developed the Thunder Release Ninjutsu, combining Thunder Release Ninjutsu with Taijutsu, and created Raiten Chakra M.Do, Lightning Release Chakra mode. Tsunagakure's second Kazekage developed the puppet technique and the ninjutsu to control the sand, solved the problem of the lack of manpower in the village, and turned the bad environment into a battle advantage. Iwagakure's second Tsuchikage has developed the dust release bloodline limit that surpasses all bloodline limits and has also upgraded and revised the Kaijigen no Jutsu, lightweight rock technique, and Kajigen no Jutsu, added weight rock technique, into an original native ninjutsu so that every IWA ninja battle style greatly improved. Among these second generations, only the second Mizukage is slightly weaker. He himself has the Sukin no Jutsu, hydrification technique, of the Hojiki clan, and it will become extremely terrifying when combined with the water release technique. It's just a pity. The second Mizukage doesn't have a brain. He simply doesn't know how to improve the water release technique. He can only think of ways to steal the second Hokage water release technique. Aoba thought about the second generation of each village in his mind and found that the second Hokage had taken the path of the second Mizukage. If those powerful water release ninjutsu were developed by the second Mizukage, then this second generation would lead to an unprecedented age. As for the third generation, Aoba did not want to mention it. Aoba then stretched out his hand and pressed down on the wall, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God formula on the wall. After completing all of this, Aoba walked in the direction of the stone door. Since no one had discovered him yet, then he will continue to take a look at every room. At this time, he was not without any gains. He knew a lot of information, perfected the history that he had never seen in anime, and even obtained the puppet technique and the method to control the sand. Not long ago, Aoba had just obtained magnet release bloodline limit. Now, he learns how to control sand. In the future, even if he were to go to the country of Winds Desert, who knows who would be more advantageous in this terrain. Chapter 296 Aoba carefully pushed open the stone door and returned to the corridor. Until now, there was no one in the corridor. This situation made Aoba feel a little puzzled. Logically speaking, there should at least be some people guarding this place. But then again, the Anbu in his own division was indeed not many. There were few Anbu from Yamanaka clan. For Yamanaka, who often read memories, everyone knew how to keep these secrets and would not talk nonsense. Aoba looked at the dark corridor. He took a deep breath and continued walking forward. Now that his guess was clearer, he felt that this was the place where the spoils of war, corpses, were stored. In fact, these corpses had no value at all. All the internal organs have been hollowed out. Unless it was like Aoba, who has a cheating system that came here and used his ability to extract the memories of these people. Otherwise, no one would be able to read the memories of these people. All sorts of things in the past. Everything became smoke and gradually dissipated in the long river of time. People often cherished the present and looked forward to the future, but very few people went back to the past and remembered the things that had happened in the past. After all, people were forgetful. Aoba felt that at a certain point in the future, this dark corridor could be transformed into Konohagakure's history museum and display these corpses as exhibits. He did not mind providing some of the deeds of life for these corpses to let people remember what had happened in the past. Aoba continued to walk forward. Another period of time passed. Another stone door had appeared. Now, he had already discovered the pattern. The distance between each stone door was very far and about the same, but the room was not big. In other words, the walls of each room were thicker than the size of the room. Wait! Aoba suddenly widened his eyes. He realized something that he had neglected before. In a split second, his gaze was focused on the wall next to the stone door. He raised his hand and knocked on the wall next to the stone door. Ever since he entered this place, he did not dare to make any noise easily. His contact with the wall was for leaving the Flying Thunder God formula. Dong! 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 The sound of Aoba hitting the wall could be heard. He could clearly hear the sound coming from the wall and felt that it was empty. He was not surprised by this sound. After all, it was a room where the corpses were stored. Then, Aoba suddenly turned around and looked at the wall behind him. From the moment he came in until now, there was no such thing as a secret door on the wall opposite the room where the corpse was stored. It was just like a straight corridor wall with only candlesticks with candles. If you don't pay special attention, this place was no different from the wall. Aoba walked to the side of the wall step by step. He raised his right hand and formed a hollow fist with his right hand. He gently knocked on the wall. Dong! 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 As Aoba knocked, the sound was a bit dull, but it was obviously a sound, not like hitting a solid wall. Empty. Aoba's pupils contracted slightly. Through this time, he suddenly realized that the back of this wall was not solid but had an empty space. There was also a room inside, but he did not know where the entrance was, nor did he know what was inside. It seems that there are many secrets hidden in Konohagakure. Aoba did not have much contact with this wall. Now he did not know where the entrance was, he did not see any switch, and he did not find these secrets in anyone's memory. Perhaps the entrance was not here at all. But he could not find the answer to this question, so he did not continue to investigate. After all, if he wanted to enter this wall, he would have to use violence to demolish it. This method could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, this method could only be used once. Once it was used, this side would be exposed. If there was no harvest, then it could be said to have alerted the enemy. Because of this, Aoba chose not to care about that side. There were still many rooms here that had not been checked. Before thinking about other possibilities, he had to confirm all the things he could confirm. Rumble. Along with the sound of the stone door rubbing against the ground, Aoba walked into the room and casually closed the stone door. From the outside, it looked as if no one had come. The room was extremely dark. However, Aoba had already completely adapted to this darkness. It would not affect him at all. The layout of the room was the same as the previous rooms. There were iron shelves that had been welded onto the ground. Only, there was nothing on these iron shelves. It was another empty room. However, Aoba did not go out directly. Aoba first raised his right hand and pressed down on the side of the stone door. As the chakra in Aoba's hand surged, he directly left behind a Flying Thunder God formula here. After the Flying Thunder God formula appeared, this place coordinate appeared in Aoba's mind. As long as he wanted to, he could come back at any time. After Aoba left behind a Flying Thunder God formula, he still did not leave the room. Instead, he approached the direction he came from. Aoba walked all the way to the wall. Who? Aoba took a deep breath. His eyes became serious. He was very clear about what he was going to do next. It could be said that it was very important. If it was the same as what he had guessed, then, a great secret might be hidden in this part below the Hokage building. Suddenly, Aoba clenched his right hand into a fist and knocked on the wall. Dong! 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 Along with Aoba's knocking, the wall gave him the same sound as before. This is not a solid wall. To be precise, this wall is not very thick. There is absolutely no need for the two rooms to be so far apart. This. Aoba suddenly widened his eyes. What he found was similar to what he had guessed. Not every room was so far apart, but there were also rooms between these rooms. It was just that the entrance was not there. No wonder no one was watching this place. Aoba immediately had an answer in his heart. No one in this corridor knew about the secret that belonged to Konoha. He had first to enter the secret door in the Hokage building. After entering, he had to walk to the end of the dark and cold corridor, then open the stone door and go down. Most of the ninjas would not find this place. Even if they found it, they would not dare to come down. Moreover, even if they found the secret room, those people could only see corpses, and they could not get any information from the corpses. From a certain point of view, these rooms were arranged here for people to see. Anyone who came here would find nothing wrong. More or less, there were some corpses piled up here. Even if they were discovered, not only could it be explained, it could also teach the people who found it a lesson. In the future, no one will take this place too seriously. They would only think that this was a morgue for the ninjas who invaded Konoha. What is in those rooms? A big question mark appeared on Aoba's head. He began to walk along the walls around the room while knocking as he walked. He immediately came to a conclusion. The walls on both sides of the room were empty. This meant that there were rooms next door. It was just that he could not see it now. But the wall facing the stone door, it was a solid wall, and there was no room next to it. Therefore, Aoba concluded that there were rooms on both sides of this dark room. Only the room that could be entered from the corridor he walked on was only a few rooms in the left row, and the rest of the rooms could not be entered. There was also no clear entrance. Then Aoba prepared to look for the other stone door again. However, just as he walked toward the stone door and was about to push the stone door open, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the stone door. It was the sound of the soles of the feet rubbing against the ground. Someone was coming. Aoba immediately realized that someone was coming from outside the stone door. Then, Aoba's body was tightly pressed against the wall next to the stone door. This way, if someone came to open the door, then he could just use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave. If those people didn't come to open the door, he could just listen to their movements. Step, step, step. A series of footsteps walked along the corridor outside the stone door. They did not stop at Aoba's position for too long. After these people walked past, Aoba still stood beside the stone door and did not move. I can't continue. Aoba still realized that this exploration had come to an end. There were already people in the corridor. If he continued to move forward, there would be a high chance of being found. Then the situation would be passive. This kind of thing still had to be done secretly. Once he was discovered, even if his identity would not be exposed immediately, the secrets hidden in these rooms might be kept away. At the very least. From the current situation, Aoba felt that there was no need to be radical or risky. He could completely resolve these matters bit by bit. Then, Aoba's mind stirred. He communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula in a tree in the forest behind the Hokage building. The scroll of water release ninjutsu was once hidden on the trunk of this tree. Swish! Aoba immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared from where he was. For a moment, it was as if he had never been to the secret room. What secrets are hidden in those rooms? Aoba stood on the branch, his body turned into a pile of paper, and as the paper flipped, he returned to his original appearance and then walked toward the Hokage building. This forest was originally behind the building and only a few minutes away. Soon, Aoba returned to the entrance of the building. Aoba looked as if he had just arrived. His eyes stared at the word fire at the entrance of the Hokage building, and his eyes became slightly serious. It was not that no one knew that he had been here. Just now, he had bumped into Hitaki Sakumo. Hopefully, there will be no problem. Aoba once again entered the building. This time, just as he reached the entrance, he met two ninjas guarding the entrance. This was completely unexpected. From the time he entered the building to the secret door, he had not seen anyone. He did not know if it was due to some strange coincidence that he happened to catch up with some wonderful timing. Is there anything you need? The two ninjas gatekeepers stared at Aoba. They were both Chunin and not Anbu's ninjas. They were usually responsible for guarding the entrance of the Hokage building and sending information to various divisions. I am looking for Danzo-sama, Aoba whispered. In fact, he was originally looking for Danzo, and he just stopped by the corridor to have a look. However, even he did not expect that he would find some big secrets. You are looking for Danzo-sama. The two gatekeepers narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Both of them were the gatekeepers of the Hokage building and had been working here for many years. It was the first time they've come across here looking for Danzo. Kid, Danzo-sama is not working here. This is the Hokage building. One of the ninja gatekeepers said. Danzo-sama is next door. Another gatekeeper said and pointed to the building next building. Oh, I see. Thank you. Aoba nodded to the two of them, then immediately shook his head and walked out. He had read the memories of the three root ninjas and knew very well how to find Danzo. However, his current identity should not know this. But this process not only gave him a very normal way to find Danzo but also increased the number of people who knew about his search for Danzo. This way, even if something happened, he would not be easily suspected. After Aoba walked out of the Hokage building, he looked at the building next to the Hokage building. It was a two-story building. The first floor was where Hokage's Anbu worked, and the second floor was where Danzo worked on the surface. Then Aoba walked directly toward the building. What's the matter? Just as Aoba entered the building, he was stopped by another ninja guarding the entrance. This ninja was different from the ninja guarding in the Hokage building. He was wearing a mask and was not an ordinary ninja. From the pattern on the mask, it was not a regular Anbu. It should be root ninjas. I want to find Danzo-sama. Aoba said to the root ninjas. Why are you looking for Danzo-sama? The root ninja asked. His eyes looked at Aoba through the hole in the mask, but he did not see anything special about Aoba. Something very important, Aoba said indifferently. He felt that this root ninja was asking too much. This was not the style of root, but it was not a problem if he thought about it a little. Not just anyone could come to Danzo and report directly. Please answer my question directly. The voice of this root ninja became indifferent. According to his experience, he did not think that this youth in front of him had the qualifications to talk to Danzo directly. If he could not give him a reasonable explanation, then he would not let this youth go to see Danzo. It is not good for you to know about this matter. You just need to tell Danzo-sama, say that Yamanaka Aoba wants to see him, and he will see me. Aoba said indifferently. This was not that he deliberately wanted to argue with the root ninja here. It should be known that he was holding a copy of Teacher Bai of the ninja school for Danzo. If this kind of thing were brought to the public and let Danzo's subordinates know, then there was going to be a problem with Danzo's character design. This was not only not good for the root ninjas in front of him. It was also not good for Aoba. Aoba came here to send a book to Danzo, not only to numb him but also to use this opportunity to send some information to Danzo when the latter felt that he was a harmless existence. After hearing Aoba's words, this root ninja was a little confused. Could it be that this person in front of him was doing a secret mission? But aren't all the people carrying out the secret mission from root? But if it's not a secret mission, there should be no problem to say it directly. For a moment, many question marks appeared in Root Ninja's mind. He already began to feel that this youth in front of him was not playing a prank. Wait a moment, I will report your matter to Danzo-sama. As for Danzo-sama seeing you, that is not something I can control. The root ninja guarding the entrance thought for a moment and felt that it was better to go and report it to Danzo upstairs. Okay. Aoba nodded and did not urge the root ninja who was guarding the entrance. After saying that, the root ninja quickly walked toward the second floor. Aoba looked at the back of the ninja and stood at the entrance, waiting silently. A few minutes later, the root ninja who guards the entrance hurriedly came back from upstairs. Danzo-sama wants to see you. The root ninja hurriedly said to Aoba. This time, the tone of his voice became much more respectful. Moreover, the way he looked at Aoba changed. I didn't expect it. This kid actually received Danzo-sama's call. This was something he hadn't thought of before. So much so that when he heard that Danzo nodded without hesitation and wanted to see Aoba, he was still stunned. Okay. Aoba nodded. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a smile. He was not surprised at all, and it was completely within his expectations. Chapter 297. Aoba was very confident that Danzo would immediately want to see him after knowing that he had come. The reason was very simple. Aoba had Danzo's secret mission on him. Actually, this time, he simply came to deliver the book. Then he would look at Danzo's reaction. But Danzo had no way to determine his true intention because it was not clear whether Aoba would have information about Uchiha Fugaku. This book itself was extremely tempting. Not to mention that there might be some important information. These 2 points were stacked together. It made it impossible for Danzo to turn a blind eye to Aoba's arrival. Come with me. The way Root Ninja looked at Aoba changed. Being able to be so easily received by Danzo-sama at such an age shows that this young man's strength is not simple. After that, the Root Ninja guarding the door brought Aoba to the second floor. Aoba silently followed behind the Root Ninja until he reached the door of an office on the second floor. Aoba, Danzo-sama is waiting for you inside. Hurry up and go in. The Root Ninja nodded at Aoba, then disappeared in a flash. Okay. Aoba responded to the air in front of him, then raised his hand and knocked on the door of the office. Dong! 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 Accompanied by 3 knocks on the door, Danzo's voice sounded from inside the door. Please come in. Danzo's voice quickly passed through the door and clearly reached Aoba's ears. Instantly, Aoba directly pushed open the office door and directly walked in. He could see a very simple office. This feeling was like the residence of a very clean and honest person. However, There was nothing wrong with thinking this way. Danzo's solution to the problem had never been a low-quality operation like corruption and bribery but a direct elimination of dissidents with iron-blooded means. Aoba, why are you looking for me so early? Danzo stood up from the chair. He was still wearing his dark green robe. His exposed left eye stared at Aoba, waiting for his answer. I'm here to complete the mission. Aoba nodded at Danzo. Then, he reached into the ninja pouch and took out a black book. The content of this book was the story of the teacher Bai of the ninja school. Well done. After seeing this black book, Danzo's exposed eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. After all, according to what he had said, if Aoba managed to find out anything about the Uchiha clan, then, he would write the information in this book. He would hand the story to him as well. On the surface, it was to send him a story, but in reality, it was to send him intelligence. At least, this was what Danzo thought. Of course, it was not that the story was not important. The story of this teacher Bai of the ninja school was also very important. Aoba smiled and handed the black book in his hand to Danzo. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. When Danzo saw that Aoba was about to leave, he was stunned for a moment. He did not understand why Aoba would do this. Where are you going? Danzo could not help but ask. Back to Konoha Intelligence Division to work. Aoba replied matter-of-factly. Don't worry, I haven't confirmed the mission as over yet. Wait for me to finish reading it. Danzo shook his head and said. He didn't expect this young man named Aoba actually planned to leave directly after handing it to him. Wasn't this too anxious? Do you have to be so dedicated? It is not a big deal to be a little late. Anyway, from your character, you don't intend to be promoted. Then, Danzo immediately opened the black book in his hand. The left eye that was exposed on the outside was filled with anticipation. At this time, he was very curious about what kind of information Aoba would bring him. Danzo immediately opened the book to the latest page. The eye that was exposed on the outside stared at the words in the book. Danzo frowned slightly instantly, and there was a look of doubt in his eyes. Because this was different from what he had imagined. The content of the book was not the information about the Uchiha clan that he was looking forward to, but the latest chapter of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Is there no information about the Uchiha clan? Is it the front part? Is this person so unprofessional in recording information? A big question mark popped up in Danzo's head, and he immediately began looking for the book's front part. Danzo turned the page one after another, all the way to the title page at the very front. It was as if he had reread the story of the teacher Bai of the ninja school in reverse. A story was a good story. It was really exciting to read, even if they were to read it in reverse. But all of Danzo's attention was focused on searching for information about the Uchiha clan. However, it still made Danzo feel his blood boil. The long-lost feeling of youth seemed to return to his cells. He gradually felt that there seemed to be something more important in this world. Aoba, is there only a novel in your book? Danzo closed the book and looked at Aoba in confusion. Danzo-sama, this is your book. Aoba didn't directly answer Danzo's question. Instead, he focused his attention on the book. Don't you understand what I mean? I mean, you didn't write any information about the Uchiha clan on it. Danzo frowned and asked Aoba. I didn't write. Aoba nodded and put on an innocent expression. He even wanted to add a sentence, wouldn't you read it if it was written in the book? However, he still didn't say it out loud. After all, he didn't come here to confront Danzo. This. Danzo took a deep breath and suddenly felt that he didn't know what to say. He felt a headache. Why did you come to deliver the book when you didn't get the information? Danzo's eyelids twitched violently. He realized even more clearly why this youth named Aoba had not been put in an important position. He was not worthy. He had no brains at all. He doesn't even know how to be flexible when doing missions. No. This was no longer something that could be flexible. This bastard. It was simply ridiculous. He didn't even understand how to complete a mission. Danzo felt extremely helpless. If not for the fact that Aoba didn't ask anything and acted very calm, matching Root's temperament, he wouldn't have given Aoba this kind of mission at all. Now it seemed like this kid clearly had such an advantage, but he was not put in an important position by Eden. There was still a reason. If his brain was not working, there was no way to arrange such a complicated task. This mission was overkill for this kid. Danzo had been looking forward to it just now, but now he looked lonely. No. The words on this page were the story of the teacher Bai of the ninja school. He not only looked lonely. Now, he was even lonelier after reading it. Danzo-sama, I saw that you liked the story of the teacher Bai of the ninja school very much yesterday. I was afraid that you would be impatient from waiting, so I copied teacher Bai of the ninja school's story for you overnight so that you could have this story this morning. Aoba directly said to Danzo. Thank you. Danzo was suddenly speechless. He had to say that this young man had a good starting point. He did well indeed, but he did not satisfy his expectations and did not get any information about the Uchiha clan. However, this was just a feeling of anticipation and disappointment. It couldn't all be blamed on Aoba. He wouldn't have acted like this if he didn't have such high expectations. After Danzo thought about it, he immediately determined that this matter could not be completely blamed on Aoba. After his mood eased slightly, the lines on his face were no longer so tense. But at this time, Aoba immediately seized the opportunity. He saw that Danzo had already accepted the fact that there was only teacher Bai of the ninja school in this book, and there was no information about the Uchiha clan. Well, actually, I think that I have also obtained some information about Fugaku. When I went up to eat ramen in Ramen Ichiraku last night, I met Fugaku and chatted with him for a while. Aoba suddenly said. As soon as this was said, Danzo, who had just calmed down, became excited again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Danzo's left eye, which was exposed, flashed. He was waiting for this information. It was too difficult to get some information from the Uchiha. Especially after the matter with Sekai. The people in the Uchiha clan became more xenophobic. It was simply too difficult to get any information from that clan. Because of this, it became even more difficult for Danzo to obtain information. This also made him want to find a way to obtain information. When Danzo saw the title page in Aoba's book with Fugaku's name written on it, he immediately realized that Aoba might be related to Fugaku. He wanted to use this method to obtain information about the Uchiha clan. Danzo originally thought that he had failed. However, he did not expect it. The tides had turned. Aoba actually had information about Fugaku in his hands. Instantly, Danzo's expression became agitated, and his left eye was full of anticipation. Aoba could feel Danzo's anticipation and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. He. Aoba let out a very strange laugh, and the expression on his face became strange. After Danzo heard Aoba's laughter, his heart immediately trembled. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that there was really something wrong. The next moment, a smile appeared on Aoba's face. He then said something that made Danzo dumbfounded. Danzo-sama, when I was chatting with Fugaku yesterday, I found out that the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school is about to be finished. It will be published soon. At that time, I will get you another book so that you can treasure it. When Aoba said this, Danzo resisted the urge to kill. The left eye that was exposed on the outside glared at Aoba. This was not the information he wanted to hear at all. Please. Be smart. The information I want about Fugaku is not like this. Don't you understand? The corners of Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that he did not know what type of information he wanted, but he did not expect Aoba to be so stupid that he could not even complete the task. What I want to hear is not this kind of information. Danzo's low voice sounded. He tried his best to make his tone less angry. After all, they had just cooperated, and Aoba was one of the few people he could find that could possibly find information about the Uchiha clan. He did not want to break this relationship. The information I want to hear is... Danzo stared at Aoba. He paused for a moment and deliberately dragged out his words to emphasize what he wanted to say next. More important information. It's the kind of information that outsiders can't know. You understand what I want to say? Danzo had no way to speak too deeply to Aoba. This person was not a ninja from root, and there was no cursed tongue eradication seal on his tongue. If he said too much, it would not be a good thing. I understand. Aoba immediately nodded. The feeling he showed was as if he did not listen to Danzo at all. He did not think about the meaning of these words and directly said this. You really understand? There was suspicion in Danzo's eyes. Why did he feel that Aoba seemed to be perfunctory to him? There seemed to be something wrong, but he could not say it. He could only ask Aoba. Yes. I understand. You just want the kind of information about Fugaku that no one else knows. This kind of information. I have it. Aoba immediately nodded. His eyes widened, and his eyes were full of sincerity as if he was speaking the truth. You have it. Danzo's left eye changed again. He did not dare to look forward to it now. In just a few words, his mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had such emotions. Well, ever since he became the boss of Root. No one dared to talk to him like this. If he didn't have a little understanding of Aoba's character, he would definitely think that Aoba was playing with him. Of course, Aoba didn't know what Danzo was thinking. If he did, he would definitely want to add a sentence. You still don't understand me. I am just playing with you. I have. Aoba nodded heavily. Then, his expression became solemn and serious. He pursed his lips slightly and pretended to be about to speak. At this time, Danzo stared at Aoba. Even though he had already tried his best not to have any expectations for these things. However, there was still a faint expectation at this time. After all, according to Aoba's description, this was a very secret matter. It was at this moment that Aoba felt the anticipation in Danzo's left eye and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he slowly opened his mouth. Fugaku's new book is about the story of a young ninja attending the ninja school. Aoba's voice echoed in Danzo's office. As soon as this was said, Danzo was stunned on the spot. His face was full of black lines. At this point in time, he really wanted to kill Aoba. This, it really is, top secret information. Danzo laughed dryly. From Aoba's expression, he felt that Aoba did not do it on purpose, but the latter had a brain defect. Otherwise, he would not be unable to understand the mission. The most important thing was in Danzo's heart. He didn't think that a small character like Aoba would dare to play with him. Chapter 298. Danzo-sama is also looking forward to it. Aoba opened his eyes wide, his eyes flashing with excitement. It looked like he had encountered something unexpected. After all, a new book is coming. Aoba used his superb acting skills to show off in front of Danzo. From the outside, he was like a comrade. Ever since he handed the black book to Danzo, he did not say anything that had nothing to do with novels. Although it seemed a little deliberate, from the feeling it presented, it was completely like looking for Danzo specifically to say this. Danzo also realized this problem, and his face was full of helplessness. At this time, he understood that Aoba had misunderstood. Not only did he not complete the mission, but he also had a big problem with understanding it. Aoba, do you have any information outside of the novel? Danzo took a deep breath. Just now, his mood was constantly rising up and down. The more he did not have any expectations, the more Aoba pulled him up. Then, he gave an inexplicable and wonderful answer. This answer was obviously very outrageous. But he could not refute it. After all, it was also in line with his requirements. First, it was to satisfy Fugaku's intelligence and the intelligence only Fugaku knew. These 2 points added together. It was indeed within the scope. This made Danzo want to scold Aoba ruthlessly, but he couldn't say it out loud. Instead, it made him feel quite aggrieved. Danzo-sama, do you have any opinions about the story of the teacher Bai of the ninja school? Aoba immediately put away the smile on his face. He carefully looked at Danzo in front of him and said, actually, when Fugaku was writing this book, he asked for my opinion on some points. If Danzo-sama has any thoughts about the plot, you can tell me. I will mention it in my name to Fugaku. I will definitely not expose you, Danzo-sama. Danzo had now seen everything clearly. This youth called Aoba was just an idiot. After the inspection of this secret mission, he was suddenly glad that he did not bring Aoba to Root. Otherwise, Root would have been messed up by this idiot a long time ago, who knows how many people would have been led astray. Now that he thinks about it. That day, when he was issuing missions to the Yamanaka clan ninjas. Normal people would be there reading the memories of the corpses, but Aoba was alone in a dark corner reading the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. This was not something a normal person could do. Danzo originally thought that it was just an accident. It was completely because Aoba had not met enough good teammates and only had a skull left. He could not read the memories at all, so he was bored and began to read novels. If we go back to this matter, to be able to remain without being selected by any team in the end, this itself clearly stated that there was a problem with this person. Even that guy Yamanaka Kaze would rather form his own team than form a team with Aoba. This was very obvious. The eyes of the crowd were bright. No wonder Eden didn't bring Aoba along even if he went to the front lines. This Anbu mission recognition ability was simply so low that it made one's hair stand on end. I have no objections to the contents of the novel. Danzo's face was full of black lines. He took a deep breath and tried his best to show that he was not so helpless and impatient. Before finding a person who could replace Aoba to come into contact with the Uchiha clan, he was still polite to Aoba. This was a very simple truth. One must know that the person Aoba could come into contact with was not an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan but the future clan head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. As the competitor of the Uchiha clan, Danzo conducted a very deep study of the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, Fugaku would definitely be the future clan leader of the Uchiha clan and the future captain of the Konoha military police force. In addition, there was no other choice. The only suspense was how long it would take for Akaru to occupy the position before he was willing to hand over the right to Fugaku. Because of this, looking at the entire Konohagakure, apart from the people of the Uchiha clan, only Aoba was related to Fugaku. Of course, according to Danzo's investigation. In addition to Aoba, there was also Minato and Kushina, and the relationship between these two people and Fugaku was not bad. But the problem was, it was impossible for these two people to betray Fugaku for him. Finally, after he had checked everything, only Aoba was left. As long as he wanted information about the Uchiha clan, he had to rely on the information brought by Aoba. What I want to know now is, in addition to novels, is there any other information? Danzo took a deep breath. He no longer had any expectations for what Aoba had said. The reason why he had said so much to Aoba now was that he wanted to give Aoba a lesson so that he could provide information that matched his expectations in the future. Let me think, Aoba frowned and put on a pondering posture. From his expression, he really wanted to complete the task that Danzo had given him. When Danzo saw Aoba's expression, he was instantly speechless. Good boy. Is the information needed to be thought out? Danzo was suddenly speechless in his heart. He didn't want to say anything now. Boring. It was useless to say anything now. There was no intelligence at all. Danzo knew that this kind of thing was not based on imagination. However, he could also tell from Aoba's expression that this young man was really want to meet his requirements. No matter what. His attitude is still good. Well. Yes. The only good thing about him is his attitude. Danzo's face revealed a deep sense of helplessness. It had been a long time since he had felt so helpless. I got it. However, at this time, Aoba suddenly shouted and instantly pulled Danzo back from his thoughts and almost scaring him. What? Danzo felt that he was about to be played to the point that he was about to lose his cool. Aoba's sudden shout just now almost scared him. This information is about Fugaku, and only 3 people know about it. It is a secret among secrets. Aoba said seriously. Now he had tempered his acting skills to the point of perfection, and he enjoyed it more and more. This time, he took the initiative to find Danzo to show off his acting skills. His goal was very clear. It was to show Danzo what type of ninja he was. He wanted to give Danzo this impression. In this way, no matter what happens in the future, he would not suspect him. What information? Danzo's face, which was as calm as an ancient well without any change in expression, also twisted. He had already prepared what Aoba would say that would shock people to death. However, he still had a little bit of expectation in his heart. Only 3 people knew what kind of information about Fugaku. What if it was something more important? Danzo silently comforted himself in his heart. Now, he could no longer look directly at Aoba. He even suspected that it was right or wrong to ask Aoba to provide information. Fugaku ate 3 bowls of ramen last night. Aoba's voice suddenly sounded. When this was said, Danzo was dumbfounded. The left eye that was exposed on the outside stared at Aoba as if he was looking at a mentally handicapped child. As expected of a person who had not even graduated from the ninja school. This was no longer as simple as having a weak body. Danzo once suspected that Aoba's brain was not fully developed, and was considered a mentally handicapped person. Aoba did not care about Danzo's disillusioned eyes. Instead, he continued to talk in an exaggerated manner. He gestured with his hands to tell Danzo the size of the noodles bowl. That bowl is so big. Fugaku, eat 3 bowls. Are you surprised? This appetite is simply amazing. Danzo-sama, you didn't even see. When Fugaku was eating ramen, he almost poured the ramen directly into his mouth. It's too exaggerated. Aoba gesticulated and said. Every sentence was full of emotions as if he had seen something shocking. His overall action was very exaggerated. The corners of Danzo's mouth twitched violently. He had thought that he had underestimated Aoba as much as possible and had already made Aoba the same level as a mentally handicapped person. But at this time, he found that he still overestimated Aoba. The brain of this young man was not a simple problem. It could be said that there was a very big problem. Why use the matter of eating ramen as information? Is it strange to eat 3 bowls of ramen in one meal? Wait. The pupils of Danzo's left eye suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized the main point of this matter. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. 3 bowls of ramen for a meal, isn't this strange? This is a very big problem. Danzo suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. He recalled what Aoba had just said. One person ate 3 bowls of ramen. A particularly big bowl. It was extremely exaggerated. It was as if he wanted to pour the ramen in the bowl into his mouth. This was a big piece of information. Danzo suddenly took a deep breath. He stared at Aoba seriously and asked what he thought was very important. Aoba, according to your understanding of Fugaku, does he eat like this every meal? Danzo asked in a deep voice. No, only yesterday. Aoba shook his head and said. There was a faint light hidden in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that Danzo's insight was indeed amazing. As expected of someone who could say that he would rather kill wrongly than let go. This is a problem. Danzo nodded. He fell into deep thought, and his thoughts quickly turned. According to normal logic, the greater the consumption, the more hungry they were, and the more they needed to eat to replenish their energy. Fugaku had such a huge appetite. This meant that he had a huge consumption. There was a problem. There was no war now, and there was no need for Konoha military police force to fight in the village. There was no reason for Fugaku to exhaust himself to that extent. Danzo felt that there was something wrong with this, but the specific problems needed to be investigated later. Aoba, you did well. These are the details. In the future, if you find any details, you can record them and report them to me. Danzo suddenly felt that the information provided by Aoba suddenly became fragrant. After all, these details may not be noticed at all if replaced by other ninjas. Or, if Fugaku met an unfamiliar ninja, he would not reveal the fact that he had used up too much energy. This was really useful information. Now, Danzo had already reacted. In fact, in his daily life, there were no particularly big events that could cause a shock. The things that were valuable were in some small details. At this point, Aoba did a good job. As for why Fugaku had used up too much energy, he could send other ninjas to investigate. There was no need to expose his card. Aoba. Okay. Aoba immediately nodded. He looked as if he had not noticed the details of what he had said. He had not been disturbed by Danzo's words the entire time. Aoba, you have done well. I will not treat you unfairly. Just tell me what you want. Danzo stared at Aoba and said. The light in his eyes suddenly became dangerous. I don't want anything. Aoba shook his head without hesitation. Not only did he catch the fierce light hidden in Danzo's eyes, he realized that Danzo was testing him. He had already seen this kind of thing in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. You don't want anything. Danzo put on an incredible expression as if he had heard something that made him unhappy. He immediately said with a straight face, Are you looking down on me? Danzo-sama, I am an Anbu. Completing the mission is my duty. I don't need any rewards. It has nothing to do with you. Aoba suddenly became very tough. He looked like a one-track-minded person. He did not put the relationship between superior and subordinate in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha, okay. Danzo was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. He originally planned to test Aoba, but he did not expect the latter to answer seriously. The answer made him very satisfied, but it was not very good. In other words, you are the boss of Root. Can't you treat me differently? He even added that it has nothing to do with you. But why did it sound so weird? Then I will do as you said. Since you don't want the reward, I won't make things difficult for you. Danzo nodded and said. At this time, Danzo had already understood what type of ninja Aoba belonged to. The advantages and disadvantages were especially clear. Aoba's strong point was that he had no desire. He was steady and reliable, and there won't be any major flaws. As long as the task was given to him, in fact, you can rest assured. Of course, Aoba's shortcomings and advantages were of the same type. That was stupidity. This was the first time Danzo had seen someone who carried out a mission like this. Not only did he lack thinking, but he also lacked flexibility. Even if he wanted to nurture him, he did not know where to start. Chapter 299. Aoba looked at Danzo. There was no change in expression on his face. He did not say anything, but he was secretly muttering in his heart. Is this human language? Since I don't want the reward, then you won't make things difficult for me. When Aoba heard Danzo's words, he immediately felt all the blood in his body surge up. Even though he really didn't want any reward. But after hearing it, he felt extremely unhappy. Sure enough. Whether it was in the modern world or in Naruto world, the boss was the same. Danzo-sama, this is all I have to report. Do you have anything else you want to tell me? Aoba hesitated for a moment and slowly said. Now, he had achieved his goal. Using the black book in his hand, he had a deep exchange with Danzo, allowing him to have a preliminary understanding of the person he had temporarily set up for himself. Well, you can go. When the update comes, come to me to get the book. Just pay attention to the details recently. Danzo nodded at Aoba. Now, he had already begun to think about how to investigate the reason why Fugaku had consumed so much energy. Okay, Danzo-sama. Aoba gave Danzo a meaningful look. This gaze contained a particularly strong emotion as if he completely understood what he was thinking. Danzo was very sharp and caught Aoba's gaze. However, this gaze made him very helpless. It seemed. Aoba's attention was still on the novel. The focus was still on the update of the novel. All of a sudden, Danzo had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to change Aoba's opinion of him. This is fine. It is already pretty good. Danzo felt that the impression he gave Aoba was helpful in winning his trust. After all, they all had the same hobby. This way, they would have a very high level of intimacy. Danzo-sama, I'm leaving. I will immediately come to find you when the new chapter is updated. Aoba nodded at Danzo, then turned around and left. Danzo's left eye, which was exposed to the outside, stared at Aoba's back, who turned around and left. His eyes flashed with a faint light, and no one knew what he was thinking. Until Aoba completely left. Only then did Danzo shake his head helplessly. This Aoba is also a very interesting person. This was the first time Danzo had seen a ninja talking to him like this. Moreover, he did not feel that he had any problems at all. Although the task was not completed very well, the things he said were still within the framework of the task. This made Danzo feel a little helpless. If not for the fact that Aoba had told him something very important about Fugaku in the end. Perhaps he was still feeling depressed right now. This person is a little interesting. Danzo couldn't even remember when he felt like he was riding a roller coaster the last time. It seemed like it was when he was asking about who to cover the rear when his teacher was still alive. He had never thought of this. He had been the boss of Root for so many years. It was actually such a young man who dared to speak to him so freely. The others, whether it was Konohagaku's higher UPS or Root ninjas, did not even dare to breathe when they saw him. Danzo thought about it and smiled again. He lowered his head and looked at the black book in his hand. Just now, he had only read it roughly. He was mainly looking for information about the Uchiha clan. Now it was confirmed that there was no information about the Uchiha clan. Then, it was time to appreciate it. Danzo immediately raised his hand to open this black book and once again seriously read the story of this teacher Bai of the ninja school. Just a moment ago, his attention was focused on whether there might be any information about the Uchiha clan. Now there was no pressure. He read this story again. There was a different feeling in his heart. After all, the previous two experiences were not so good. The first time was in the dark corridor, and he only had one eye. The original environment was very dark, so he could only read it roughly. In addition, the environment at that time did not allow him to appreciate the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. The second time was when he just browsed it. What he wanted to see more was the news of the Uchiha clan. Even if his eyes had read these words, it was still mainly to find information. At this time, Danzo could finally fully concentrate on reading this Teacher Bai of the ninja school novel. Danzo read the magical words in the book, and his whole being entered a ninja school that he had never come into contact with before. Gradually, Danzo felt that his soul followed the words in the book and was immersed in the plot. As if he was the protagonist in the plot. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he looked at it, the more comfortable he felt. The feeling that had been silent for an unknown number of years began to awaken from his body. To some extent. The appearance of this book made Danzo think that he was a man and made him want to be a man again. Aoba left Danzo's building, and there was a faint smile on his lips. He was quite satisfied with the process just now. In fact, he was not completely sure how to deal with Danzo's questions and answers. After all, he could not guess what Danzo was thinking so clearly and what kind of question he would ask him. All he could do was sort out an outline. After that, he would act according to the questions that Danzo raised. It was in front of Danzo that he showed the ability to adapt to the situation that Danzo thought Aoba lacked. This was also the first time Aoba had interacted so deeply with Danzo since coming to the ninja world. This made him realize. Danzo was very shady, but his brain was not as good as he had imagined. Only if the method was used well. He could still ask for a pinch. Aoba walked directly in the Konoha Intelligence Division direction. This time, talking to Danzo had spent too much of his time. It was time to go to work. 10 minutes later, Aoba came to his compartment. But before he entered, he heard extremely noisy sounds coming from inside. There are people. Aoba straightened up the cat-faced mask on his face. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his appearance, he directly pushed open the compartment door and walked in. Rumble. The sound of a door being pushed open suddenly attracted the attention of the people inside. Did they send someone over again? There are too many people here. It's so hot. What happened? No one came at all. You guys are so slow. How long are we going to be locked up here? A series of urgent sounds rang out from the compartment. These people were all prisoners tied up in the compartment, waiting to be interrogated. After Aoba heard these words, he knew that this was sent over by the guard leader. They must have waited for him for a while. Seeing that he had not arrived yet, they just tied these people here. Instantly, the corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up behind the mask. These people simply did not know what kind of person they were about to face. In a split second, Aoba walked inside step by step. He was directly reflected in the eyes of the prisoners who were tied up. Almost in an instant, the compartment becomes quiet. When they were tied up here, they had no idea which torturer ninja was going to interrogate them. Of course, they did not know any of the torturer ninjas. They had only heard of the terrifying cat-faced demon. They were all silently praying in their hearts. As long as the person who interrogated them was not the cat-faced demon, then it was fine. Anyone else could do it. But at this time, their eyes were focused on Aoba's cat face mask. They clearly saw the pattern on the mask. For a moment, no one spoke a word. Isn't this the cat-faced demon? Finished. Everyone's mood instantly fell to the bottom, and they had no mood to speak. This could be said to be what you were afraid of comes. Almost the same time. In the country of Earth, Iwagakur, Tsuchikage office. Dressed in a red and yellow outfit, Onaki sat on the not-so-tall desk that was custom-made for him. He looked like he was in his early 50s now. His hair and beard had just begun to turn white, and his whole body was still in the prime of his life. At this moment, Onaki was reading the scroll in his hand. He was dealing with Iwagakur's daily affairs. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure flashed out of the Tsuchikage office, like a ghost, not making any sound at all. Did you find anything? Onaki didn't even raise his eyes. His eyes were staring at the scroll in his hand, and his indifferent tone was like asking a very insignificant thing. Yes. The half-kneeling figure immediately responded, then raised his head and stared at Onaki, who was not far away from him. Tsuchikage-sama, Tsunagakur has made a move. This Iwagakure ninja said. He was a ninja who was responsible for Tsunagakure information gathering. He came to report to Onaki the moment he got the information. Tell me the details. Onaki was still staring at the scroll in front of him. He was not putting on an act but was really looking at the words on the scroll. At the same time, he was listening to the report of this Iwagakure ninja. Yes. This Iwagakure ninja immediately nodded. When he spoke, he stared at Onaki's reaction. Recently, Tsunagakure's movements are bigger than before. This Iwagakure ninja began to speak. At this moment, Onaki did not have any reaction. He was still reading the scroll in his hand. It seemed like he did not take Iwagakure's report seriously. After Tsunagakure was ambushed by Omegakure, they suffered heavy losses. Many people died, and many of their finances were plundered. Through the observation of the scouts, the third Kazekage was very angry. This Iwagakure ninja said. There is no problem in being angry. Onaki suddenly interrupted, his eyes were still focused on the scroll in his hand, but he didn't delay listening to the report of Tsunagakure's situation. If I'm not wrong, the third Kazekage should have been tricked. I don't know what kind of information he got that he dared to lead a team to invade Konohagakure personally, said Onaki. His eyes moved away from the scroll and focused on the Iwagakure ninja who was not far in front of him. It's really funny. He, the dignified Kazekage, actually led a team to launch a sneak attack. If the sneak attack were successful, it would be fine, but it ended in a crushing defeat. The most interesting thing is that when he goes back, he finds that people from Omegakure plunder his village. When this kind of ridiculous news came, I thought it was false information. Tsunagakure really repeatedly refreshed my understanding of them. Onaki said and laughed. He had received this information for a long time. Every time he thought about it, he felt that it was extremely ridiculous. It could be said that his brain had grown in his crotch. Ridiculous. This Iwagakure ninja agreed and nodded. He had to agree with the third Tsuchikage's words, but he did not dare to smile like Onaki. That was not something he could do with his status. Continue. What did Kazekage do after being angry? Let me guess. Did you lead the team that secretly sneaked into Konohagakure to attack Omegakure? Onaki looked back at the scroll. His words seemed to be very concerned about this matter, but his actions didn't seem that concerned. Well. After hearing Onaki's words, this Iwagakure ninja suddenly wanted to laugh, but he still didn't dare to laugh. This was not in line with his status, and he couldn't do such a thing in Onaki's office. It is indeed like this. The Iwagakure ninja nodded. When he got the information, he thought that the third Kazekage was very fierce and dared to hit Omegakure directly. But after hearing the third Tsuchikage's words, he suddenly felt that he was not fierce but reckless. It seems that this Kazekage will not give up until Tsunagakure is destroyed. Onaki's mouth slightly curled up. From his expression, it seemed that he had already snorted at third Kazekage. Tsunagakure has such a little strength, and if it is attacked by Omegakure, it could be considered as a lesson, but they still wanted to attack Omegakure. It seems that they did not learn his lesson. Onaki put down the scroll in his hand and looked at the Iwagakure ninja in front of him. This was the first time that Onaki looked straight at this Iwagakure ninja since he entered his office. Tsunagakure is an opportunity. I just don't know if Konohagakure can seize this opportunity. But I think they will not. After all, Konohagakure's Hokage is also the same. One of these two Kage is ignorant and doesn't make a decision after thinking about things clearly. There is nothing in his head, and the other is cowardly. He can even open his mouth and eat it after being ridiculed by Kyomagakure. I don't think Konohagakure will see this opportunity, but even if they see it, they won't attack Tsunagakure. Konohagakure's third Hokage doesn't have the courage. Onaki almost instantly analyzed Tsunagakure and Konohagakure's situations. He scoffed at third Kazekage and third Hokage, who were in the same group as him, thinking that these two were not worthy of the cage reputation. "Tsuchikage-sama, should we seize this opportunity?" this Iwagakure ninja asked. "No need." Onaki shook his head without any hesitation. His face was extremely decisive. "If we don't move, it will be the greatest deterrence to the other forces," Onaki said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with wisdom. He was different from the third Raikage. Not only did he have great strength, but he also had a strong mind. He could easily make judgments and analyze the situation. He was very confident about the current situation. "Yes." This Iwagakure ninja immediately responded. He came this time to report Tsunagakure's information, thinking that they, Iwagakure, could take the opportunity to attack Tsunagakure. However, these thoughts were dispelled by Tsuchikage's words. After experiencing Iwagakure's matter, they will strengthen their village's defense by a lot. Even if it was an opportunity, it should not be big. Onaki slowly explained to the Iwagakure ninja. After all, there were some things that could not be completely guessed by his subordinates. He had to tell his subordinates clearly so that they would not feel disappointed. "Yes." After hearing Onaki's words, this Iwagakure ninja immediately responded. "Actually, if we really made a move, the most important issue is still the core issue." Onaki stared at Iwagakure ninja and slowly said, "What kind of benefits can we get?" "Yes." This Iwagakure ninja answered again. He understood that the Tsuchikage was giving him a lesson. It was true that there was no profit. He only saw the opportunity, but he did not see the value of the opportunity. Tsunagakure has just been robbed by Imagakure and has not recovered yet. Even if we successfully hit Tsunagakure, what can we rob? The ground full of sand. Onaki smiled sarcastically, obviously full of contempt for Tsunagakure's poverty. "Yes." The forehead of this Iwagakure ninja began to sweat. He increasingly felt that the Tsuchikage was very far-sighted and saw things clearly. The real big fish still depends on Konohagakure and Kumagakure. If one of these two villages can't hold on for long, our chance will come. Onaki's smile slowly disappeared, and his eyes became sharper. He had already prepared a thunderous strike, but the target of the attack had not appeared yet. "Yes." This Iwagakure ninja nodded again. It was just a simple conversation, and he had learned a lot from the Tsuchikage. Step 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 step. However, at this time, a series of rapid footsteps sounded and came to the Tsuchikage office. After that, the door of the Tsuchikage office was opened. Another Iwagakure ninja walked in and appeared in Onaki's line of sight. "Tsuchikage-sama, Kumagakure frontline urgent report." The third Raikage personally led a ninja army to attack Konohagakure. The Iwagakure ninja who just ran in said breathlessly. From his posture, it was obvious that he had just received the information and immediately rushed over without any delay. "Ha ha 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 ha." After Onaki heard this information, he immediately raised his head and laughed. His laughter was full of joy. Then, he looked at the Iwagakure ninja who reported the information about Tsunagakure, and his face had become excited. Now, the opportunity has come. The real big fish has begun to bite the hook. It's time for us to prepare. Onaki's eyes flashed. He kept a low profile and waited for this moment. Chapter 300. A day passed quickly. Everyone in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment was in their first time. They still didn't know how terrifying the cat-faced demon was. As a day passed by, the world was filled with darkness. When they were sent back to the hands of the guards, they felt like they had returned to the human world, and the more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. They did not dare to recall what had just happened. After leaving the compartment, Aoba slowly walked toward the Anbu dormitory. A day has passed again. Aoba felt that this day was quite interesting. Not only did he send away all the manuscripts to the people of the Yamanaka clan, but he also had a deep conversation with Danzo. Finally, he stood on the side of justice and punished the prisoners who were waiting for the trial. The whole process was quite meaningful. Soon, Aoba returned to his dormitory room. After he closed the room, he used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, as his substitute here. Now, because of the book teacher Bai of the ninja school, Aoba didn't know when someone would come to find him. If someone from the Yamanaka clan made a visit and wanted to ask him for the rest of the manuscripts, if no one answered, then he might be in trouble. At this time, Aoba increasingly understood the importance of leaving a shadow clone in the Anbu dormitory. After that, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and went directly to the tower. He did not choose to go to the underground corridor under the Hokage building. The most important reason was that he had already noticed that the things he could see on the surface might not be too big of a secret, but it was just a morgue that stored the bodies for the outside world to see. But the room next to those rooms, Aoba faintly felt that some secrets were hidden in it, and those secrets might overturn his understanding of Konoha. At this time, Aoba stood on the first floor of the tower. There are too many things to do. Aoba rubbed his forehead. He had not used Tajul Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, to carry out training for a period of time and suddenly felt some fear and resistance to practice. After all, he was someone who had crossed over from modern society. He wasn't so keen on this kind of thing that training hard every day. I haven't finished learning the water release ninjutsu. I haven't read the memories of those people in Kumagakure. Recently, I've also received detailed teaching of puppet techniques and sand control ninjutsu. As for Kumagakure's ninjutsu, I only mastered a little bit of basic. There's still a pile of blank paper tags waiting to be drawn. Other than that, there are also books that Minato sent over. Aoba rubbed his forehead, feeling like he was overwhelmed by a lot of homework. At first, he felt he had plenty of time every day, so he didn't need to worry. He just needed to take it slow. Now that he saw that there were still so many things he hadn't done, he was still not in a hurry at all because he knew that it was useless to be anxious. What should I do? Aoba took a deep breath. Although there was no time limit to these things, it still gave him a feeling that he had faced a sea of questions and a mountain of books during his school days. The language teacher said that there was not much homework to do today. The English teacher said that there was not much homework to do today. The math teacher said that there was not much homework to do today. Every teacher left a portion. In the end, it was still a lot. After that, every teacher was still very innocent. Especially during the winter and summer vacations. Aoba rubbed his forehead, and unknowingly, he had returned to the fear of being dominated by homework. For a moment, Aoba felt his head would explode. He didn't even know where to start. He didn't know how many times in his heart he wanted to delay and say that he would practice tomorrow. Let's look at the memory. Aoba chose something that was relatively easier to do. He immediately raised his hands. Each of his hands stretched out 2 fingers and directly crossed them in front of his chest. Tajul Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba immediately used Tajul Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 1,000 shadow clones appeared on the first floor of the tower. After these shadow clones appeared, Aoba slowly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he could use his clone to assist in his training, otherwise, it would be too torturous. Now everyone starts to divide the work and read the memory. Some people will read Hari's memory, some will read Kumagakure advisor's memory, and the rest will check the memory of Tsunagakure ninjas in detail. Aoba said to these shadow clones. Yes. Thousands of shadow clones nodded at the same time, and then they began to carry out their respective task. Swish! Aoba suddenly disappeared in a flash. He directly communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula that was in the Anbu dormitory and directly returned to his dormitory room. Bang! The moment Aoba returned to the dormitory, the shadow clone that had substituted Aoba in his room suddenly disappeared. After that, Aoba fell directly on the iron bed. In fact, he was not that tired, or it can be said that he was not tired, but training or something was still quite exhausting. It was always because there were a few days of decadence that he could not muster the energy and just wanted to sleep and fish. Gradually, Aoba closed his eyes and slept. Country of Water, in a port. The country of water merchants returned to the country of water as fast as they could and did not dare to stay in the country of fire for too long. Especially the merchants' leader of the country of water merchants. He finally understood what it meant to have a long night and a long dream. His experience in Konoha made him feel like he was in a dream, and it was a nightmare that he didn't want to recall anymore. It wasn't until they returned to the port of the country of water. Every merchant, including the merchant leader, heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, 7 figures flashed out and appeared in front of the merchant leader. These 7 people. It was Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. You came back so quickly. The leader of the 7 people, Biwajuzo, stared at the merchant leader. He felt that these merchants had come back as soon as they left. Even the usual trade was not so fast. In his heart, he directly recognized this leader as not doing the task seriously at all. He just finished selling the goods and secretly ran back. Do you know the price of doing this? Next to Biwajuzo, Sukazan Fugyuki said coldly. He was not as tactful as Biwajuzo. His words were relatively direct. His gaze was fixed on the merchant leader, and it was as if he would swallow the merchant leader alive at any time. Except for these 2 people. The others did not say anything. However, they all looked coldly at these merchants. The meaning they expressed was already very obvious. They all treated these merchants as deserters and did not think that they would get any information in such a short time. No. No. You misunderstood. We got the information. The merchant leader quickly waved his hands and explained. Is there any meaning in saying such things at a time like this? Biwajuzo said coldly. Originally, he had not thought of how to deal with these merchants. He felt that what these people did was more or less understandable. After all, Konoha was in a war. The situation over there was more or less a bit dangerous. But when he saw the merchant leader was still quibbling with him, he even dared to lie to them that he had gotten the information. This was simply treating all 7 of them as idiots. Swish! After Biwajuzo said this, he suddenly pulled out the extremely overbearing Kyubikaribasho from behind. This Kyubikaribasho was swinging in Biwajuzo's hand, and the cold light on the blade made every merchant present feel a strong sense of oppression and fear. For a moment, everyone felt an itch on their necks. The skin on their faces was a little painful. It was as if the wind that Kyubikaribasho swung out had a blade. Really? Really? What I said is true. I really got the information. This merchant leader was completely flustered. He used his fastest speed to take off the backpack behind him and took out a notebook from the bag. This notebook was the one he used to record what Satsuma Rentaro had said in the warehouse. Here. I recorded everything here. We met Satsuma Rentaro in Konoha. Satsuma Rentaro told me all this information. The merchant leader said anxiously. Now, his mood had been completely affected by Kyubikaribasho. He was instantly flustered, especially after experiencing the matter of Konoha Intelligence Division's cat-faced demon. He understood that many things had to be explained at the very beginning. Otherwise, things would become troublesome. Satsuma Rentaro. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen all widened their eyes. Everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. What they wanted the most was news of Satsuma Rentaro. How could these merchants get it so easily? How could Satsuma Rentaro be in Konoha? Are you kidding me? Biwajozo was the first to calm down. He still confirmed the words of this merchant leader as a lie. When we asked you to find Satsuma Rentaro, you say that you saw Satsuma Rentaro. In your next life, say a more reliable lie. This kind of lie is too poor. Biwajozo's words directly pulled back the thoughts of the other 6 people. That's right. The boss is right. This person must be lying. How could they find Satsuma Rentaro so easily? They had been searching so hard in the country of fire, but they had never seen Satsuma Rentaro. Listen to my explanation. The merchant leader was so anxious that his tears were about to burst out. However, at this time, his brain was becoming more and more useless. The more he wanted to say, the more he did not know what to say. His mind went blank, and he was a little confused. Speak. Biwajozo sneered. He did not believe the merchant leader's word, but he still nodded and said, I want to see what you can explain. That. The merchant leader hurriedly opened the notebook in his hand and flipped to the record that he had obtained information from Satsuma Rentaro. Right. It's like this. It was when we were unloading the goods in Konohagakure's warehouse. Suddenly, a person wearing a cloak came in. That person is Satsuma Rentaro. The merchant leader immediately recalled the scene at that time. The memories of that time gradually appeared in his mind. He wished he could quickly tell all of these things. He was afraid that he would cause the 7 people to be dissatisfied and directly cut his head off. Of course, the merchant leader still held back. He ignored the fact that they had entered Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Firstly, these things were not something to be proud of, and it would not benefit them at all. It might even make them lose face. Secondly, they were engaged in intelligence scouting work. If they had talked about Konohagakure Intelligence Division, even if they did not tell them anything, they would not believe it. Because of this, the merchant leader decided to hide these things. Absolutely not. Just pretend that nothing happened. Then, the merchant leader stared at the notebook, which recorded the most important details. When Satsuma Rentaro saw me, he knew that it was you who arranged for us to come over. At that time, the first thing he said was that you were too anxious. The merchant leader said. I was too anxious. A big question mark suddenly appeared in Biwajozo's mind, and he did not know what it meant. That's right. That was what Satsuma Rentaro said back then. He even briefly explained what happened, but he didn't say too many details. It might be inconvenient for him to tell us. The merchant leader took a deep breath. Then, his gaze focused on the notebook, and began to speak. Satsuma Rentaro said that there was a change in Gosui's mission. It seems to be the name Gosui. That was what I heard at that time. He said that Gosui was no longer going to save Harry but to kill Harry. So they reached a consensus and returned to Konohagakure together. The merchant leader hurriedly explained. He didn't dare to speak slowly at all for fear that he would be cut down by that Kyobikaraibasho if he spoke too slowly. Did you really meet Satsuma Rentaro? After hearing these words, Biwajozo frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that this merchant leader word did not seem to be a lie. Then, he turned around and looked at the other 7 ninja swordsmen. They exchanged glances with each other and all saw the same look in their eyes. Indeed, everyone was thinking the same thing. The most important reason was that the merchant leader had mentioned a point of information that should not have been known to him. Gosui. Harry. According to normal logic, this was the first time he had heard of this. No matter how well informed these merchants were, they should not have known that Harry had been caught by Konohagakure, let alone the news that Gosui had taken Satsuma Rentaro away. The news that Satsuma Rentaro had been taken away by Gosui was only known to the 7 of them. Other than that, no one in the country of water knew. In the process of searching for Satsuma Rentaro, they had asked many Kyomagakure ninjas. Even so, those Kyomagakure ninjas did not know about this matter. If this merchant leader made up a story, then it was a bit too much of a coincidence. We really did meet Satsuma Rentaro. The merchant leader was on the verge of tears. If they didn't believe it, his head would be cut off. Did Satsuma Rentaro say anything else? Biwajozo took a deep breath. In his heart, he began to gradually accept the news that this merchant leader had seen Satsuma Rentaro. The expression on his face also became serious. After searching for a long time, they did not see Satsuma Rentaro. Now it seemed that he was hiding in Konohagakure. Yes. This merchant leader quickly nodded. Then he flipped the notebook and looked at the records on it. Satsuma Rentaro asked me to tell Yozo-sama that he is now doing intelligence work in Konohagakure. He even asked me to report 4 important points to you. The merchant leader said. Hurry up and tell me. Biwajozo instantly became tense, and when he thought of the information from Satsuma Rentaro, he became very excited.